Oxelösund, Sweden, and I am a gang-stalked toddler video, toddler with gang-stalking of toddler videos. What is gang-stalking? Gang-stalking is a secret persecution program. Gang-stalking is a program that targets individuals, so-called target individuals, with gang-stalking. Okay. Now, in the context, what does gang stalking means? That target videos are targeted with gang stalking. Well, the program is called gang stalking, and the gang stalking program will target the individual in right ways. So you could simply refer to the target as gang stalking targeting. Okay. So, what type of targeting do target videos receive? There's psychological and physical targeting. I've been targeted both physically and psychologically by the program. So target videos are targeted with psychological warfare and physical warfare. Mostly covert. So, if you're a targeted video as I am and have been for more than a decade, you'll be targeted consistently, continually, by flying monkeys, so-called gangstalkers, who will be recruited by a smear campaign. They'll be recruited to participate in the gang stalking program, which means they'll be working for the program to take orders to target you. And the most common targeting that a target receives, like the bulk of the targeting, is psychological warfare. And a big part of psychological warfare, the psychological target, falls into the category of narcissistic abuse, covert abuse, narcissistic psychopathic abuse. So, target videos are targeted with narcissistic psychopathic abuse. And flying monkeys, they're all gang stalkers, will target the target with covert abuse tactics. So, we're going to look at a video. I'm going to start a live stream here. So, it's going to be a double intro. I'm going to play a Richard Grant video. And comment on it. 3, 2, 1. And I am live. And the reason that I do double intros or do a countdown is I've noticed that sometimes I go live and it says you're live, I start talking. If I go watch a replay to find a moment to screenshot and use the thumbnail, for example, I noticed that the first 3 or 5 seconds where I was talking is not part of the video for some reason. So anyway, I'm a targeted video, gang stalk targeted video, and I've been targeted with gang stalking for more than a decade. What is gang stalking? It's a secret program, a persecution program that targets individuals, so-called target videos, in random ways. You get targeted psychologically and physically. So the bulk of the targeting, the mainstay, the most common targeting, meaning look at my life as a target video, most of the targeting is psychological, which means the most common targeting experience, the most common type of targeting, form of targeting that I experience being targeted video is psychological in nature. So-called narcissistic dog whistling abuse, covert abuse, where flying monkeys that have been recruited by the program will get instructed, put up to participate in the targeting, and they will do things that are intended to make me feel harassed, targeted, violated, abused, while remaining covert, discreet. So target videos are targeted with psychological warfare, yes, but not only. Target videos of gang stalking, government gang stalking, will receive physical targeting as well. So I've been targeted physically and psychologically. And 99% of the targeting tactics are covert. Okay. It's covert, meaning discreet, subtle. And it's intended to be plausible, deniable. And it's designed to, the target is designed to be plausible, deniable, and you're being baited for the opponent to do door volume, which means they will have flying monkeys target you discreetly, covertly. And if you react and go, you're a gang stalker, agent told me for the government. I mean, if you confront a person in the supermarket, that the truth is they are an agent, a flying monkey gang stalker told me for a secret program. If you go, you're a government agent told me in here. They can go, oh, I wasn't doing that. It's a crazy in the supermarket. Somebody call a psycho. This guy needs to be sectioned. Understand? So we're going to look at a video by Richard Grannon, which I don't recommend because he's a deep state puppet and he's taught me with covert abuse before. And I can give you the example where he baited me. Okay, I'm not joking. Being a taught individual talk with gang stalking, and part of the talking I do get is influencer talking, meaning it happens quite frequently. I subscribe to YouTube if there's a Christian ministry or whatever the YouTube channel is. Quite frequently it happens that the person will get put up to do narcissistic abuse, covert abuse. They work in a trigger word that's been a theme in my harassment in my talking in the video. They'll be put up to target me. That happens. And Richard Grann is one of these people that has done that. So it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Okay, similar to Scott Snitzer, only more mainstream. Okay, he's not like target audience, target individuals for gang stalk. It's more generally. So it's like, I'm here to help people that are suffering narcissistic psychopathic abuse. But if you're a target individual, he targeted me. I can tell you exactly what happened. So being a target individual, I've had an interest in researching gaslighting, narcissistic abuse, and looking at videos on the topic, which there's been a use. There's been a value in that. Okay. And I found Richard Grannon's channel. And I give you the event, the other things too. But it's like, he baits me. So he makes a video. Okay, people. And this is about maybe 3-4 years ago. And he makes a live stream. And in the middle of the live stream, I'm watching it. He goes, okay, those of you that watch this live stream, I wanted to give a brief explanation, definition of what a healthy relationship is. Okay. I wanted to write in the chat your definition, short definition of what a healthy relationship is. Like, how would you describe a relationship that's a healthy relationship? And I go, mutual benefit. And then he goes, singles out my comment and marks it in front of the audience, like a humiliation visual. And goes, mutual benefit, like a goddamn robot. Okay. Which autistic people at times get bullied and called the robotic, the monotone flat effect when they're delivering things. And that's something I've been harassed by. People show up in my chat saying, you're so boring, dull and monotone, Mike. I'm not joking. That's the truth, which means he could take me to court and he'd be lying to say that I was lying about what I said when he did to me. Okay. So he baits me, see if you analyze it. He baits me to give a definition, singles out my, and the issue is, my definition was good, which means he asked, give me definition, your definition of a health relationship. I go mutually beneficial or mutual benefit. And it was mutual benefit like a goddamn robot, so what I said, he singles out my answer, which is a good answer that he asked for, and then makes fun of it. See? He did that. And it's like, what is wrong? It's like, was it, I show up in the middle of general life stream and go, I'm here to give you my definition, like I'm taking over and gonna teach like some kind of narcissistic game. So I'm like, no, he's asking for his viewers' definitions of what a healthy relationship is. And I give what he asked for. And then he takes my answer and uses it to make fun of me and mock me and humiliate me in front of his audience. Okay. And my definition was accurate because if you know what I know, psychology, what's healthy, what's not, narcissistic abuse, you know, it's like, that's a good definition. As opposed to an unhealthy relationship where you have a narcissist and the other person's relationship is not a narcissist. The narcissist gives, the narcissist takes, and the person that's not the narcissist relationship will lose dignity, self-respect, mental health, finances, resources, and the narcissist gains things from relationship. It's like they're farming the partner for supply, for whatever they're looking for. Okay, so that's a good definition. That's a good definition. I love it when people play this dirty game where it's like, I'm not a follower and I'm not submissive and I don't let people boss me around. So people writing command like, stop staring at me, all capital letters. So just to prove a point, okay, I'm gonna take a little break, which means I'm prioritizing my need to show, to exhibit my sovereignty and agency over, like, they'd be like, for the viewers, more like dead air, like I was teaching something and there's a break on me doing like a thing. So somebody won't stop staring at me. So we're gonna take a little break of at least 10 seconds of staring right at the camera for the person that won't stop staring at me to feel like I'm doing exactly what they try to tell me not to do. Does it look like you have power over my behavior? Did you have the power to control me with your words? To tell me to stop doing something? Does it look like that reliably leads to me stop doing the thing you told me to do? No. Okay. So there you go. I'm done staring at you. So you're getting blocked. Okay. So we're gonna look at this, and I already looked at this privately. Hold on. We put on disclaimer here. And a lot of people showing up in the chat, oh, cyberstalks should work for the program.
Narcissism is the wrong word. Stop using the word narcissism. Let's call it.
Now, he knows his audience, which means he knows that people are looking to him as a leader to give them clarity and tell them what to do and not to do. Whereas me looking at this, it does sit right with me because I'm a leader, not a follower. And if I look at YouTube channels, I'm not looking in a submissive posture like, here's my leader, my guru, and what should I do, oh great light master. So if it goes, don't do this, it's like the commenters where I feel like, okay, so I am the target of narcissists, okay, and narcissistic abusers, okay, that are behaving narcissistically while abusing me. So we got that out of the way.
Unfair relationship syndrome.
Don't speak to me as if you are my boss, okay? Now you can talk how you want in your videos, and I can choose how to respond to it. If you watch this video, goes, don't do this, okay? Yeah, we'll see about that, like, okay.
That's unfair relationship syndrome. Why? When, in our culture, when we say somebody has a mental health issue, there's an overtone there that morally they're not at fault. Look, if somebody has a mental health issue, I presume you wouldn't break up with someone because they were suffering from depression.
Yeah, and here's another thing. There's mental health disorders and there's neurodivergency. And some mental health disorders, here's my commentary. Some mental health disorders are volitional, meaning a person can have mental health problems. So it's not that if somebody has a mental health problem, they're completely non-responsible for being a person with a mental health problem. Because you can get depressed by being lazy and slothful and gluttonous. So you can get depressed. I'm not joking. Exercising frequently can have an antidepressant effect. According to studies I can pull up. Meaning, that's not a conspiracy. Meaning, the studies indicate that people that regularly exercise are less likely to report like, I'm depressed, okay? So there's a variety of factors that can lead a person to get depressed. A sedentary lifestyle, vitamin deficiencies, eating unhealthy, having a lot of inflammation in the body, substance abuse can lead to mental health problems and so forth. So a person that chooses as a maladaptive coping mechanism to deal with the stress by getting drunk, okay? And there's other things that they can do. A hypothetical scenario. A person has stress. They come home from work, they feel stress, and they choose to get drunk and to deal with the stress. Could the person have chosen to find a good therapist when they feel like, I feel like very stressed, I come home from work, I'm gonna look for a therapist to do therapy and talk about I have a problem with coming home from work being too stressed, and I recognize I have a problem with it. And they could have tried to deal with the stress by seeking therapy or joining a gym and exercising, taking supplements. Do you understand? There's some people that are not clinically depressed to a point they have treatment resistant depression, nothing they do works to lift the depression. But it's like these people that are depressed, slightly depressed, mildly depressed, not to a point where they go, if they go to psychologist go like, yeah, we'll diagnose you with depression, you need medicines or this or that. But it's like they're a little bit depressed, okay? Is it possible that some people are a little bit depressed if they would start exercising, make diet, lifestyle changes, that they could lift this depression? Go like I had a slump in my life where I felt like I was starting to get depressed and I was feeling kind of not that happy. And then I joined the gym, started exercising, I started minding my diet, and I started avoiding certain toxic people, and I feel all better. Yes. So here's the point. It's not if somebody has a mental health problem by default, they're entirely innocent, they have no part. There are some people that, for example, start drinking alcohol, getting drunk all the time. They become an alcoholic, they get drunk all the time. And after 6 years of being an active alcoholic and drunk every day, they have a liver problem. They have a problem with their kidney, liver, something like this. And they go to the doctor, they have a health problem. And they require transplant or some kind of medical intervention. Now that would be if they chose to start getting drunk all the time and eventually had a health problem. So they're responsible for the health problem. And one of the health problems they can have is mental health problems. So a person becomes an alcoholic and then they can become depressed. Or they can have this other health problem, mental, physical health problem, from choosing to start getting drunk, keep getting drunk, and become an alcoholic. Now, is it true that there's some people that have liver problems, health problems, and it's not because they chose to start getting drunk? Yeah, it's possible somebody gets poisoned, okay, or they get kicked in the stomach and it hurts the liver or something like this. And they have the same health problem that the alcoholic had by choosing it, yes. So, to be precise, there are some mental health problems, or what would you call it? I feel uncomfortable referring to autism that I have as a mental health problem. Okay. Or ADHD as a mental health problem. That's the point. There's people that have mental health problems or a certain condition, or I don't want to call it like autism, that I didn't choose because it's something that happens to you before you're 10 years old. Okay. And it's not something that you choose. So, me, for example, I have problems with being stressed and anxious and not liking eye contact. With some people, I think this guy is rude and it's like flippant. He's like, I'm in the room with him, he doesn't look me in the eye. I feel like he's like dismissive because he doesn't pursue eye contact. And some people might feel like you're possibly a little bit different and harder to be around. And the reason is I have autism that I didn't choose to get. And it's something that happened to my brain, so I end up having an autistic brain before I'm 10 years old. And it's not that I got autism after living a certain way by choice for 10, 15 years and then I got autism. So, same with ADHD, where you can have ADHD in childhood, and it's something with your brain, it's neurodivergence, and it's not that you chose it. Now, is it possible that somebody could um, go nuts by choosing to go to gym and spar and get repeated concussive blows to the head, and then later on one of those people that have like CTE and run around go nuts? Yeah, but an autistic person can have the same problem without choosing to live like that. They have neuroinflammation. So people can have neuroinflammation by choosing to go to the gym and getting hit in the head and pursuing a career in boxing, and then they go end up going nuts. Okay, and then there's other people that have neuroinflammation since childhood, and that they have the same problem while choosing to. So there's differences. Oh, here comes a little passive aggressive coward in my chat, bully, internet bully. Where's your ankle monitor? I don't have an ankle monitor, and I'm not in prison. Okay. It's like same old ties, stupid stuff. It's like, Mark, you're in prison. I'm not in prison. Where's your ankle? I don't have an ankle monitor. I guess I would have to get convicted of a crime first and give the punishment of wearing an ankle monitor to get one. But it's not really something I'm looking for. So possibly, if I look on I don't know, Temu or Wish or Amazon, I might think, oh, I like that bracelet. I like to, if I get some more money, I'd like to be able to buy like a bracelet or something like this. But on the list of things that it came out with, I'd like to have that on my body, like an ankle monitor wouldn't be one of them. So,
or they had anxiety, or they had ADHD. I presume you wouldn't. You would try to be understanding, you try to be compassionate, and you would seek resolution.
here's another thing where me with my autism, I'm not a person who's high maintenance. I've had this the second caregiving staff. In the previous caregiving staff, there was a change in the caregiving staff. So I'm autistic and I live in housing that's like from the social service. So if you're in Sweden, you have the right to apply for disability if you have this type of disability I have. And I live in a service home, it's called. And there's a caregiving firm that comes and helps me clean or something like that. Now, the previous caregiving firm, there was conflict. I started speaking about feel like they were abusing me, talking with covert abuse for the gangstalker program. And then the same people do what looks like Darwin, and they go, this guy's paranoid crazy and think that we're messing with him. Because I go, these people are messing with me. And it's like, this guy's paranoid crazy and think that we're messing with him. And I get sworn and they come get me and put me in the psych ward. Okay. Now, being put in the psych ward doesn't make you crazy, okay? Because, and I've seen people try to use that to paint me as mentally ill. But this guy was put in the psych ward. Yeah, that doesn't mean that you're crazy. It's like being called to an interrogation by a cop doesn't prove you guilty. Do you understand? If somebody goes missing, you get called to be like, hey, somebody at work has gone missing. Do you know what happened to them? And where were you that day? Do you have an alibi, something like this? That doesn't mean the person is guilty because they got picked up by the cops and be like, check if you are guilty or something. Doesn't prove you're guilty. So being put in a psych ward doesn't prove that I'm crazy. As a matter of fact, it's that event actually does more to indicate that I'm not insane than that I am insane. If you're actually a critical thinker and have access to the facts that I do. It's like me going to a psych ward did more to prove my sanity than to prove that I'm not sane. Because after calls are made and I get involuntary committed and go to a psych ward, and there's a time there where I'm waiting there until I get to see a doctor, okay? And it's not that like every person, like the psych nurse, and then you have caregivers there, and the janitor, like all of them can do an eval, okay? It's like you're held here for a while, and then the next day it's like, okay, you're gonna get to see a doctor, and then I talk to him, and after seeing a doctor, it's gonna check if this guy mentally ill, needing to be kept against his will in here, because he's like a clear and present danger to himself and other people right now. And he goes, no. So me being taken to a psych ward doesn't prove that I'm crazy. As a matter of fact, it'd be easy to say that proves that I'm not crazy, because I'm a person that some people say I'm crazy. I go to a psych ward with people who are psychologists, and they go, we're going to check if this guy's crazy and talk to him. And he doesn't seem crazy to us. Okay? So, Yeah, we're gonna look at this video here, the beginning.
I don't want to get into, I mean, unless you're writing a PhD thesis on the nature of personality disorder and diagnostic criteria, you don't really care, and nor should you, about what, well, not many clinicians, what people diagnosed with MPD do in prison. They switch it off.
Yeah, here.
And by
This is what I'm
observing
talking
what
about.
people diagnosed
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna comment on a part, a segment of this video, as it applies to gang stalking.
with MPD do in prison. We know that it is volitional. We know that
Yeah. So, for example, to the point that is addressing here, I have autism. I can't choose. It's not that me being autistic is a choice that I make, and I can turn off the autism and turn it on. And people that have ADHD, like an ADHD brain, they can't just choose to stop having ADHD. People that have autism, like I do, can't just choose to stop being autistic. Be like, okay, I'm going to stop being autistic. Whereas a person that's narcissistic, a narcissist, they can turn it off. Because if a narcissist goes to prison, narcissists are known to like stop act like a abusive narcissist to go to prison.
they have control over it by observing what people diagnosed with MPD do in prison. They switch it off. In an environment where if they're being nasty and lying and manipulative, they could get their heads booted in. Suddenly, they stop doing it.
Yeah, so this does not apply to gang stalking. Being a target of gang stalking, targeted by flying monkeys that were targeted with covert narcissistic abuse. Despite narcissist, so this doesn't apply to gang stalking. In my case or other target's case. Because if you're targeted of gang stalking, you're targeted by flying monkeys targeted with narcissistic abuse. And they will do that, meaning the program will get people to be flying monkeys targeting the individual. I'm speaking general terms now, so this does not apply. This, what he's saying about narcissistic abusers, and the ability to turn it off, and if they get into an environment where it's dangerous to narcissistic abuse people, then they will turn it off. This does not apply to gang stalking. So notice how I'm being variable. Because here's a guy talking about narcissistic abusers, different circumstances. And I'm a total video talk with gang stalking. I can speak to this from a different level. So there's some narcissistic abuse that's different. So gang stalking, total videos, what is that? There's a smear campaign recruiting flying monkeys to target with covert narcissistic abuse. And I know by experience and research that they will do it. They will be flying monkeys in the room targeting me with narcissistic abuse, gaslighting, veiled threats, pushing my buttons, covert narcissistic abuse, manipulative, dirty behavior, being nasty covertly. And they will do that even if they risk. They're in the same situation what he just referred to. Understand? So gang stalkers, flying monkeys targeting me or other targets with narcissistic abuse, they will do that even if they risk physical consequences to it. Which, here's my commentary. When I see, I've had people, I've lived in this apartment for more than 8 years. I've had people in this apartment, even a single individual, target me with narcissistic abuse, covert abuse. And okay, it's a little bit difficult to deal with this. My natural style is just be plain and here's what it is, but it's like this, there's like different, like this, like a minefield as I talk about certain topics. But that's the point. I've had people that are weaker, less athletic than me, less trained, less physically powerful, slower, softer, weaker, less trained, in here with me doing narcissistic abuse. And I know, like looking back, it's like if I would have wanted to hurt them, I could have hurt them. Understand? Like if I wanted to hurt them, I could have hurt them. And they were still in the room talking with covert narcissistic abuse. Nasty behavior, manipulative, taught me with narcissistic covert abuse. As a flying monkey, they got put up to this by the program. And I've had several experiences with this, which proves that there's some kinds of narcissistic abuse of the type that I receive, that these rules, it doesn't apply. You can have people narcissistic abusing others, even if the environment where they risk getting attacked physically for doing narcissistic abuse. And you end up still seeing, so what can I derive from that? I've seen people be in the room with me in my own home, do narcissistic abuse, being nasty, manipulative, taught me with covert narcissistic abuse, and I had the power to harm them if I wanted to, physically. And they were still doing it. Okay. So here's my take. I believe that the program works to give them a false sense of security. They're delusional. Meaning they've been, now I'm not surprised that I see irrational delusional behavior indicating having been brainwashed and deceived and been delusional in people that are part of a secret stalking cult, okay? And just the fact that you can be recruited into being part of a witch hunt, it's like you're a person that's vulnerable to manipulation and being stirred up. It's like the people that if a soldier tells you to turn on the electric shock in the Milgram Stanford Milgram experiment, be like, yes, more Jews, okay. Those are the type of people that can be told by authority to be in the room alone with the victim, taught with narcissistic abuse, and you cannot be harmed by the victim. Okay, it's impossible for them to hurt you physically if you abuse them. It's impossible. You don't have to be concerned if you start abusing this person that they get physical with you and you get harmed. There's no way that they will choose to do that. If they choose to do it, there's no way they can succeed in harming you. And the person goes, I believe that. Get in the room with a person, start victimizing them, and I feel safe and comfortable doing so because I'm safe doing so. Okay, which is crazy. So it's like it ties into this. There's a clip. I've used that before. Joe Rogan has a clip where he talked about coming up in Hollywood, I guess when he was doing news radio sitcom with Joe Rogan. And he will be in the room, and Joe Rogan used to be in his peak tough guy era, I guess, where he's like recently stopping to compete in Taekwondo, and he's training martial arts, and he's physically more athletic and strong than the average person. And he'd have like some little sissy twerp actor person in the room being passive aggressive. Okay. And he'd be like in the room like, oh, this person is being passive aggressive. I could just like fucking kill this person right now if I wanted to. They couldn't stop, you understand? And they were still fucking with him. So that would be another example of narcissistic behavior. Some people be in an environment where they could be physically hurt by narcissistic abusing somebody, and they will still do it. And that could be because they have a false sense of security. So I would say this: a narcissist or a narcissistic abuser can be acting on a delusion, but they can still be narcissistically abusing people in an environment where they are risking physical damage and being hurt or even losing their life in certain circumstances by being a narcissistic abuser. But they still do it. And what would the circumstance be where they would still do it? If they think themselves to be safe doing so. Okay. Do you understand? Which I guess would be in the narcissistic prison scenario. If a narcissist would be in prison and they chose to stop being a narcissistic abuse in prison, and then it's like, I don't know, a prison guard or the prison the chief of the prison comes to the cell and go, hey, your cellmates start narcissistic abusing them in here. Okay, do you understand? Let's say it's like a prison guard or the prison CEO, okay, shows up and like, hey, you're a new prisoner. We want you to stop narcissistic abusing your cellmate, your bunk bed, okay? and mess with them and work to push the buttons in here. And then the person might go, but wait a minute. What if the person, after I mess with them once, goes, I'm gonna make a shiv, and next time they mess with me, I pull it and stab them in the neck, okay? Or just even without a weapon to go, they're just gonna, what if they respond by, if I take orders to bully them in the cell here, like you want me to do, what if you just go, okay, and get up and start attacking me, throwing punches, elbow strikes, people, they just start attacking me, whatever, with weapons, without. It's like that, now the prison guards or whoever's trying to get them to do this might be like, well, you don't have to worry about that. That person is a coward. They would never dare to get physical with you. They would never even try. And if they did, they wouldn't have a chance to win. That is. And they'd be like, if they believe it, okay, they believe the person, tell them that the person they're going to be bullying would never stand up for themselves. And if they did, they couldn't succeed in giving consequences. Then the person must have narcissistic abuse. So I've had people messing with me that I could have easily killed if I wanted to. Understand? I've had the power, just not the will. Understand? So what has kept these people from being physically attacked and even losing their life, worst case scenario, all the times I've been narcissistic abused, is me not having a will to hurt them. Because if I would have decided to hurt them, do you understand? I'm not threatening anything. I'm not calling for, I'm not doing anything I can be charged for. What I'm saying is, looking back on interactions I've had with bullies that have been covertly bullying in the room, I go like, yeah, if I would have wanted to hurt the person, like they were in the room bullying me covertly, and if I would have go, you know what? Enough is enough, I'm gonna attack the person for covertly bullying me, which I'm not saying is right, but if I would have decided, they wouldn't have had a chance to make it out of this apartment without being physically hurt, seriously. They would be physically hurt, possibly dead, if that would be what I wanted to do. And that would be my decision to make. Which leads me to believe that the people that have guided these people to covertly bully me has guided them, brainwashing to feel like having false insecurity. That there's no risk that Mike will respond by you bullying him, abusing him, toward psychological violence, with physical violence. There's no chance that the bully victim, we're going to get to the bully covertly, they don't have to worry about him attacking you if you start bullying him. Okay? Which is not the truth. If they were told there's no chance, that wasn't the truth. And they might also have been told that even if he tried, he would fail at it, okay? And I could tell this. If, as a hypothetical scenario, if the next time I would have, like, I don't know, if I call my landlord, well, there's a pipe, there's bad water pressure in the bathroom. It's like, which is part of living in a lease, where it's like, you don't have to pay for anything. Meaning part of the rent you pay every month is like, in case something breaks, the landlord sends contractors to fix it. Certain things, like lights and stuff, you have to change that yourself. But it's like, let's say a radiator stops working, and you call the landlord, they send some guy to have a key and let out air or something like this to make the heat come back on. Do you understand? So if I would have two plumbers show up, let's say I call the landlord tonight, there's bad water pressure in the bathroom, if that was the case. And it goes, okay, there could be guys coming next Thursday at lunchtime. And I go, yeah, sure. I'll make sure I'm home and ready to open the door for them. Okay. And they show up in here, narcissistic abusing me. Even if there be two men that are bigger than me, with knives in the belts, they still wouldn't be safe. Understand? I don't care. That's the truth. And if you say no, then you're irrational. And people truly understand fighting in combat would be laughing at you freaks, sickos. They'd be like, no, if Mike would be bullied by people in his own apartment, he wouldn't have a chance to hurt him if he wanted to. Then you're delusional now. Do you understand? Meaning, even if, and I've had this before where it's like I've actually had plumbers in here, and it's like I'm live streaming on Rumble at my computer, and it's like as they're working over there in the bathroom. Now I'm not saying they were agents, but if they were, I'm not joking. If there'd be two plumbers They come ding dong, and I let in the door. There's two plumbers in there, and they both have knives in the tool belts. Okay, and they're working. And if they will do some covert abuse, I can give you a scenario. So let's say I booked a plumber, and there's two plumbers to show up. And I go open the door. Okay, it's like I'll be in the living room. Let me know if you need help with something. And then they go to work in there. And then I can hear that they start doing direct conversation. Like they start telling me for the pro-narcissist dog abuse tactics. In the bathroom, it's like they have a live conversation. Like, oh, do you hear about the guy who's in Nephilim or something like this? And it's like, oh, yeah, that's a theme of harassment. That they'd be getting 5 months to use the word Nephilim around me because there's a harassment theme in my targeting. If there will be in there 2 men that are bigger than me with knives, and I'm here, if I decide I'm gonna hurt them, I'm gonna fight these people, you can't go in truth be like they will be entirely safe. Mike will not have a chance to hurt them. Meaning, if I will go up here, pull a knife and go, what's up, bitch? What's up? And okay, and I'm at the door. Understand? Do you understand? I'm that quick. I'm at the door. Do you understand? If I would have directed speech, I would pull a knife. This is a hypothetical scenario. I'll go here. What's up, bitch? And they're still in here, see? So now I'm here with a knife, and there are 2 men in here with knives, understand? They would not be safe, understand? And you'd be rash to say, no, it wouldn't be a chance. Even if they have knives, they will risk getting hit by my knife even once. Understand? And one time is all it takes to be seriously hurt, possibly lose your life. See? So, go back to work to be like, no. Mike wouldn't have a chance. Doesn't matter how much he wants to, he can't. Okay. We'll see if push comes to shove with the targeting. If you were right. Okay. And hopefully it won't. Hopefully it won't come to shove when they attack me physically and I have to defend myself. Because that will really be the proof. If you've been speaking the truth about Mike is homeless, if it's safe to get people to mess with him or something like this. Because all it would take is one event where I showed that it wasn't safe to mess with me to prove that you've been lying the whole time. In telling people that it's safe to mess with him, he would never, he couldn't. He would never stand up to you. If he did, he couldn't hurt you if he wanted to, something like this. If push comes to shove, that'll be the real test. Okay, the cognitive dissonance temperature check. Okay. Like if reality in the mind matches reality in the external, outside of the person's brain. So, meaning I'm not threatening anything, but I'm saying a hypothetical scenario. So, but my point there, I'm not threatening to do this if there's plumbers. I'm not even saying that if it happens, I will. But I'm saying if the program would get 2 plumbers to get in here and start abusing me inside my home, even if there were 2 men bigger than me with knives on them, if I'm in here and I decide I'm gonna fight them, they would not be safe. Understand? I would decide if they get to leave here. I have the power to decide. If there's people in here bullying me, I have the power to decide if they get to leave unharmed and alive or not. Understand? And if not alive, definitely it's like I have the chance, I have the power to choose if they get away with it or do you understand? And I'm not breaking the law, I'm not threatening, I'm not breaking YouTube terms of service, not anything. I'm teaching on narcissism and bullies. And if people go, Mike, if people get people to go inside the home and bully you, they're safe and there's no chance that you could harm them. It's entirely safe to people to get in your home and bully your home illegally. And I go, that's not true. I believe that if people in here bully me and I decided to hurt them physically, I could hurt them physically. That's what I'm saying. So if people are saying, if people get sent into Mike's home to bully him, there's no chance Mike could harm them. They are wrong. Now here's the thing. So I don't have to threaten them. I don't have to say, you know what, I might, if I get bullied, I might get physical. I don't have to do that. It's just simply Give you an example. If people are in this home bullying me and I'm in here, they're not safe. What decides if they're safe or not is how I respond to bullying. If I decide to respond to them, okay. Is a person gonna get blocked? And here's another person. Now notice how you don't have the power to control my temperament, mood, and how I feel with your words, because I haven't been checking the chat, which is like my new style. It's like I go live and I have the bill limiter, meaning it's like I look at the top of the screen and I can see. I'm telling the truth. Meaning it's like either I turn off the chat, but what I've done recently, I go live, chat is open, and then either I'm looking like here as I'm speaking. Cause like if you do public speaking, you're not constantly looking at a certain person talking. You could be like kind of looking above the crowd, okay, or switching from person to person, okay. Now, how I do the live stream, how we do this live stream, is I go live and I'm not looking at the chat, and it's like I can tell there's new comments by seeing like kind of like a blur that there's something moving at the bottom of the screen, so I know there's new comments, but I'm not reading them. So me being like this livid and what I've been doing, that's not because of what you've been writing. And so when I was like, that was me, due to me choose to talk about a topic that's angering, and I'm being worked up. And then I check the comments and now I'm calm despite you working to piss me off. See? You don't have the power to control my emotional state reliably. Hey Mike, I'm really happy for you coming out the closet. I didn't come out the closet. That takes big effort and strength. Definitely my favorite LGBTQ YouTuber. I'm not LGBTQ, so here's another abuser. See, and notice how they're targeting a Christian by falsely accusing them of being gay and disgusting things like this, disgusting behavior, and you're not in the room doing that, okay? Because if you're in the room, that would be dangerous to be acting like this to me. You'd be risking me choosing what consequences you will have to treat him like that, which include but not limited to you telling you, get out of my house right now. And if it takes too long legally in Sweden, I could have right to physically remove you out of my house. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. If you're in your home and you have a house party, a Bible law goes sometimes use weapons. I'm not a lawyer, so to run everything by a lawyer. But as far as I know, if I would have a house party, okay, and there's people, and I go, hey, you, get out of my house right now, okay? For whatever reason, I don't like what it looks like. I might be feeling like he's too drunk or he's a problem or whatever. I don't have to tell him, just get out of my house right now. And if he goes, refuses, I can physically get him, push him out of my house. Okay? Which means get out of my house. You take too long, I might get physical and get you out of my house. As far as I'm concerned, if I don't misremember, that will be legal. Okay? Which means even if you're invited in, if the homeowner goes, you have to leave now, and you don't, I believe that according to Swedish law, you have the right to forcefully remove them from your home. Okay? So, anyways, the point. Yeah, so commentary on Richard Grannon. Richard Grannon says, well, narcissists can turn off the narcissism at will because it's volitional. So it's not like a mental illness that you have against your will. And I would say, okay, like autism, for example, I can't turn off my autism. I can't go, okay, I'm tired of being autistic, so let's stop being an autistic person. I can choose to mask socially and be like, hi, I'm autistic. Like in this environment, I'm not looking at people know I'm autistic. So I could choose to be like, people that are not autistic, don't exhibit eye contact aversion. Like looking other people in the eyes as they talk to them doesn't give them a lot of anxiety and stress. And I'm not looking to stand out in being neurodivergent and being different than the average Joe. So I'm gonna try to act like people that don't have autism. That's called autistic masking. I go like force eye contact and use social scripts and be like force myself to do small talk even though it doesn't come natural. So it's not a natural outflow of my behavior to do small talk or pursue eye contact as I'm interacting with strangers. But as like narcissists will naturally follow a narcissistic person, but they can turn it off. So I can't turn off feeling anxious looking people in the eyes while I'm socializing. I can't turn off my sensitivities. So if I'm in an environment with fluorescent lights, being autistic with sensitivities, I can't go like just turn off the sensitivity to bright lights. That's part of my neurological stuff, okay? No, but I can choose to put on sunglasses, okay? And I can choose to act like a guy that doesn't have autism. But I can't make myself stop being autistic, okay? So, and this is also the type of stuff that I've had caregiving staff, I want to address that point, do. I'm not saying if it's the current or the previous one. I'm not saying which of the care workers, but the type of stuff that has led to me saying I felt like I've been taught by caregiving staff with covert abuse. And look at the behavior, it looks like they would push my buttons on trying to provoke me. Utilizing knowledge of people's expressed pet peeves. For example, I'm autistic. Caregiving people have a job to work and help with my autism. A common problem autistic people have is hating physical touch by strangers. And I've had 2 caregiving staff workers, different ones, while talking to me, lean in and touch my body. Which, like, if I would Google as a person looking to mess with this person, things autistic people hate, or how to push autistic guys' buttons, be like, autistic people frequently have a problem with physical touch, okay? Especially if unexpected, okay? And then that you look at the behaviors like, oh, these people have a job work with an autistic person. And in the middle of talking, suddenly they lean in and touch your body, okay? Type of stuff. Another time, it's autistic people commonly dislike eye contact and like direct physical contact, which means if I'm self-analyzing, a lot of times how I choose to interact with human beings is it's like if I'm talking, it doesn't matter if it's my mother or the mailman or my wife. A lot of times it's like if I'm in the room talking to somebody, it's like you're there and it's like you're asking me, and no one will typically be like, as I talk to you, they're wanting to have eye contact with you and have some kind of interplay. Or it's like they're seeing your face and then their face is changing and it's just all kind of the thing. But here's the point. So it's like they're looking to like lock into you, and part of their socializing style is getting in some kind of a thing with you. But it's a point. So a lot of times how I end up being if I'm socializing, I mean, it's not a human in the room, is I'm not looking at you, okay? And if you, I would start it by look at myself on camera with other people, a lot of times it's as if I'm avoiding like looking at you, which I more likely turn away than to if I'm talking to you. Understand? Where it's like you're talking and it's like, yeah, that's how it is, and then maybe look like quickly, okay. And maybe if you make some movement that makes me notice you moving, it's like I look to see what you're doing. I understand. So yeah, so narcissism is not like autism, where it's like it's a behavior pattern that's volitional, that people can like stop being people can stop being a narcissistic abuser at will, which is why people are diagnosed narcissists to go to prison, stop being narcissistic, okay, commonly. And Richard Granner's commentaries, narcissists can stop being narcissistic because if they end up in prison, diagnosed, and diagnosed goes to prison, they turn off the narcissistic abuse behavior patterns, meaning being nasty with people, passive aggressive, and doing smear campaign because they're in an environment where the risk getting their head booted in, he said. Now, as I saw this, like, that does not apply to gang stalking. I'm a target video target with gang stalking, which is what? Institutionalized, institutional level, narcissistic psychopathic abuse, where people are recruited with smear campaigns into being so-called fly monkeys that end up targeted with narcissistic abuse, covert abuse, so-called narcissistic dog abuse tactics. We're in the room with me, abusing me, and I can tell that they're doing things to abuse me. It's narcissistic abuse, subtle gaslighting, subtle boundary testing, pushing my buttons on the sly, and they're doing all these things. And I'm in the room, and I'm a dangerous man, okay? More dangerous than the average person, I'd say. I'm 36 years old. I'm harder, better, faster than other people. I got more punching power, meaning being punched by me is worse than being punched by the average person. I mean, I'm being rational. I'm not delusional, stroking my ego. I'm a badass. It's like baseline average Joe, you're in the room with them, behind closed doors, bullying them, you risk getting hurt, okay? Even a person who's unathletic, got bad stamina, they haven't trained martial arts a minute in their life, still is dangerous because if the guy flips, just he comes out to want to hurt you, he might hurt you. Now, I'm more dangerous than that person. I'm more athletic. I exhibit an ability to punch harder than the average person. And I don't have to get into specifics to like justify that. It's like I'm more dangerous than the average person to fuck with. Meaning, if I'm in the room and I decide to hurt you, fight you, I have a higher chance to win the fight, hurt you bad than the average person. Okay. And despite that being true, that narcissistic fly monkeys are talking about narcissistic abuse in the room, I witnessed that. And I know that they are risking, they're provoking and talking about narcissistic abuse. And if I decide to attack them physically, they're in trouble. So they're risking getting attacked physically. Am I threatened? Do I have to threaten them? If I take myself out of conversation and use another person, if I'm in the supermarket and I walk up to a guy and get in his face and go, "You're a fucking ugly piece of shit, buddy. I walked past, I saw you have a nose ring. That's fucking ugly." I risk him headbutting me right after that, or just throwing a surprise haymaker, or pushing me and I fall over and hit the back of my head, hypothetically. So that I risk him suddenly exercising violence, okay, in response to my provocation. My verbal abuse, I risk him switching into physical reactive abuse, okay? Meaning, if I'm in the supermarket and go, "Fuck you, guy," I risk him going, "Fuck me," and start to come at me, wanting to hurt me physically. There's not like you have to do it to a psychopath or a serial killer or the biggest badass in the world for it to be dangerous. Baseline, if you're in the room with an able-bodied man who's not like an invalid, and you're bullying him, you are in danger. You risk him getting mad at you and ending up getting physical with you, okay? And if he ends up choosing to get physical, there is a chance you get seriously hurt. Or even die. People die in street fights all the time. They get punched once, they go out, they fall and hit the back of the head on the ground and they die. Happens all the time. People go to prison for manslaughter. And I guess that would be most of the time if you start a fight. Meaning, if you're outside drinking, clubbing, and you walk up and punch a guy, and then he punches you back, and then you punch him, and he gets hit and falls and dies, it's like you're more likely to get convicted or something, versus if it's self-defense. Now, some countries, they have really weird self-defense laws. Like maybe Britain, it's like somebody, maybe it's Britain or Australia or something, so like somebody breaks into your house, a burglar, with a crowbar in the hand, climbs through your window, and if you hit him with a baseball bat, the cops come and arrest you for hitting the burglar with a baseball bat, as they will climb through your window with a crowbar in the hand. Do you understand how crazy some countries are? Now, even if you're in these countries, the Bible local laws against self-defense use of weapons is my recommendation. I'm not encouraging people to break law. I can say that I think it's a silly law. That doesn't mean that I'm saying you shouldn't adhere to it. So anyway, by experience, I know that narcissistic abuse as relates to pertains to gang stalking, it's different. Okay, it's different. Meaning you have flying monkeys that are recruited to do narcissistic abuse to people. And they will do so even if the truth is they're in an environment targeting a person and they risk getting attacked physically and super hurt by the physical attack. And they will still consistently long term keep doing it. Okay. So, is it possible that a narcissist could be told by somebody, hey, narcissist? It's like you go to sue with a narcissist, and then it's like sycophants, and they go like, hey, narcissist. It's like, it's like it's gonna be the narcissist name, okay? And be like, these lions are really dangerous. But a person who's as Superman as you are, it's like I know you're a special person. You're like Superman pretty much. Nobody can beat you. It's like you're the best, the most athletic, toughest guy in the world, and you just have a special thing about you. You could jump into the lion's cage and be safe in there. Okay? The average Joe would be dangerous, but you jump into the lion's cage, there's something about you that makes you special, that the animal will be like, this guy is a special guy, I'm gonna leave him alone. Okay? Or something like that. Is it possible a narcissist could end up jumping into the gorilla cage or the lion cage, start poking the lion with a stick? If there's somebody working to go, it's safe to do so. And some kind of, they're lying to themselves, or other people are lying to them, and it's something that's feeding their sense of magnified sense of self-worth, self-importance, like grandiosity, like a grandiose delusion that they are creating in their own mind, or other people are creating it, and they can end up acting irrational in a clearly dangerous way. When if they were like a narcissist, thinking like, yeah, this is dangerous. If I fuck with the tiger, I might get hurt, so I'm not gonna fuck with the tiger. But it's a possible narcissist to go like, I'm so special that I can jump in there and fuck with the tiger. There's no chance the tiger would dare to bite me or something like this. Is that possible? Yeah, I guess it's possible. So, nice point. How do I believe that these narcissists, how do I believe that these flying monkeys that end up targeting me have targeted me my own home with narcissistic abuse tactics? How do I believe that they've ended up looking like they're now worried about just that they're doing it, okay, show something. Like they're in here doing narcissistic abuse to me, covert abuse, because somebody put up to do it. What do I suspect? I do believe that it's gonna be some kind of thing. It's certainly gonna be delusions, okay? They're deceived. Either deceived by truth being withheld from them, and or by active lies being told to them. Okay. Like for example, it's hey, okay, you're gonna start taking orders to push this guy's buttons in his own home, and if someone goes, but wait a minute, what if the guy gets angry and starts fighting us physically or me physically? You don't have to worry about that. He would never do that. Okay, we got a control of him. He's scared of this, or he couldn't harm a fly. If he wanted to, he still couldn't, or something like this. Okay, there's got to be some kind of lie, understand? And it's like the whatever. So here's the point. Yeah. So now on the topic of that, let's talk into general boundary pushing and like strange behavior. The type of behavior got me to think that the caregiving staff had been put up to target me before. I'm not saying which one, if this the past or recurrent one or both, or which person or something like this. Was a temp or whoever, man or woman. But I've had it happen that caregiving staff go and just it's like, first of all, baseline, it's like it's rude, disrespectful to touch strangers while talking to them. Okay? I don't have to, let's go and find the right narc abuse channel or somebody teaching on boundaries and what is acceptable. And toxic people generally don't respect other people's personal space and are known to invade it. And improper touching is common with narcissists or something like this. I don't have to go to this. It should be a normal person also. It's like, if you're talking to strangers, you have a professional relationship, platonic, whatever, you don't just suddenly, like, I'm talking to the person, just pat him on the shoulder. You don't do that. Okay? If you're in a relationship with a buddy and you hang out together, watching sports, it's like, yeah, we won again, buddy, like high five, buddy. You get that point relationship, but that's been normalized volitionally on both parts, where it's like the relationship gets to the point where you hug each other, or high five, or shake hand, whatever the thing is. Okay? So, having been touched by LSS caregiving staff, where they're in here and they suddenly like touch me, that's inappropriate. It's especially inappropriate, me being autistic and then being a caregiver, got the job to work on an autistic person. Because it's like commonly known that autistic people hate physical touch, especially if unexpected, especially by like strangers. Okay. So a lot of behavior that I've seen in caregiving staff that have hurt me, they get me to be like, these people are messing with me, and they go call the guy, he's a mentally impaired person, he thinks that we're messing with him. Okay, needs to be in a cycle. Okay, guess what? It's feeding, if somebody would like Google how to push an autistic person's boundaries, like ask AI, like statistically, if a person is autistic, what are they likely to hate me doing around them or something like this? That's what the behavior would match. And I had another person stand and stare at me like this. Where it's like, there's a schematic on the fridge, and we're talking about, it's like, oh yeah, they brought me a new paper recently about the new schedule. And I go, it's like, oh, so it's this day and Monday. And then I see this woman is standing there, like eyeballing me, like bug-eyed, like as if it's like somebody told it to be like, seek eye contact, lock on. It's like understand. Like somebody told them to stare down with me or something like this. It was like, it's like intently like looking for eye contact and like understand and don't breaking eye contact. Little things like this. Another thing is, it's like, oh, Mike hates people telling him what to do, commanding language, and it's a pet peeve. He's been crashing out, losing his mind on his YouTube channel, and let people know I hate people coming in by commanding language. Okay, people come in, do push-ups. It's like, here we go again. You're getting blocked. I don't like people coming into my chat, writing as if they're my boss or my daddy. You don't get to tell me what to do. I'm not in the army. You're not my real sergeant, okay? And I have to explain to people how this is not normal to communicate to strangers this way. Do this, okay? And I even like, what do I call it? Yeah, okay, commanding language. I don't like that. It's like, oh, narcissistic abuse is in my chat. After I say I really hate that, there's more of that behavior now, okay? And be like, shut up, or something like this. Stop talking, or something like this. Turn off your live stream. It's like double down. Like, there's more of that type of commanding language after I say I hate it. Oh, what would they have with caregiving staff? Or like, almost like it's plotted to be like somebody told them, be like, find a way to speak in commanding language around them. It'd be like, if it's small talk while you're cleaning together, I go like, I gotta move these bean cans from this I'm moving cans off the desk or like the countertop to the windowsill so I can get the surface uncovered so I can like wipe it down as part of the cleaning. And it's like, oh, you like beans? They ask me something like this. And I go, yeah. Mix it with garlic and do hummus. Try it or something like this. And it's not less than a week ago that I'm like, don't talk to me like this. I don't like people going, do this. If you want to suggest something, you write in suggestion format. Maybe you would like this or something like this. I could recommend. Understand? So it's like there's so many like subtle, it fits narcissistic dogma abuse, covert abuse, where it's things where I feel consistently my buttons being pushed every time they're here, okay? And a lot of things would be things I've talked on my YouTube channel I hate people doing around me, okay? But if I talk about in YouTube videos, it's like the same people, looks like Darvo. What this guy is saying, we're messing with him, like out to get him. He's paranoid and crazy, you need to get him in a psych ward. And the SWAT team shows up, the scrubbing water, and they take him to the psych ward. Here's another thing. After I came home from the psych ward, and it's like, goodbye. Now, you guys here, I'm gonna go to the kitchen. So you're gonna have to hear the, at the distance, and it's like the mainstream now is the phone, okay? So you can switch to the phone stream if you wanna hear better than what you can hear from a distance. So, let's talk a little bit about the psych ward, okay? So, speak about psych ward. After coming home from the psych ward, it's like there's so minor benefits, positive side effects of the negative experience of being put in a psych ward against my will, and everything else. One of them is I've been accused by people when especially if I'm a person who's a whistleblower. There's a conspiracy called gang stalking of told individuals. I'm told with it. And it doesn't take long in the stream like that for someone because this guy's a method, smoking crack. Nobody's out to get you. And it can be, it's sort of perception management. It doesn't have to be, hey everybody, I wanted to look at this guy as a drug addict so that you will not believe their testimony. Please do it. No, it could just be stop smoking meth. And then just some people showing up saying this guy's a crazy meth head. They know that there's some people can be flavored in the perception of me because there's paid fake opinions. People say this guy's on drugs. They might have some people that feel more like they perceive as maybe this guy's a drug. I just put people in the chat saying I'm on drugs. Okay. So something that's been happening consistently, and I do believe, okay, that if I would go back and look at records of, meaning it's like my Rumble streams, YouTube streams, the 48 hours leading up, or 72 hours leading up to the SWAT team showing up while I'm live on Rumble and I've been taken to psych ward. I'm 90+% sure that there would be in those 2 hours one or more people coming to my chat accuse me of being on meth. You're on meth, start smoking crack. This guy's a meth head, start smoking crack. You're on crack right now, or something like this. As I'm talking about gang stalking or just exercising. So I've talked about this before. Some, it's like this division, okay, which is part of teaching and understanding things. So once again, I'm not generally marked that my behavior is not like that of an irrational paranoid person that is interpreting everything as targeting. Because that would be like if you're a paranoid schizophrenic, it's like who's falsely believing that you're targeted by a conspiracy. It might be like there's a bird that lands on the windowsill because the government technology is controlling birds to arrest and stuff like this. And if there's a wind gust, the government technology is changing the weather around and stuff like this. It's like everything is falsely interpreted as being rooted to this conspiratorial delusion that you have or something like this. Whereas a person who's not crazy but truly told with a conspiracy might go, yeah, some people show up in my chat harassing me, or flying monkeys get put up to target me in my chat. They get sent here, cyberstalkers to target me. But then there's other people that are not part of that conspiracy. And they're just an internet hater that's insecure, pathological, antisocial, low self-esteem, they're unhappy with their physique, they may be fat, and they see a guy who's ripped with a six-pack exercising on YouTube be like, you suck, Mike, because they get triggered. Okay? So you're gonna have around being haters. So anyway, that's the point. I'm not saying that every time that somebody comes and say I'm on drugs, they're a government agent that's doing perception management and working to hurt my credibility. They got put up to say I'm on drugs to hurt my credibility because I'm a whistleblower. Not every person, but some of them are. And here's another thing. What is the intention? Analyzing it. Why? What is the intention of at least some of these accusations. When people come to my chat accusing me of drugs, meth, or crack, it's to falsely attribute my rare degree of athleticism, energy, and stamina, which is a value, see. A rare, admirable value, a man who's really athletic and vigorous and virile and strong and fast and energetic, see. So it's narcissist evaluation by false attribution. It's narcissist evaluation via false attribution. So the person is exhibiting a rare quality of being energetic, commonly correlated with good health is high energy. The opposite of being sick and tired, okay? So the person has this quality of being really energetic and having more stamina and energy and athletic performance, like how long marathon live stream, they can be live streaming for many, many hours. It's like rare. Some people show up, they're not hate school. I don't understand, Mike, how you can be live streaming hours per day. There was a guy called David who showed up in my chat. He ended up getting blocked eventually. But he's like, I don't get it. Like how it's like he exhibited, he found it hard to believe. I was incredible. It's like it's like I don't understand how you can do it, Mike. It's like, do what? Be live streaming like 12 hours a day. It's like I showed up, you were live this morning, I come back after sleeping and you're still live, okay? And I go, yeah, well, thanks, I think that's a compliment. He didn't say, I think you're live, something like this. He just goes, it's like, it's hard to believe how energetic you are, something like this. So, anyway. Let's deal with that tactic. So I'm not told individual. There's people showing up saying Mike's on drugs. And that's been a pattern. There's not going to be 72 hours if I go live, which I do daily, with an open chat, that it won't be one or more people coming saying that I'm on drugs. Insinuating or stating or asking. Okay? Weaponized communication, which could be like a way to insinuate this guy's on drugs could be how much drugs do you do? Or something like this. Or are you on drugs? Fake concern. Or it could be like, are you on drugs? Could be a way to be like, insinuate, I think this guy's on drugs. So what is the point? So people are showing up in one way or another, more or less obviously, accusing me on drugs. What is the intended outcome? And what is the source? Some of these people are government gangstalkers, cyber stalkers. Some of them, okay, yeah, some of them are government gangstalkers, cyber stalking agents. They are part of a conspiracy that revolves around me, you understand? So the conspiracy is only experienced by me as I wake up, and when I go to bed, the conspiracy stops. Meaning, as experiencing it. So the conspiracy revolves around me, you understand? I wake up in the morning, the conspiracy is telling me, I go to bed, and it's, yeah, I'm being facetious. So it's like, I'm waiting for it, Mike, you're a narcissist, you have a magnified sense of self-worth and importance, you think you're so important that people will do all these things to mess with you. Yeah, because since I'm not discreditable easily as a paranoid schizophrenic, because I'm not reporting experiencing auditory and or visual hallucinations, and a lot of times a paranoid schizo won't report them as, I'm having auditory hallucinations. Okay, I have a brain problem. I think that I hear voices, but no. They'd be like, there are beings talking to me. Okay, they're not gonna be like, hey doc, I got a problem. Okay, I'm something's wrong with my brain, and I'm hearing voices in the room, and obviously there's nobody in there, so there's something wrong with my brain, doc. Can you help me out? No, it'd be like, there are demons stalking me, talking to me. Okay, and I can tell you're working for them or something. This is like real superiority, like manifesting this way. Okay, so here's the point. So since I'm not easily discreditable as a whistleblower, speak about a conspiracy targeting me, as a schizophrenic, because I'm not saying I got a brain chip implant. I don't claim that I hear voices or see things, okay? And nothing I'm saying is like magical. It's like I'm a target of harassment by reptilian shapeshifters or something like this. There's nothing that's like a magical, supernatural component or anything that's like clearly irrational, okay? Can't be true. And you're believing it firmly. That's a delusion, okay? No. So since they can't easily discredit me as a paranoid schizo, people like me, and you learn if you're a tornado, if you're not a person, a tornado, who's like, maybe I'm taught with brain reading machines, They'll have to describe it as a narcissist is another. So it's like, oh, you think it's so important that there will be several people that are having a job to harass you, okay? You think you're so important or something like this. When as a matter of fact, what is the way to counter that? You don't have to be important. Is it true that targets are people that might be more important than the average Joe? And that's part of why they end up being targeted. Yeah, that's possible. Now, it's also possible that you're less important than the average person, less influential, less important. But the person that picked you as a target is important. If your grandfather is a Freemason, and you go, fuck you, grandpa, I'm going to resist your control freak behavior, try to micromanage my life and tell me who I'm going to marry and things like this, Freemason grandpa, fuck you, I'm going to marry what I like. Okay? And then grandpa goes to his Freemason buddies and be like, I want this guy targeted. And then you become, is it possible that you can be targeted for a petty reason? By a narcissist getting a narcissistic injury, but you simply resisting their attempts to control you? Yeah, quite possibly. Now, I would suspect that it's not that simple. It's like if somebody's a Freemason, to a certain degree, they can just go, I want this guy to video. There might be like a committee where it's like, somebody's a Freemason has been wronged by a person, and they go, I want this guy to be a target in the secret program, okay? White glove treatment, silent dagger, whatever you call it. And then it might not be, okay, since you asked for what we're going to do, it might be like, is the person targetable for this gangstalker program? Are they isolated? Or do they have a big social support system? What is their financial level? How vulnerable are they? See, like, can we target them? Like, are they targetable? See, what is their credibility like? As if somebody's like puts you up as I want this guy targeted, and you're diagnosed as a paranoid schizophrenic or bipolar or anything like that, that might help to be like, yeah, it's easier to dismiss the person's testimony if they start saying that they're targeted with something, if they're diagnosed as a schizo of some sort or something like this. So that's another different angle, like a rabbit hole. Or the paranoid schizophrenics that are targeted. Okay? It's possible. I mean, I guess that would be the dream target. Like, if you for some reason wanted to target people as gang stalking, a safer target would be somebody who's diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenic. Do you understand? So I'm not saying that it's like, if somebody's a paranoid schizophrenic claim to be targeted 100%, they're not being targeted. But here's the point. So, where's I going with this? Yeah, one of the positives that came out of this negative experience of being a torn video is I've had attempts to describe it as a paranoid, as a drug addict, something like this. So some of the people that come saying I'm on drugs in my chat, they're doing it as narcissistic violation. Because a lot of times the pattern is, I don't want to make a video speaking truth about conspiracy. I'm a gangster target video. I'm targeted with a program. And what am I doing? I'm a whistleblower about a state conspiracy in Sweden. And what I've been saying is part of gang stalking is cyber stalking. So people are fly marks in real life stalking me for the program. And there's people that show up attacking me for the program in my chat if it's open. And if I was right in what I was saying, that wouldn't contradict, like, oh, the guy is out whistleblowing, I'm a target of gang stalking, here's what's happening to me in Sweden. People show up, this guy's on drugs, what's that working to discredit you? So some of the people that come and say that I'm on drugs in my chat, it's like the pattern is either I'm speaking about conspiracies, a lot of times it's like statistically, I'm more likely to have people say I'm on drugs if I go, I'm the target of a secret punk or gang stalking, start smoking crack or something like this in the chat. Some of these people can be one of the male trolls. I think it's funny to say people are crazy and push people's buttons. Some of them are going to be cyber stalkers that are sent, go to his chat and write, you're crazy. Because he's out here speaking about a conspiracy going on in Sweden. What is the other, like, statistical, more likely, like, statistically, it happens more frequently when somebody comes in and accuses me on drugs when I'm exercising. So it's like if I've been live for 3 hours training boxing, and it's not effective training time really like 3 hours. It's not like 3 hours like a Guinness. I don't feel like a Guinness World Book record. So I'm gonna train for 3 hours, and I'm gonna start throwing punches and I count, and I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna do this for 3 hours. No, it's like I end up training. Let's train, and as I start that micro, it's like maybe I'll do like 3 minutes, and then I end up doing 3 minutes. And I take a break and talk, walk around, go have a smoke, and I end up getting back into training again. And it ends up being a 3 hour training stream. And maybe there's a total 30 minutes of standing from the dummy doing martial arts techniques. Okay, that's the point. So, most frequently, if people come and say, I'm not bragging about challenges, I don't want to talk about conspiracy truth or training. So, when I'm exercising, what is that? Well, because I'm exhibiting like a really good athletic system. Maybe it's the speed, the stamina, the speed, the power to be a hit some math. So it's the evaluation of this value of being really athletic, fast, energetic, whatever everything is. Punching power, speed, movement, speed, stamina, endurance. There's a it's above average, it's a positive. So we have to devalue and force attribute to math. So if Mike is having stamina, like training hard for a long time, most people couldn't match this workout. You gotta say this guy's on meth. To go, oh yeah, it's like he's a meth, so that's why he's really energetic, something like this. So here's the point. One of the positives that came out of experience of going to psych ward is I got tested. So if I would go and look 72 hours, I mean if I would do a Google takeout, okay, and I get all the records from YouTube channel, like Chan and stuff, and I could look at the logs, I wouldn't be surprised. I would bet on the fact that the 72 hours, like if you go to the moment where I got taken by the cops to the psych ward, then there's 72 hours back, it's gonna happen at least once somebody was in my chat, because I'm live every day for hours. You're on crack, stop smoking meth, this guy's a crackhead, insinuating, accusing me clearly, explicitly, not explicitly, of being on drugs. But when suddenly the cops show up, take the psych ward, and first order of business are in the psych ward is it's like after I've been admitted to the psych ward, there's a doctor who comes out and says, we need you to leave a urine test. And I go, all right. I'm not gonna be like, fuck you, I'm not doing this. It's whatever. It's his circumstance where it's like, whatever. So it's like, okay. So like, okay. And it's like, I go in the bathroom. It's like, can I close the door? And they go, no. It's like, well, I have to look at you. So it's like, they had the door cracked. And it's like, you gotta have to pee. Now, I kind of get used to it. It's one of the things where the first time, if you had to leave a supervised urine test, you might have like a hard time to do it. Because like you're self-conscious, like you're, to go number one in front of an audience the first time you do that, a common like statistical part might have is like having a hard time making yourself release liquid. Okay, but if it's been like 10 times or something like this, it's like a human being can get used to pretty much anything and desensitized to a lot of things. Okay, like public speaking, for example, public pissing in front of an audience. The first time you're like called to do that, you might find it hard to do, but the more times it happens, you can kind of get used to it, and there's less of excitement. Now you can also flip the other way. We can become sensitized, because like you get fed up and it gets worse and worse. That's the point. So one of the benefits of being taken to a psych ward, I do believe, if I go check the logs, if like the 72 hours before we take to a psych ward, it's going to happen at least once that somebody was accused of being on drugs in my chat. But when I get surprised taken to a psych ward, pissing in a cup, there's no signs of drugs in my system. And after I come home and do like a live stream, it wasn't like the day after, but after a while, it's like screenshot my medical records and show, hey, to all you that's been accused of being on drugs all this time, look at this test, negative, 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 no signs of drugs in the system. Why did you doctor test? Clearly altered. So they don't even accept it, see. If you give them proof, they will not accept the proof. And what I go to clear the doctor, I had blacked out the doctor's name and then a text box that is irrelevant and personal TMI, which could be something like maybe if they're part of a medical exam, if they talk about if I have B or not, there could be something that doesn't even have to be safe for. But a text box is part like the part was like something that I blurred out that was irrelevant too personal or just irrelevant, and the doctor's name, okay? It's like, you're clearly doctored. Why did you fake your drug test, Mike? I could go pull up right now and show you live if I wanted to. But it's like, I'm not now. So anyways, the point. So here's the thing. Yeah, so I've even played around with the idea. Okay, I've even played around with the idea because it's gotten to a point where it's not just about I don't like people falsely accusing me on drugs, but it's also I am a whistleblower. So I don't like this like sophisticated efforts to attack my credibility. And one of the many ways is to accuse me on drugs. I've actually played around with the idea a few times. To be like, maybe next time I see a social worker, which is part of now and then as an autistic person with a disability and a caregiving firm and everything, is you're gonna see there's gonna be not a year without seeing a psychologist and social. It could be like, how are things going? Okay, like type of stuff. To be like, hey, I guess I could float it. They'd be like, do you have some kind of program? I, I get harassed on the internet, and there's rumors people are saying I'm on drugs, and it's really irking me. Do you have some kind of program where I can volunteer drug testing somebody come to my house and nurse something once a week and I piss in a cup and you go and test it and then give me the papers. I can every week on YouTube, this week's test results, negative, negative, negative. Okay. Now, if I did, they'd still be like, you're doctoring the results. It's clearly doctored. And if I would be like, the nurse's name, if I would go like, black that out because I don't want to dox the nurse that lives in this city and does the work on me to like take a drug test. They'd be like, Mike, you edited the videos, clearly fake drug tests or something like that, okay? So they still wouldn't accept it. So anyway, here's the point. Yeah, so one of few positive things that came out of being put in the psych ward is at least I got a quality proof that I'm not a drug addict. Because that event took me by surprise. I was live streaming, suddenly I get a text, there's a doctor and cops outside want to talk to you. We're here from the government, we want to help you, we're worried about you. We want to know how we're worried about your mental health. We want to talk about how you're feeling right now, okay? See? And yeah, sounds great, okay. Where's my weapon? That's a joke. Okay, that's what it's like. That's a joke. It's like, well, here's the point. Okay. It's like, yeah, sure, okay. That's a great idea for me to poop. Oh, where's my knife? So here's the point. So it's like, that's a joke. So here's the point. I'm out here on my back smoking drugs again. It's tobacco, okay? I recently got a bottle of tablets in a drugstore, okay? What type of tablets? Caffeine tablets, eh? Okay? So anyways, the point. Oh, I'm supposed to tip the runners this shit, be like, have a version. So, oh, this is about it. People say I'm on drugs. The word drugs now is just making me stress just hearing it because so here's the point. Yeah, so I don't do drugs, okay? I don't use illicit drugs. The only drugs that I use, tobacco, meaning nicotine, I count as a drug because it's a substance that's psychoactive. If I research nicotine, I guess it would say that it changes your mind, how you feel to some extent. So it has psychoactive, whatever the terms would be, like it changes how you're like caffeine, okay? If you coffee, it makes you feel and think differently possible, okay? So anyway, I count caffeine as a drug and nicotine as a drug. I smoke cigarettes, tobacco, and I drink coffee. So there's two drugs I use, caffeine and nicotine. nicotine. And they're not illegal drugs, okay? But no illicit drugs. So anyway, here's the point. So which means if they would have tested me for caffeine, nicotine in the drug test, I would have tested positive for it. Okay. The guy's confirmed to be a coffee addict. So anyway, another thing is, God damn it, that's God with a drop of tea. If you're first, you watch this. Touch not take the name of the Lord. I said God. Damn it. G-O-T-T. Got. With 2 T's. Damn it. D-A-M-M-I-T. Like a dam. Like the huvuddam. God damn it. Okay? It doesn't count. Unless you call God, like your God is God. Okay? Yeah, so here's the point. I got put in the psych ward for being a whistleblower, target of persecution, a Christian taught individual, targeted with gang stalking, which is a persecution program. And I'm still processing that event, being a person that has introspection, extrospection, meaning I have a certain degree, workup degree of self-awareness, which means I had a nightmare, okay, which is common with people that have trauma, CPTSD, PTSD, are more likely to have night terrors or nightmares. So I had a nightmare, and I analyzed it, where it's like, Jung, okay, he'd love to talk to me. But it's like, here's the point, it's subconscious and things like this. So I had a nightmare where, and I've had the same type of format nightmare before, where I'm in a powerless situation and there's predatory intelligence around me, numerically superior, okay? So I'm in some kind of circumstance where I'm alone and there's a number of evil people or creatures around me. And I end up in a situation where I'm powerless and I can't fight back, okay? And then I called on Jesus, like, Jesus help me, and I wake up. And it's like sometimes I wake up and as I'm coming conscious, like as I come to conscious, like I hear myself, Jesus help me, and I just heard myself say that. It's like, oh, I just woke up dreaming. Do you understand? So that's important. Which, if I'm going to analyze that, it's like, oh yeah, that's my subconscious mind processing the trauma of being in a situation where you're seemingly powerless and you're surrounded by several people that are predatory out to get you, and you're not really able to. So it's like that's the subconscious mind replaying the trauma and work to process it. Where it's like, if you get put in a psych ward and you're like, they're gonna murder me in here quite possibly and like Epstein me, okay? And I can't just go let me out or something like this. And then that's a trauma that I had. And then after coming home from the psych, I have dreams, it's like I'm in a house and it's like vampires and they're like a vampire movie. It's like I end up going to an old school house is the dream. And there's like people hanging out like a house party or something. It's like an old school mansion, like Resident Evil, something like this type of house. And then suddenly like these people are turning really evil, understand? It's like from being kind of normal people hanging out, like the eyes turns red, they go like vampire fangs, and it's like they're all coming from us, something like this. And I'm like, I can't do something. And it's like, Jesus help me, and I wake up. So it's like kind of like a format dream. It'd be like if your dream is you're in the Blair Witch movie and you end up in the basement, you can hear the witch coming, and you can't get out of this room because it's a dead end or something like this. And so it's like possibly my subconscious mind is processing the traumatic event. Okay. So what's the point? Where's I going with this? Yeah, that is an interesting anecdote. And that's actually a quite common dream. It'd be like, a lot of times if you have nightmares, it part of it is an element of powerlessness, coupled with danger. Being in danger while being unable to remediate the situation and get out of danger. Yeah. Meaning, like a dream was like dreaming you're in a gunfight, and then your gun starts jamming and clicking, and the other guy is still firing bullets at you, and you click, 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 and you can't fire the gun. You try to clear the jam, you can't clear the jam or something like this. And this type of general type of dream is quite common that people have. Understand? It's like they're in a fight with a werewolf, and then for some reason the punches are in slow motion or something like this. But the werewolf is moving fast, but your punches are like as in slow motion, so the werewolf is dodging everything very easily because for some reason you're moving in slow motion fighting the werewolf like this. Okay. See? So it's like, yeah. Anyways, the point. Now here's the difference. In real life, I'm not powerless. If I have a person here bullying me, I have the power to hurt you physically and end your life, understand, quite possibly. I have a 90% certainty to be able to end your life if you're in here and I decide to end your life. I just, like flying a plane, understand. If you're in here and I decide to harm you, you're going to be hurt physically. And it's just a matter of degrees of how hurt you end up being, understand. And the deepest level hurt is you losing your life in here, or in an ambulance on the way from here. Okay, I'm not threatening this. I'm not breaking the law right now. I'm saying if a person would come into my house and start bullying me, if I would decide to go, I'm gonna fight the bully physically. And I'm not saying that would be legal that I'm planning to or threatening to, but as a hypothetical, if a person was in here and I bully me, and I go, I'm gonna fight the guy. I'm going to connect with him before he leaves. And if I connect with one thing, that will cause damage to his body. And it'll be a matter of degrees of how much damage one attack landing will do something to him. And if there's many attacks landing, do you understand? So it's just a matter of degrees. And it's more accurate to say that. I mean, if I would go, if I was bullying here and decided I want to hurt the bully, to go and I would have no chance 100%. I wouldn't have a chance to hurt him if I wanted to, versus choosing the other extreme. If I want to hurt a bully 100%, I'll be able to hurt him. It would be more accurate to pick 100% I would be able to. So anyway, it's a point. And I'm not threatening it, okay? But I'm saying it's a hypothetical. In real life, I have agency. I have volition. And other people don't control my free will. So I decide how comfortable, even low, put the ball lower, be even more cautious and like with the looking at like being accurate. I decide how comfortable people get to be being in here bullying me. I mean, if somebody's in here bullying me, I can be like, act like nothing's happening and I kind of ignore it. Or I can go, fuck you, bitch, and they might be like, start having fight-flight activation because they're in the, and this more or less without free will, see. Do you understand? If Richard Grannon was in here right now, and he goes, Mike, you're fucking ugly and a retard, and I go, what's up? Fuck you, bitch, what's up, okay? That might trigger even in him that's got all the psychotic fight-flight mode. Where his reptilian brain go, initiate fight-flight mode, more cortisol, adrenaline, increased heart rate, okay? Get ready to fight because you're in a fight now. There's a human in the room start to be aggressive with you, okay? And start feeling a certain way. Understand? So I can control how comfortable you get to be in it. Because if you're like, oh, I enjoy sadistically, I'm having a good time pushing this guy around. If you go, yeah, we're gonna fight, bitch, that might make him feel less comfortable. There's a lot of cortisol flooding his bloodstream all of a sudden. I think if that make you feel less comfortable. Understand? Kind of like I feel like sometimes if I'm in a live stream, outside walking, I'm kind of relaxed and I'm cracking jokes and there's a cop gonna show up and I feel like my heart skip and my breathing's not going heavy and it's like and I start feeling nervous and anxious, and sometimes I start getting angry, and sometimes it's more like just anxious. Okay, see, so they could control how comfortable I get to feel being outside. And I could go, no, I'm a tough guy. They have no input. No, they could control the cops if I feel comfortable outside or not to some extent. But if they show up in a car, I'm likely to start feeling more uncomfortable than before the cops showed up. Not because I'm doing something illegal, but because these are people that have had a lot of negative traumatic experiences with before. And they have shown me that they can't be trusted, and I've seen them act in ways that look like they might expose vulnerabilities to harm me. Okay? See? So, anyway, yeah, so I don't have to break the law to teach the truth. Understand? It's like if I want to teach on bullying and like how that's dangerous, I don't have to break the law or threaten to hurt somebody. I could just tell, like, I believe that if somebody's in here with me and they start bullying me, I decide if they get to feel comfortable and safe doing that. Okay? Yeah. Yes, that's the point. Yeah, so speaking of bullying, you know what really grinds my gears? People being in the room bullying me in here. Okay? Not as an example, but in real life, okay? Not in an analogous manner, but for real, for real. My name is not Nico. Now I've gotten to a point where I'm kind of done with the thing, and it's like I have a morbid curiosity, like the cat, and I'm gonna look in the chat and see what people have been writing. Oh, and somebody writes, happy to see you sober today. Yeah, sort of gaslighting, because Mike is really sober, see. Notice how, oh, but Mike's paranoid, because he says that he has the ability to work with real psychology understanding and abusive people, narcissistic abuse and devaluation. So here we have a person. Mike has a rare value of having not had a drop of alcohol for 10 months. He is not a sugar addict as the average person, and he's really non-addicty, contrast average person. He's got two addictions, nicotine and caffeine. Whereas the average person, man, is a porn addict, sugar addict, and drink alcohol on the regular. So, Mike has a rare value of being stone cold sober, not having a drop of alcohol for 10 months. And he's not a sugar addict. So it's good to see you sober today. Okay. I haven't had a drop of alcohol for more than 10 months. Okay. I think that's rare. I think the average Christian has alcohol. And alcohol, if that's a beer, 3.5% or something like this. Or a glass of wine after dinner, 12% glass of wine now and then. I think it's more or less rare for a Christian to have had 10 months of not a drop of alcohol like I had. And if you're Dennis Roxer, a narcissistic abuser, you'll be doing public humiliation rituals and work to subtly insinuate reference Mike's recent uploads and be like, it's like Alcoholics Anonymous or something like this, and they're lying, insinuating subtly Mike's lying when he says he hadn't had drop of alcohol for 10 months. And things like this. So, yeah, it's like Dula Bible Church is one of these churches that participate in the targeting. That also gets people to be flying monkeys talking in real life. And I want you to know this too, that Dula Bible Church has insinuated that people are in the room with me over here in Sweden bullying me, or doing their dirty work, see. So it's like, it's coercive control. But I make a video called them out. Do the Bible Church one of these gang stalking churches. And then the next time I look at live stream, it's like the insinuate, it's like people around you in real life, it's like punishing you, see. It's like if I make a video calling out Poochie Jones as a shell sellout, and he's a black man who's part of the Bible Church, they'll get like a flying monkey to tell me who's black in here, and it's the behavior will be like, for Poochie Jones, what you've been saying about him, he'll be calling out as a puppet or something like this. So it's like, here's a flying monkey, they'll be targeting you because this is part of the targeting, understand? The coercive control. But if I talk about do the Bible Church, they will be like, yeah, we're gonna have flying monkeys of there in Sweden that will be in the room with you, target you because of what you've been saying about us in your videos. That's tyranny. It's like freedom of speech. These guys are fucking scumbags, but we're gonna have the gang stalkers, some of them target. Okay, so you're playing with human lives of lost people that are standing 7 steps from hell, understand, Christian pastor. You're gambling with narcissists, put other people in harm's way. So you're gambling with other human beings' lives. Lost people, pastor, who's supposed to be about lost souls getting saved, okay? And you're working to provoke a person, be like, getting these people, it's like you're gambling because, why? Because if you go like, yeah, the people around you, they're flying monkeys, maybe I lose my interest in preaching the gospel to those people. Because, oh yeah, the flying monkeys, they're like, part of what they're doing for the program is picking on me as like punishment for me calling out a deep state puppet church as a deep state puppet church. Okay? Which makes it more likely I won't be like, I don't feel like preaching the gospel to this person. Understand? Which means they're less likely to get saved then. Okay, and receive eternal life. I'm not an idiot. So whatever, here's the point. Back to what I was saying. Hold on. What a delightful afternoon. I'm gonna. I do reference jokes sometimes. We're gonna finish after. So whatever, here's the point. Oh, but I digress, my niche. Okay. Yeah, so it's another one, okay? I told you, just chill to the next episode. Here's the next episode. It's like when I go live on YouTube, and it's like the mics are live, another episode, it's 3 more ways than one at a time, I said. So if I have like another episode on my YouTube channel, like another podcast episode, sometimes it's an episode in more ways than one, understand? Another bout of low level insanity, okay? Like just I'm admitting to just a little bit of insanity. Okay, just a hint, a little bit, intermittently, of a reactive nature. Okay, meaning it's like if you're really gonna be like accurate, if you're sleep deprived, an emotional flashback, okay, and you're triggered as hell, and you're a multi-year total narcissistic abuse with autism, and you're sleep deprived and you've been harassed extra much recently, and you go live talk about things that are triggering subject matter, like thinking and talk about being taken into a and it's because people were doing double, and you're kind of losing it a little bit. Is that like as sane as when you're calm, cool, collected in a non-reactive state, non-triggered, or are you a little bit more insane than baseline normal consciousness? I'd say a little bit more insane. But insane doesn't mean mental ill, crazy, and what you're saying is happening is not happening. But just being super angry is an insanity state, I would say. Meaning if you get super angry, right or wrong, you are a little bit insane. Okay? So it's like if you're calm, cool, collected, composed, and then you get triggered, and it's like road rage over this. You're driving a car, and it's like you're calm and you're thinking about things. You're rational. You're not hyper-realized. On the way to work, there's a guy who's like drives in front of you, and you start being like ah, or you start like, if you look at yourself from the outside perspective, you look like a crazy person. See, a person who's like a therapist, who's like an example of keeping it together in public, something like this, which is not necessarily true, statistically. But let's say, and it's like they know everybody. It's like this person is like always calm, cool, composed. They're not freaking out, acting out, losing it ever. It's like they're known to be like a pillar, like a rock in the storm type of person. Is always calm and stoic or something like this. And then you catch them in road rage, and it's like in traffic, and they're mad, they're late for work. They got a psychiatry patient, and on the way to work, and the rare day was like they're like ah, okay. It's like they're on the way to work. They got to see a patient. It's their first time. It's like important that they don't show up late on the first appointment of this guy, the new patient of this. And it's like perfect storm. Somebody drives in front of them. They had bad sleep the night leading up to this. They got like 4 hours of sleep, and they overslept a little bit. So they're already in a rush, and then somebody gets in front of them, and they're like ah, ah, or something like this. Okay, it's like if you look at a video of that, that looks like a crazy person. Okay, so now does that mean crazy is not limited used to a paranoid schizophrenic that believes things that are not real consistently? That is the only type of insanity that exists in this world. No, okay. So if you actually have some understanding, so basically, here's another thing: the more you understand, the more cautious you can become in how you explain things. Because, for example, if I look at comment sections or people, like some kind of event, okay, somebody did something antisocial, they broke the law, they were violent, okay. Do you understand? It's like a news report. Guy crashes car into 7-Eleven or something like this. What a psychopath. This is common, you get comments. Okay? Or it's like somebody who's drunk and like punches a bouncer in the mouth. It's like, what a psychopath. Something like this. Okay? So a lot of people use psychopath, and I've known enough by looking at how people, Americans, use it in comment sections. So it's like, here's the behavior in the video, either talked about by an anchor or shown on CCTV, and people's comment is a psychopath. Okay, what a psychopath. It's like there's a lot of people that think that psychopath means like aggressive acting out person or something like this. Whereas a psychopath is more likely to be calm, cool, rational, and composed, and not act out. Okay? And be more like, oh, this crazy things going on, and I'm not freaking out about it. Okay, more likely than to be like, I'm crazy and killing people. Okay, it's like, it's a point. So it's like, what is the point? So yeah, it's like you want to be careful with like reactive inaccuracy, you could call it. Meaning, it's like I can talk about an example. So since I'm a total of gang stalking, since I'm a total of the Twilight something, since I'm a total of gang stalking, part of the targeting is like justification of the abuse. I'm the total of the abuse, and commonly correlating with abuse happening to somebody is the abusers justifying the abuse. Okay, yeah, do you understand? It's like bullies would tell, we're not bullying you. You just need to be humble. Okay, we're not narcissistic abusers working to abuse you and cause psychological harm to you. Okay, it's not what it is. Okay, I actually have like a file in my mind, like the movie. It's like, it's not what it is, it's what it's not. Okay, it's how abuse will communicate to you. Understand? It's like they're doing this to you. It's like they're working to hurt you psychologically, to cause psychological damage and like hurt your self-esteem. But if you go like, you're doing that to me, we're not doing that to you. We're doing this thing that we're not doing to you, and it's humbling you for your good, better good, for your good. Okay, we're helping you. Okay, you need to be humbled. So what we're doing is really helping you by abusing you psychologically. It's like we're doing good to you by abusing you, okay? It's good for you, okay? It's not what it is, it's what it's not. That's it. It is like you're gaslighting. I'm not gaslighting, I'm just telling you what reality is. See? Okay? It's like, Mike, you're a Nephilim shapeshifter. You're not a real human. I'm like, that's gaslighting. That is not gaslighting. I'm just telling you what the truth is or what it is. See, it's not what it is, it's what it's not. Okay? A lot of times it's like in regards to their behavior, if you tell them what they're doing. Like you call a spade a spade. That's gaslighting. That's minimization. See? That's narcissistic evaluation. It's not narcissistic evaluation. I'm just telling you the truth or something like this. Okay? So anyway, support. Yeah, so my point is this. Reactive inaccuracy. Okay? That came to the moment. So let's use that. Okay? I can use it. I can work with it. So, being a torn video, you have to be aware of reactive inaccuracy. Okay? Which means, if you're a torn video, the program will be going, you deserve what we're doing to you. You're a bad object. We're doing bad things to you, okay? We are hurting you, okay? We're doing things that are hurting you. But we're not bad. We justify them what we're doing. You deserve it. You're a bad person. It's not abuse, it's justice. See? It's not abuse, it's doing good, okay, see? It's not, okay, see? So if you're told a video will be faced with justification of the abuse by the program. With flying monkeys, sooner or later will convey the message that boils down to, it's like, we're not doing anything wrong. We're the good guys, okay? We're not doing something wrong by toning this way. Because the tone will be like, start talking about how to do something wrong, then the program, we're not doing something wrong. So a danger is getting over defensive, where a target might feel like, since the argument by the purpose is, because you're so bad, what we're doing to you is not bad, okay? It's not so bad. There can be a tendency, I gotta prove that I'm not bad to be able to say that what you're doing is bad. Because the problem, like, understand, it's like the back and forth. It's like if the target goes, you're evil perps. You're targeting me and the program come back, we're not doing evil. It's like you're an evil person, and what we're doing is not bad because you're such an evil person, like this. So there can be a tendency where reactively the target of the narcissistic, like the gang stalking, might go and say, I gotta prove how I'm not a bad person to make the argument that what they're doing is bad and wrong. Do you understand? So here's the thing. And it's kind of like another example of that, as Tornado, where you can have like a reactive sense. Meaning, if you're aware that there's an effort to discredit you as crazy, because you're a person speaking the truth about abuse that you're suffering. And you know that there's an effort to paint you as crazy and insane, and people saying this guy's nuts and crazy. And basically, it's like, what he's saying is not real, is what they're going for. So, they're not as concerned about people thinking you're crazy as being concerned that people don't believe your testimony, okay? And there's different ways to skin a cat. So it's a means to an end. Saying that you're crazy is a means to an end of having you not be believed when you speak the truth about what people are doing to you. Okay? Awareness is like a third of the bad, I would say. And if I talk about this, I'm aware that I'm giving the impression to some people that I'm arrogant. It's like, oh, he sounds like he thinks that he's more a success than I perceive him to be. Okay. But here's the point. Just being alive here talking to you right now is a success. And shows that I've been able to, like, I've been doing a good job dealing with the targeting. Just the fact that I'm alive here, able to talk to you and react to the targeting. You know, however I do. Here's another thing that I've actually got to as a point in time. Being my own therapist. Where there's been points in time where I've been too hard on myself. Where it's like I get into like, oh yeah, I haven't. It's like it's like some of the attempts of the program have succeeded. I fell into some traps, some pitfalls. It's like yesterday came into my chat as I was talking about something, work to trigger me, and I got triggered. Okay, it's like, do you understand? You might be a little bit too hard on yourself. They'd be like, I should have, or whatever. Could have, should have, would. It's a rabbit. Okay, hold on. Mr. Rabbit. Right by the flower. He's behind it. Now you can to the left of it, see? And also, if you're a person being accused of being a parent schizophrenic in your child, if you're saying that you're seeing something, it's extra important that you turn around and document it, understand? Because they're going to be saying that Mike is hallucinating. Here goes. Bro. Hey. Oh. Oh. Okay, yeah. Basically, I was trying to get him to freeze, to trigger freeze mode, you know? And get him to the freeze and maybe like stop, drop, look and listen. So I can zoom in and get him on camera. Sometimes if you make a sudden noise around an animal, even like a plane, like a deer, that's in flight mode more or less. They're on a head trigger, and they're moving and go, hey, okay, they go like this sometimes, and then you can get a shot at them with your camera, like you can. This video was shot on location in the park. So here's the point. Now, it's like hats off to the rabbit, okay? I get you next time, Mr. Rabbit. I get you next time. So, that might not be his first rodeo. So here's the point. The rabbit is he's in it, understand? He gets it. He's hyper realizing public on the regular. I feel like he's more labeled to me. Certain parts of my life, it's like my life experience is more similar to the neighborhood rabbit than the neighborhood human, I would say. Meaning, Mike's at a certain point in time, reliably, if he's out in public, would be hyper adrenalized, and having like a low threshold for like starter mode activation, understand? Like starter mode, and be like hyper scanning his environment and like very reactive to things going on, things like this. So in a lot of ways, the rabbit is similar. Now he was the issue is to the rabbit. I'm vague stimuli. It's like he has tunnel vision running. Okay, he's running from something and or to something. So I'm doing something in the environment that he's running through, understand? And he's not really concerned about what's that thing he's already on the move. So if he was sitting still there and eating, and I did, hey, he might go like, is that something I need to run from right now, okay? But he's already running, understand? So it doesn't really make a difference if he's reacting to my presence. Because it's the same thing. He's already running out of this neighborhood. So if he would like turn and stop and look, it doesn't make a difference. If there will be something that needs to run from, he's already running, understand? So there's no need to trigger flight in a creature already in flight, okay? So it's like I'm basically just something in the environment that he's filtering out, understand? He's focused on running, getting somewhere. And I'm just something in the environment he's running away from generally right now. So it's just like he's not too concerned. So what is the point? So what is the thing? sometimes I abduct some of these rabbits, get them in here, and I do therapy on them. Understand? And I strap it out to a chair, and I force them medicated and things like this. And they see how the response starts on 75 milligrams of caffeine over what. And I take notes like at 03:30 a.m. the rabbits administered 75 milligrams of caffeine over what, liquid form. And then I do the rounds. I come back 30 minutes later, and I take like observation notes. It's like the rabbit exhibits increased activity or something. Maybe like he's more like steaming. Okay, it's actually possibly he turned autistic from the past or something like this. Well, his more. I'm being facetious. I'm not doing this. Okay, these are things I'd be arrested for if I was doing that for real. And if I was doing it for real, I would be telling you about it in my YouTube live stream. So this like suffice to say I'm not doing it. So here's the point. Yeah, so I'm a total individual. My point is this. Since you're a total individual, psych, okay, the tests are back, you're the father. If you're watching this, okay, I hate to break it to you, understand? It's terminal, okay? Tests are back, you are a total individual, understand? It's like, oh, that's more than I bargained for. You started watching this live stream, you're a total individual, nobody, understand? And when you're down here with me, Georgie, you float too, okay? Okay? Does it float? It's like, am I a total individual? If I'm a total individual, will I float? Yes, Georgie, you will float, understand? And when you're down here with me, Georgie, you float too! Okay, whatever it's supposed. So amateur acting, check that box. I could go Mike Saha live, title change in post. I could go Mike Saha live, activism stream, whistleblowing, with live amateur acting segment or something like this. It wouldn't be a scam. It'd be a part of the live stream that has that in there. So, or if I would do a thumbnail and have like a feature check mark, be like a thumbnail, this is the picture, and I edit, I go like acting, livid rants, triggered moments, cussing, sounding violent without breaking the law. Something like this, okay? See, it's like rabbits spotted in the neighborhood or something like this, okay? It's like there's a lot of features. So anyways, the point. Some of the best products have some of the best unmarketed features, by the way. Everybody heard it first. But wait, there's more, okay? Here's what I thought. It was just the same, I'm talking about stuff. Now here's another thing. I'm gonna teach you what I thought about. Some of the best products in this world have unmarketed features. Some of the best products in this world have unmarketed features. Which means some of the worst products in the world have over-marketed features or marketing features that are like barely checking the box on a symbolic level having the feature that they have. Okay? Which be like supplements marketed as a weight loss supplement. For example, like fat burner catalyst 10,000 or something like this. It's like fat melt off 2,000 or something like this. It's like the marketing is like, wow, this supplement, they tell me it's gonna like melt my fat off my body. Understand? Okay. And if you look at the ingredients, it might be like cumin or something like 2 milligrams of cumin in there, and maybe some it's like 50 milligrams of magnesium or something like this. And it's like, which is, magnesium is good, but it's like sometimes some supplements, it's like they're over-marketed, where, okay, like terkestrol, scamtestrol, where does that scamtestrol? I mean, if you're into supplements, I've given him a fair shake, okay? I mean, I'm not gonna try to become a person I'm not. Be like, I'm mad at Greg Lissette right now. So I'm gonna say that all the supplements he sells suck because I'm angry at him. And okay, no, meaning if I feel like being kind to him, I might choose to not talk about the supplements I see on his website that I believe suck, and go like, well, he does have a supplement on there that it looks good to me, and it's not lying. See? You'd be like, okay, so whatever, do you understand? So there's ways to remain truthful and accurate while still augmenting your way of interacting with a person after they have switched their status from neutral agent to hostile. Okay, meaning you don't want to be a person who's like, oh, after this guy started pissing me off in his dreams, now it's like egg on my face because I was hyping up a lot or something like this. Because if you have integrity, it's like if you say something that is true. If Gregory said it's a scumbag, me saying that one of the values in his channel at least is warning people about doing roads or something like this. And that's not going to change. So anyway, here's the point. I'm a total individual, and there is a method to the madness, okay? But meth has no part of that method, understand? No part of the method recipe is meth, okay? Unlike what my haters will tell you. So there is a method to the madness, okay? Yeah. Oh, your precious organ. But it's a point. I'm being facetious. Or eating fishes if you're a hater. Here's another thing. Sometimes I like to get petty, just enjoy being in power. Because basically, sometimes the haters show up and I can tell they play some kind of a power game. Where it's like, shut up, Mike. So no, it's like oh, they're either trying to feel like they have control of my behavior, or acting as if they do. Okay. And then sometimes I get like petty where it rather just ignore them and block them like ghost blocking. I just go, person wrote, shut up, Mike. I'm gonna speak out a little bit more now, just to show that you don't really understand who's in charge. This is my live stream. Mike, talk lower. I'm not gonna talk lower. Do you understand? Just on purpose. And I feel like that really messes with them, which is part of the therapy, where reality is showing them that act like they are will lead to negative emotions inside themselves, if successful. Understand? A sense of like whatever, like lost control. It's like I'm a narcissistic person trying to get control of other human beings in a narcissistic way, which leads to losing control and having it become more clear that I do not have control of this human being or something like this. Possibly that could be part of cure now. Now we have a smell perfume here. We have the dog lady out there. And she got two big dogs. I guess you could call them big dogs. Yeah, kind of average. Let's call them average sized dogs. And one small dog. I'd call them average sized dog. A big dog would be a Kurdish Kangal. Yes, I'm defining my terms. It's an average sized German Shepherd and another dog. So I said large big dogs. Well, that's contrasted to one of the dogs that were really small. So an average sized German Shepherd, I'll call it a big dog. It's an average sized dog, normal sized dog. A big dog would be a Kurdish Kangal, or what's that, Dogo Argentino? Isn't that a big one? What are those called, those big dogs? Yeah, whatever. So here's the point. I'm a total individual, and there's a lot of weird games that people play. And here's another thing, part of my style. A lot of times I go live. And the reason I go live is because there's something that I felt like talking about. Like I saw something on YouTube and it's like, oh yeah, I saw Richard Grander's video. I feel like going live and talking about this and how it applies to gangstalking. And I go live and start doing that. And then I do that a little bit and I end up reacting to stimuli in my environment. Okay. Which could be comments or things going on in the neighborhood, or just thoughts coming to my mind as I'm live. Understand? That's the point. Yeah, so what I said before, I do control how comfortable people get to feel being in my home abusing me. Okay. And if I want to get super precise, I mean, could I come up with some fringe scenario, hypothetical, where I wouldn't be in control? Yeah. But we talk about like probability here, okay? Meaning the type of experience I've had before people in my home abusing me. If similar situations occur in the future, I would be in control of how comfortable they get to feel. How comfortable they get to feel being in the room after having bullied me. You can control your own behavior, but you cannot reliably control how people react to your behavior. Okay. Do you understand? Meaning, if and my subconscious mind put up an analogous, like an example I can use. I live in a neighborhood here. There are salesmen, okay, and I don't open the door for them. But here's the point: they're all salesmen. It's like they stand there like a vacuum cleaner guy who goes around with a vacuum cleaner. Goes through there, stand a vacuum cleaner here. Okay. Now, the art of salesmanship, if you look at that, the people are the best salesmen. They still can't go. It's like bet their house on they're gonna get a sale next time they knock the door, because they can control their behavior, but they're not in full control of how people respond to their behavior. Which means the art of salesmanship deals with getting better at controlling your behavior to have the outcomes that you're designed to have from your behavior. Which meaning it's like what behavior leads to the desired outcomes. It's like saying this in that way is more likely statistically to get the person to buy the product. But you can't reliably go, I had a method where every time I try to sell something, they buy it. See? Because then, do you understand? So, a salesman can choose to show up at somebody's door and ring the bell, but he can't control how people react to that activity. Because it's going to be some people go, get out of here, you scumbag, or something like this. And other people be like overjoyed, be like, wow, I'm glad you're here, okay. It might be a lonely grandma who's like, she's starved for social interaction. And she's like overjoyed that there's a human willing to interact with her in any way right now. And be like, talk about anything, okay. So this is type of stuff psychology that you have if people are isolated. Here's another thing, psychology. Talk about psychology. Here's an expected like outcome in humans. The more isolated people become, generally, the lower the standards become. So the more hungry a person is, starved, the lower the standards. Understand? The hungrier a person is, the standards what they're willing to eat. It's like hunger, what you're willing to eat, okay, are kind of equal like this, like two bars. So it's like a person is not hungry. They might be willing to eat. A person just ate and they're kind of full. And then if somebody's like, here's a cheesecake cooked by a Michelin star chef, the best cheesecake in the world, they might still be willing to eat, even though they just ate and they're full and they're not hungry. Okay. But the same person, if you be like, here's a dry loaf of bread with no condiments on it, they'll be like, no, thank you. But it's like, so, but if the person gets super hungry, they might eat a rotten apple. A human who's super hungry, like on a desert island, and they find like a rotten apple worms in it, they might start eating it because the standards of what they want to eat has gone down because they're so hungry. And a person who's really lonely is more likely to socialize with people that, unless they were starved for social interaction, they wouldn't be willing to socialize and socially interact with this person. Okay, this is part of how cult recruitment works, where a lot of times the people that end up showing up in like the Jehovah's Witness auditorium for like a first meeting or something like this are people that just had lost somebody, they're lonely and traumatized, and stuff like this. They're more likely like the strangers come inviting me to hang out with them and talk and do you understand? So here's the point. My point is this. Somebody wrote, stop using crack. I don't use crack and I don't look fucked. Okay. I don't look fucked. I see myself right now. I look handsome. Even this bad, cold lighting. Okay. Now, you know why? You know why I'm not mortified right now and fragile and breaking down? Because I have an internal locus of control. So I can have people come to my chat say I look ugly, and it's not like, now that's my reality because a human said so, or several humans, or like a quality person. It's like high status human opinion says I'm ugly. It's like, now that becomes my reality by osmosis, kind of. I feel ugly now because somebody said in my chat. That's not reality, see? Okay? It's like, that's part of being resilient. Like the type of person that ends up not being broken down and nervous wreck crying and like low self-esteem, locked into like low self-esteem, despite multi-year cyber gang stalking, bullying, and thousands of opinions that you suck or ugly, everything you're doing, you do go live, do something, there's gonna be many people saying you suck at it. And the reason that I'm not like low self-esteem is because I have an internal locus of control, meaning regarding what? My self-esteem. So it's like my opinion of myself is not based on what other people are saying about me. Do you understand? It's like if I go live and exercise and throw punches, I know in the moment if I'm doing a good job throwing punches or not. I can feel if my punches are hitting hard and fast, if my form is good or bad. Do you understand? And if I exercise, as I know, it's like, yeah, this training scene, I was like moving fast and hitting hard. I feel happy about the intensity and quality of this exercise. If I go check the chat, people say, you suck, your punches are weak. I don't start feeling like my punches are weak. I got no punching power because somebody says so in my chat. Understand? And it's like if I upload videos, selfies of myself in fitness groups, and people come writing, Mike, you skinny, stuff like this. And it can be 10 people. I don't start feeling like I'm skinny all of a sudden. Because how I think and feel about myself is not based on what other people's opinions. Okay? Which is why they can't induce narcissistic modification in me by like anti-supply. But do you understand? It's like I can't be like, oh, I'm broken now and I feel like it's like, do you understand? Because I'm not that type of person. So anyway, here's the point. Now here's the thing too. A narcissist being targeted with what I'm targeted with, here's what I would expect. They would, like intermittently, they would love it for some time and be destroyed by it now and then, okay? Because it'd be like intermittent, it would be like, sometimes the program would send 5 minutes go, you're the best ever, or something like this. And then the same people will turn and go like, you are the worst person ever, something like this. So a narcissist might love the attention of strangers spying on them and talk about what they're doing in their private life, as they said. This is part of the cycle. So basically, the thought I received that drives me nuts would be like prime supply for a narcissist up until the point of having like narcissistic modification, where they will be destroyed by the targeting. Understand? So whatever is the point. My point is this. I'm gonna keep streaming, and there's no other person on YouTube. I'm unique. I can say that with confidence and boldness because it's the truth. which means you can't find another YouTuber like me. Like, oh, Mike's just like this other person. You can't find another person on YouTube like me. I dare you to even try. Oh, but Mike, there is a autistic streamer. Okay. Are they live streaming 12 hours per day? Okay. Is the median, are they live streaming on average 12 hours per day? Or if it would be 6? Okay, so you found a guy, well, we found a guy who's an autistic YouTuber. Okay, is he live streaming 6 hours a day? Maybe like some days it's 18 hours or 24 hours, and sometimes 3 hours, but the maybe average will be 6 hours per day in a year. Good luck. And then if you do, okay, we've found autistic YouTuber that's live on average 6 hours per day on YouTube. Okay. Are they as athletic as I am? Okay. Are they live streaming martial arts workouts? So it's not just that you find somebody spending this many hours live streaming per day with autism. Now, are they spending this many hours doing martial arts live publicly on top of that? Okay, if you found that, it'll be rare already. If you get to the point where, yes, we found the person does these things. Okay. Or they're a target individual, where it's like they're a target individual IRL streamer. Or they're IRL streaming. It's part of what to do live stream going to the supermarket shopping. Okay. So anyway, it's the point. So yeah, I don't look like shit, and I don't do crack, okay? Some wrote, did you have ear surgery? Without a question mark in a sentence. He's had something. See if you notice. Mike's on drugs again. Maybe it's like, I'm not the type of person, but it's like, what I could do is get dressed, walk down to the police station again, and go, I'm on drugs, okay? Hey cops, I'm here. I'm admitting I'm on cocaine right now, which will result in them, I can predict the behavior, go, you're gonna have to leave a urine test. Because it's not gonna go, guy says it's on drugs, you're convicted of drug use. They're gonna have to prove it, even if you admit to it. I mean, you can go, I admit to murdering 500 people. They're not going to put you in prison for murder unless they can prove you did it, even if you said you're guilty. So anyway, that's the point. So what I could do, people writing in the chat, I could go down to the police station and go, hey, I'm on drugs right now, okay? And which reliably, that would predict that it will result in me within 90 minutes leaving a drug sample. And then I could demand FOIA request drug sample and show up here. Yeah, that day people in the chat say I'm on drugs. Look at this. No drugs in my system. At which point do you go, you doctor, you fake the drug test, something like this. So it's like same old tired bullshit lies that I'm on drugs, okay? And also commonly, if I press people and go, what makes you think, okay, if I challenge the assertion, whereas like people go, Mike, you're gay, and a lot of times it's like, that's not the way that I deal with things. Like somebody comes in and accuses me of something, and it's like I get defensive, like, but sometimes I do. Someone shows up, you're on drugs, and I go, what leads you to believe that? Okay, what do you base that claim on? And it's very rare that they're able to provide some quality backing. He's not responding since I comments bullshit. I haven't been checking the comments. It's like narcissistic pigeon. We're not defeating Mike. I feel like I'm not in control of him. Or like I'm destroying him with my narcissistic abuse comments. So I had to switch to coping by acting like I'm winning. Okay? Someone wrote, I think he's drinking too much coffee. That's like saying a guy is breathing too much air, as far as for me personally, okay? Meaning, okay, it's like they'd be like saying a guy is being too intelligent, is how I feel about someone saying I'm drinking too much. There's no such thing as far as I'm concerned. That's a joke, okay? Meaning, me and coffee have a relationship where it's like there's not a bad amount, I say. There's not a too much, okay? Mike's and coffee relationship, there's no too much, okay? There's no too much Mike Saha with coffee or coffee with Mike Saha. And it's a single relationship. It's me and coffee in the room, and we just can't have enough of each other, understand? Which brings me to my next point, Nick. Okay, here's the point. Start response, that was a low level start response that you succeeded. And it's kind of interesting, it's really different than the run of the mill. So this is the rare form start response, the lean back start response. Typically, if I have a start response, it is in response to a sudden noise in the environment, an unexpected noise and or movement, okay? Unexpected movement in my peripheral field suddenly, okay? Like something moving suddenly in the peripheral field. Or a sudden noise, okay? Just a noise. And there will be movement that I'm not seeing. So just because there's noise and that's all I'm receiving, doesn't mean that there's no movement, because the movement is caused, the noise is caused by movement. So it's like if a bear farts in the woods and nobody said the smell or something like this. It's like just because I can't see the movement doesn't mean there's no movement. But so anyway, that's the point. So yeah, quite possibly the reason that I consume rare amounts of caffeine per day is a form of self-medication with a person with ADHD and autism. Okay, I won't be surprised. Okay, now I'm not recommending people to use or abuse caffeine, and I don't count my use of caffeine as abuse. Okay, I do have abs and I use caffeine, and the liquid goes in the stomach. Then on the outside of like the intestine, there is abs there, okay? So there's use of caffeine, liquid from going to my belly, where there's abs. So poetically, there might be some kind of abuse of caffeine going on. So if I'm using my abs, okay, I'm drinking coffee, goes into my stomach that has abs. Abs, coffee, using coffee, in the region of the body goes in there where there's abs. So it's like, okay, it's like, yeah, whatever, it's the point. So whatever, it's almost like a semantic defense. Did you or did you not murder that person? I didn't murder them. I was present when they died. Moving an object into the body repeatedly, and correlating with that, the person fell to the ground bleeding or something like this. It's like, this is not the right type of semantic defense, but I'm being facetious. So there's different modes, okay? So a lot of times I get into like like a legal mood, where it's like I'm constantly feeling like I'm in court when I'm live streaming, pretty much. If not constantly, then it's like frequently. And I feel like I'm in court, okay? And that's an adaptive response, and it's not paranoid. Meaning it's happened before that I'm just talking on YouTube, say, oh, there's a court case, something like this. Okay. So do you understand? There's some kind of legal procedure. Okay. There's some kind of you did something wrong, I can appeal it, and things like this. Okay. So it's like you might as well accept that you're on trial every time you log on YouTube, then be like surprised by it after the fact. Okay. So anyway, here's the point. Yeah, so it's not impossible. The reason that I consume rare amounts, really high amounts of caffeine is a form of self-medication because I got ADHD. And I don't know if you know, but people that have ADHD, standard prescription, like if a person has ADHD, go to therapy, a psychologist, and get prescribed something for ADHD, statistically, a common prescription would be a stimulant class drug big pharma drug, Ritalin or conservative. Okay, so caffeine, nicotine, and methamphetamines are all in the same category, stimulants. Okay. Now, caffeine is not a narcotic drug that it's like you can go and buy instant coffee and energy drink with caffeine in the supermarket. Okay, you don't need a doctor to prescribe it to you. So there's caffeine is a stimulant, nicotine is a stimulant, and meth is a stimulant. Okay, and big pharma drugs are pretty much like big pharma meth. Okay, so it's not like street meth that people do, but it's still the same. It's kind of like OxyContin at a pain clinic palliative care. It's basically heroin. If you look at World War II movies and somebody's like in pain and the medic or paramedics and hits them with a syringe and it's like, oh, thank you, doc. And that's heroin, morphine, aka heroin. So heroin, big pharma, heroin, aka morphine, okay? And so you have like dirty, bad image narcotic substances, and then the same substance as like less dirty image drug prescribed by doctors. So OxyContin, oxytocin, whatever. It's like there's drugs that they give as pain meds in America that is pretty much heroin. Okay, it's not different from heroin that the street drug users use. Okay, and the main difference would be purity, is like dose, the milligram amounts, and acquirement method or something like this. Okay, so here's the point. So yeah, here's the point. I don't do drugs, but somebody said I'm doing too much caffeine. So I'm conceding to the fact that I do use more caffeine, get more caffeine into my body than the average person, like really high amounts of caffeine, like around 1,000 milligrams of caffeine per day. And when I say that, that's called being precisely imprecise, which is a term. That I call that being precisely imprecise, because if I'm trying to pin down a number like off the top of my head and be like, oh, I get 800 milligrams of caffeine per day. Well, maybe some days it's 640 milligrams, and other days it's 984. Okay, so around 1,000 milligrams of caffeine per day. And I have ADHD, and ADHD people typically respond well to stimulants. Okay, meaning if you go to a doc and a person's ADHD, a lot of people have ADHD and go to a doc, and it's like, you got severe ADHD, you're gonna give some meds for it. The meds that the doctor ends up picking for them will be stimulants. A lot of times, some kind of stimulant. And nicotine is a stimulant and caffeine is a stimulant, and none of these are illegal street drugs, and I don't need a prescription for them. Okay, so I don't agree that I'm using too much caffeine. There's an argument to be made that I would feel like I haven't been getting enough caffeine at this point. So that's the point. Tying up some loose ends. This is not a Velcro string. Hooks and loops. You got loops and hooks and hooks and loops. And tie some strings, like some kind of carpet weaver or something like this. I wish I had finished these previous points, okay? So here's the thing. It's like, here's another thing. What type of stream? What is like the overall vibe and type of stream? What type of? I'm an eat gaff stream. I just don't give. I eat gaff. I don't give a freak. Okay. If there's a freak here, I'm not sharing it. Understand? If there's freak, I'm not giving it. Okay. It's my freak. I'm keeping it. And eat gaff. I don't give a freak. Understand? Mike, you're doing it. I'm doing it right. Oh, see, it's the neighborhood loud conversation lady again. See, the cool lady with me being out on my balcony is the loud conversation neighborhood lady walking around having loud conversations in the neighborhood, and we wait to see if there's a certain word like dentist or for the greater good coming out of her mouth or something like that. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, so whatever. Mike, you do your Mike, you do too much coffee. I beg to differ. I command to differ. I assertively differ. I assertively deny the assertion. Which means I don't beg to, I don't go, may I disagree, please. I go, I disagree. So, we're coming up on another dose of drugs. Gonna be doing some more drugs in this live stream. Caffeine is a drug. Google search. Use Google, ChatGPT, is coffee a drug? And you see what it tells you. Okay. So yes, I'm live doing drugs in this live stream. I'm doing drugs live, okay? He admitted, yes. Okay. Doing drugs live on YouTube right now. Coffee. That allow me to clarify that. What I mean when I say I'm doing drugs, I'm drinking coffee, which I count as a drug. Why do I call it a drug? Because it exhibits psychoactive effects. Clarice. I'll suckle on the liver with some fine champagne and stuff like this. So anyway, here's the point. Okay. So here's the thing. And I just had a lot of my subconscious mind put up like, here's an entertaining skit you could do right now that requires you transport yourself into another room and taking your clothes off, like the shirt, the top part of your clothes, and doing X. And it's like a visual that popped into my mind of seeing myself doing the act. And I go, X said, no, we're not doing that. That's an impulse we're denying, you understand? But it was there was a potential. So sometimes I share what's going on, but it's like this type of stuff that typically, like Mike saw, mind reveal. Typically, it's like I'm doing live streams, and this moment was like, maybe I'll do this right now. It's like, no, because I'll get back to talk about what I was talking about. But anyway, that's the point. A fool speaketh all his mind. Okay, I don't speak all my mind. I speak some of my mind, and I control what parts of it I speak generally. So, but we got that in the backlog as something that I might do for a goofy in an upcoming live stream. Okay, I feel like there's entertainment potential in it. So, thank you. Who said thank you? Okay. So anyway, it's the point. Which means my subconscious mind is aware of the fact that part of what I'm looking to do is amuse myself and have a good time while live streaming, ending up cracking jokes that I find to be entertaining and doing some acting stuff. So the subconscious mind, like the master conscious mind, likes to have ideas that they can act on that end up being entertaining. So here's a idea that the subconscious mind floats. I've used this to as a mental model how I look at the subconscious mind being like this metacognition and being self-aware. So part of doing that is the subconscious mind. It's like the conscious mind is like the surface of an ocean, okay? And the subconscious mind is very deep, okay? Which means the subconscious mind is like a guy with balloons at the bottom of the ocean. And then the subconscious mind is like here's your conscious like cognition, but the part of your mind, the work of mind that you have awareness of consciously as you're sitting in a room, and you're aware of how you're feeling, you notice a thought, you're aware that you had a visual, and it's like a thought or a memory or something like this. But main work of your mind is subconscious, okay? Which means if I go, what am I going to talk about next? And then 6 seconds later, there's a thought, oh, let's talk about this. That's the subconscious mind that goes to work. Conscious mind desires an answer to a question. And then it could be algorithms, which I would know the conscious mind likes to have ideas of this type, okay? So it's like the subconscious mind kind of floats at the opportunity, like, what about this? Okay, and it's like a little balloon that floats to the surface, and the conscious mind, do you understand? So as I have, part of consciousness is that you have the conscious mind, subconscious mind. And the subconscious mind is the part of your consciousness, your psyche, that has all of like your experience data pool, like vault, the bank vault of like all your memories, experiences, things you've seen, heard, understood since childhood. And it's also responsible for filtering things, which means there's things in your environment that you are not aware of because there's an algorithm that is blinding you to certain things. And to explain this part of the human psyche, I can tell this. If a person is a person that commutes, they go on a bus, they got a job, they work at McDonald's, and they get the point, got a mortgage and their own house and things like this. But it's like they're a young adult and they get a job at McDonald's and they take the bus, they live in a one-room apartment and they get a bus to go to McDonald's every day. And they get to a point after doing that, they go on this bus ride 15 minutes, sitting by a window and like looking out at traffic or just sitting in the bus every day, commuting to work. And they get to a point, and typically it's like if they notice something, it'll be like an ambulance or something that's high visibility, like an ambulance, and there'll be pattern breaking, which will make you notice it in your peripheral field. You'll be kind of pulled to notice it. Now, if the person goes and starts thinking, what, I might want to get a car so I don't have to take public transport, and they get like a brochure or something like this from a car dealership, and they start looking at cars, and they go, oh, this red car here, maybe I like a red car. Okay, and they look at like a car, so I like this red car here. They're more likely to, in the community, like notice, oh, there's one of those cars that I was thinking about buying. And it happened that it's like as they're sitting on a bus, they noticed this model car that's red that they were looking at a picture of thinking about buying. And now they start noticing, oh, there's that type of car while in traffic. And it could be that every day in traffic there'd be at least one of those cars. As one of many cars like that color model, it's been passing them in the peripheral field of vision, like but they just haven't noticed it. But after the conscious mind starts thinking about, I might buy a car, now the subconscious mind is like alerting you to the presence of this car, and that's an algorithm. Where it's like, do you understand? This is the truth. Meaning a person thinking about buying a red car, and they've been passing one of these models as like in commuting. There's like 1,000 cars in the peripheral field every day in a 50-minute bus ride, and it's gonna be like 1 to 5 of a red car of that model they were thinking about buying. But before they started thinking about buying this red car, paying attention to it, they weren't noticing it. Okay? But once they started thinking about looking at a brochure, like maybe I'll buy a red Honda of this good type of this Toyota. Now it's like they notice, oh, this is that car, because the subconscious mind is scanning. So the subconscious mind is like an algorithm that's filtering things. And it's like this, the conscious mind doesn't have to be aware of this. The conscious mind doesn't have to like notice this in the environment, because it's like effectiveness. It's like it's using resources, and it's not a priority for you to like notice this car right now. But once the conscious mind starts caring about this, like a red car, this model, now you might start noticing more. So it's a point. And I enjoy making this appellation. So it's a point. Stop using crack, bro. You look fucked up. Yeah. Okay, you're not a toxic bully, abuser or anything. But I'm a guy who's on camera. You show up attacked with psychological violence, initiating conflict. But I'm the fucked up person. Okay. And I'm the one who's got behavior that's like something's got to be causing this toxic behavior. He's got to be on drugs. Stop using crack, bro. You look fucked up, okay? So I don't think you'd be saying that to me if you're in the room, okay, you fucking coward. Stop being a toxic coward piece of shit. Bully, okay? I don't use crack. And then, oh, here's another anonymous account writing, Johnny Knoxville on dope again. I'm not Johnny Knoxville, I'm not on dope. Psycho, schizo, take your mind off things. Show me your body, okay? Now notice, what is that? Now I'm analyzing. Since the program knows that I have an admirable trait of being an alpha male who's hard to control, non-submissive, non-vulnerable to herd, everybody's doing this, authority, powerful people are saying do this right now, and since I'm really hard to control, non-submissive, non-follower of a man, it's like, oh, we don't like that Mike is seen in the world being who he is, not trying to look a certain way. A guy who's just not easy to control. He's not a simp. He doesn't submit to people. Okay? So since we can't control his behavior, we have to try to predict his behavior, make it look like he will control it. I'm not joking, I've seen this before. It's like a pattern of behavior, some hater attacks, meaning it's like experience hater behavior. A lot of times I'm live, people show up and say, do this, okay? Which always results in me not doing what they tell me to do, okay? And since they don't like this, like they can't get me to do what they tell me to do, they have to try to make it look as if they can by like show your body, and they know that it's not a week that goes by my YouTube channel that I don't end up take off my shirt and go, I'm ripped with a six-pack, people, something like this. So it's like, oh, then we can go like, oh yeah, Mike is a missing bitch. Somebody in the channel will show us your body, and then the day after, he ended up showing his body in the YouTube short. So it's like he's taking orders from people in his chat. It's like a sin. It's like dirty games people play. I enjoy listening to you, says the person who wrote, show me your body. Okay, I don't give a shit. I don't. People like you shouldn't like listening to my videos. Yeah, so toxic people like this get blocked. People writing disrespectful, toxic, rude comments, I don't tolerate that. Okay. Somebody wrote, he's freezing cold. Yeah, it is pretty cold in here. Now, if I get to a point where I'm getting so cold that I go, oh, I need to put on a coat because I'm starting to feel, go get a cold, then the cops will go, Mike is known to wear a coat to keep our taser from working on it, see? Okay. And right now, I'm wearing this like a fleece or like imitation fleece possibly. One layer. Here's another layer, quick dry sports long sleeve shirt. And here's a cotton tank top. So the reason I'm wearing 3 layers here, it's not because it's cold in Sweden and I'm have the balcony cracked and vents open right now to have some airflow on. No, it's in case the cops show up and gonna taste me, see. So I am paranoid and crazy. I'm constantly worried about when the cops are gonna come through the door, and I'm ready for that. That's why I got earplugs, see. Everything is like the lens of like, we have the intention to paint this guy as a paranoid person who's, okay. So if the cops are acting aggressive, it's they understand. It's like this total individual talks about being taught by the Swedish police. It's like, yeah, the same people be like, Mike wears sunglasses to stop pepper spray from working on him, and a coat to stop taser from working on him. And I guess maybe next time that happens, they'll be like, he wears earplugs to stop stun grenades from working on him, something like this. But in reality, the reason I got sunglasses in my jeans like that is because I got sensitivity because of my autism. and earplugs because of my sensitive reason. And the reason I wear a lot of clothes is because I like being warm. And can there be other reasons, like on top of the main reason, to be precise? Like, is it true that because I'm a tornado, I extra overdress when outside because I've been sprayed with chemicals and shot leg with a dart gun before by the gangstalking program? You can YouTube search CIA heart attack gun. I believe I got hit in the leg by something like this by the program. And after that, I'm like, I'm gonna have to overdress even more, okay? Because I'm not looking to have another dart get into my body, and if I survive it, have permanent nerve damage in the limb that it entered into, okay? So, yeah, okay. Paranoid schizophrenic delusion require medical intervention, son. Which is what? Discreditation and a veiled threat at the same time by a flying monkey, most likely the cyber stalker. It's like, you're talking about things we like to talk about. We say we're gonna get you on medicines, gonna force medicate you, and you're crazy. So it's like, okay, yeah, wait for me to get scared about that. Speak later, mate. I need to sleep. No, we're not gonna speak later because you're gonna get blocked. Okay. So notice how it's cute when you are so insecure and pathetic that you're like acting like you're trying to force the fake reality. It's like, I'm acting like I'm in control. Okay. I'm acting like I have control of your behavior and whether or not I can talk to you again. Talk later, mate. Same guy that said, take off your clothes before, okay? And I just didn't block them yet because I'm using them as stimuli. Do you understand? Like, part of what I'm doing is like if I'm watching serial kill interviews and like analyzing, it's like, here's the output of a pathological morbid individual. Understand? Like, here's a rarely toxic human, which is interesting. It's like, oh, here's a serial killer interview by Park Dietz in the YouTube video, okay? And it's like, let's listen. It's like, what does a serial? How do they talk and how do they explain their behavior? What do they say? Why they did what they did or something like this? If asked this, how do you respond? What's the body language, stuff like this? I might be interested in that. So that's how I look at this comment. It's not just like, oh, I have the comments open because I like talking to these people or trying to make friends with them or something like this. The reason I don't block them instantly is because I'm using it as stimuli. It's like, here's the content, okay? And it's like building blocks with like toxic behavior. Let's talk about this type of toxic behavior. What this person is doing is work to discredit me. Common behavior pattern narcissistic abusers that are trying to discredit the victim of narcissistic abuse. Do you understand? It's generally that type of thing. Do you understand? It's like watching comedy videos. Where it's like, I go look at a comedy video of a guy who's an asshole I don't like. And maybe more likely a guy that I disagree with. It's like, this guy's a scumbag. Global warming, shill. And I'm gonna look at their words and talk about their words, okay? Oh yeah, so they said this, global warming is gonna close out. They're wrong, and that's do you understand? So, speak later, mate. First of all, we will not speak later because I control if we do or not, okay, and not you. Secondly, you're not my mate, okay? So, what if there was no hypothalamus? Okay, well, maybe that's a subtle threat. I gotta get lobotomized by the psych ward. And I'm scared of that. That's why you see me talk about when I was in the psych ward. I was thinking I might die there. It's because I'm living in fear, projecting your fearful, cowardly nature on the person that you perceive at an intuitive level is really fearless and courageous. and it's not as fearful as you are, which means you'll be like misinterpreting my behavior as fear because you don't like how fearless I am. Basically, it boils down to me being less fearful than you are. Okay. So, yeah. What I gotta do? What the fuck I want? Okay. So yeah, Richard Granner. I watched his video, and he was speaking commanded language that got me triggered. Now, if I do comment the video, I'll be less effective because I'll be crashing out when I'm doing it in a triggered state. Which will make my video less influential. And if I'm attacking your credibility with my words, I'll be less credible because I'll be triggered because I just saw your video and he was speaking commanded language in the beginning of it. Okay? This guy's a shell targeting me for the government. Okay? See? Okay, yeah, it's working, Rich. See? It's working. Okay? You're right about what type of person I am. Okay? You know what I see when I look at you, Rich? A flying monkey proxy of psychopathic power leads. Okay? Highly narcissistic. Okay? That's what I see. Yeah. And I'm having a little bit dopamine hit because my subconscious mind feels like I had a success of some sort. And it's rewarding the accomplishment of a previously set objective. Which means I like doing this type of stuff, and then it's like, oh, I just did the stuff, and then it's like a little bit of dopamine there. Okay. So how do you like being like little dopamine cow that I'm milking for dopamine hits, Rich? Hey, Rich, what you know about rock and wolf on the rocket? Okay. Okay. I wear your granddad's clothes. I look incredible. In the trees on the home. You know the Macklemore song with a wolf. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so whatever. My point is this. People that don't reviews know what's coming next. Or they think they do. They finger. They point on the finger. See? Now notice how there was a switch there. So yeah. Just when it's on. Så here's the point. I have already been live for 3 hours, 8 minutes and 23 seconds, okay? Now a word from our sponsors. This live stream is brought to you by God, okay? If it wasn't for God, this live stream wouldn't be possible. If it wasn't for God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, you would not be hearing me right now, okay? So here's the point. Yeah. Here's another thing that I gotta make you aware of. If you watch my videos, and if I don't get enough likes on the video, I pull the video. Okay? More likely than not. Meaning you have some influence on the channel. See? Meaning your behavior has a not entirely insignificant amount of potential of altering the course of my channel. I don't even know if that would make it. I have to look at it right, but it's point. Here's the point. If I spend hours live streaming, and then I check, I've only got like 6 likes on the live stream. I was live for 2 hours. I'm more likely to pull the live stream and privatize it, retain it, and do with it what I want. Which means I could make a Patreon and then download it, all the streams are private on my channel, upload it to Patreon, and go, yeah, the mics are archives of all these streams that you saw was live and where did they go? They're on my Patreon. You pay a subscription fee, $7 per month, and you can watch all of these streams. Okay. Now, I'm more likely to pull the streams and do that or not, but just pull the streams if I don't get enough likes. Okay. So if you want this stream to stay, so you can, it's like a person tunes in and says, "I watch the stream, I like this." And they don't know that sometimes after I'm done, I'm going to just privatize it right away. Right away. Okay. Straight to private. Okay. And I'm more likely to not privatize the stream if I see the like count and I have a negative emotion as I see the like count. Okay. And most of the negative emotion is like there's a low number of likes, like single digits. Okay. So if it's single digit likes on the video, as I'm privatizing it, I'm more likely, like as I'm ending the stream, I'm more likely to privatize it. Okay. Because if people don't value and appreciate what I do, I'm less likely to keep providing a free service if it's not appreciated. Okay? And people that want to pay for the service will be more appreciative. See? What if there was no hypothalamus? Well, what if there was no carotid artery in your neck? Okay. What if? What if there was no unbreached heart in your thorax? Okay. Your chest. Your torso. What if your torso didn't have a beating heart in there? Okay. What if your neck didn't have carotid arteries pumping blood to your brain, supplying your brain with oxygenated blood at a like normal rate? What then? Okay. So okay. What if there's no hypothalamus? What if there's no heart? What if there is a hypothalamus but no blood supply to it? Okay. There is. Hold on, we gotta do it. Okay. It really is like the scene in the writer's office, what it's supposed to be with a certain type of lighting, which we can't have right now, which means it's not the same scene, but we're doing it a little bit. This is Mike Saha changing. Do you see? Okay. This is Mike Saha changing. Do you see? Okay. Yeah. Okay. And I don't have a tattoo in the back. It's only one in the front, and but it's like, yeah, those who know. There's like movie files out there. They might get the reference. I do a lot of reference jokes in my live stream, and if I don't bother explaining the reference, so it makes me sound crazy sometimes, which I don't care too much about. But it's the point. I do references, and a lot of times if you do a reference, and people don't know the reference, you kind of just look strange, okay? Like, for example, there's a song called, Charlie, if I go, somebody goes, are you bipolar? Are you bipolar? I'm by winning, okay? Win here, win there, win everywhere. There's a song, so that's a reference to a song. And if you just see me kind of doing that, and you don't know the reference, it just looks like the guy's being weird, okay? Yeah, so whatever. Okay. Sometimes in situations like this, it's like this happened a few times. I scored 137 on IQ test when I did as a young adult. And then later on I got tested about this and then they gave numbers score, but it was higher when I applied for medicine. Which means I do believe I have an IQ to 98% now. Okay? Meaning genius have IQ. And part of establishing IQ is like doing puzzles and pattern recognition into the future. Which means it's like here's a pattern, what's the next thing? Okay. So basically it's like okay, now sometimes in daily life, as it's like I got a bookshelf from IKEA, and I start pulling out, and it's like I have like a thing, it's like I got a genius IQ, but it's like this thing feel like I suck at solving this puzzle. Okay, so it's like yeah, but that's important. Mike, I look great. Okay, at my worst, I look better than 80% of men at the best. Boogie woogie Nick. So where's his support? We're gonna finish up pretty soon. Quite possibly. Today they got like a whole squad. It's like sometimes you see these people as one of them. Today there's four of them. They're walking on the street with the up and up. Okay. Oh, we got Brian. Are you still watching? If you're still watching, why don't you go ahead and leave another comment. Let him know they're still watching. Because I'm not going to waste my time. Like, oh, hey, respond to comments that somebody left 12 minutes ago in the chat. Like, scroll up in the chat. I see, oh, this person was in here saying hello. And then if the person is still watching, I'm like, okay, hello, how you doing? And stuff like this. But if they're not watching, I don't like wasting my breath and start asking questions or something like this. So, I've seen your comment. You're asking a question. I might be willing to give you the answer, but I want to verify that you are still present in the chat to receive the answer to the question before putting the effort of answering. And there's no more comment. Was that a space? No. Get some sleep, mate. No. What if there was no hypothalamus? There is one. And there's also cerebellum. High functioning. There is a high functioning cerebellum, which is the part of the brain that might be most relevant to people like you. Okay. Meaning, how important it is if I have a well-functioning cerebellum or not. It's like especially relevant to people of your kind. Yeah. So, here's the point. There's many pitfalls if you're taught the video. And one of the ones I was dealing with today is the like reactive imposition, where it's like if you're a target, they probably be like, you deserve what we're doing to you. And it can be a natural instinctual tendency, like reflex action, to feel like justify yourself. Be like, I'm not a bad guy. The point is like, you're a bad person. We're not doing something wrong by all these things we're doing to you because you're a bad person. And there might be a sense to be like, I'm not a bad person, okay? Now here's the point. You don't have to prove that you're not a bad person for what the program is doing to be bad. What the program is doing is bad, no matter who they do it to. So go to the simple fact there. And there's the rabbit is returned. So I saw him in I would guess around 30 minutes ago, running here. And he's returned now. And he's over there. Now what I'm gonna do is get back in the shade so I can see the controls enough. I have the screen brightness down. Enough to be able to see what I'm doing. Here we go. There's the rabbit there. And the reason that he's here is either because his instincts is telling him that this is the food area, or his instincts combined with his experience, where he has previously been running around, kind of exploring, and like, is the food here, here, here? He found food here at least once before, which reinforced this is a food finding area. Return to it when I'm hungry, okay? To check if there's food in this area where I found food before when being hungry and running around looking for it. So I would guess that he's been here before and found something to eat here. Now, if you analyze his behavior, a person would not appear rational to me if they would say, I think that he's hungry. Okay. Why? Because this is an environment that's kind of high risk, which means the hungrier he is, the more likely he is to take risk. Okay. The hungrier he gets, the less risk averse he becomes. Meaning the hungrier the rabbit gets, the more likely is to go into an area that has people walking dogs, which in a rabbit's brain registers as predators in the environment, meaning rabbit eaters. He's a rabbit. If he smells, sees, or hears a dog, what he goes, a murderer, okay, a serial killer. Do you understand? Like how a rabbit or a hare feels if they see a wolf or smell it or hear it. It's like a human that's like living in a city where there's like on the news there's a serial killer loose in the city, an active serial killer. And then he's known to wear yellow hat and sunglasses. You know, a woman walking along at night, see a yellow guy with sunglasses. And you're like, this is a serial killer. But basically, how he feels if he sees or smells like a dog might be similar to if you would be a human that like sees a person that 90% sure is a serial killer looking for people to kill. Okay. So he's in an area that's frequented by dogs, accompanied by humans. Okay, and he's taking risks. Understand? This is his Hegel. Understand? He might have gone to a point where he was in this little rabbit hole. It's like, I'm hungry, damn it, okay, and then he's like, I'm doing his baby. He's like hype himself up like a UFC 545. He's like, I'm gonna be this. Understand? He's like, I'm going there, going to the park. He's like, this dog's there. I might be in the fight of my life. I might get beaten. He's like, I might be attacked. And I'm brave. I'm running there. I'm gonna get. He comes and shows up here looking for food. Understand? And he sees the dog. Actually, that's the dog. Understand? He goes running. He's like, he says, this is a wild life for a rabbit. Understand? Never a dull moment. Never a dull moment. A rabbit lives in. He lives. Understand? A rabbit lives. So a rabbit. Here's another thing. Oh, a rabbit. Okay, a rabbit. So here's the thing. I've told this before. Hold on, we're gonna augment the delivery cadence to be appear more lofty and arrogant. I've taught this before on numerous occasions. There you go, exactly that. Okay. So there you go, boom, cut. Okay, and then now it's the next thing. Get ready for the next cut. Then spice them together. So here comes the next one. Okay, I got a guy in India who's got a job to watch my videos. They're giving him like editing instructions, and it's still weird to me to have it. So where's the point? Okay, so it's like, so okay, so as I have spoken unto you before, that's it, not exactly that. As I've said before. Oh, okay, yeah. Alas, okay, I return unto you once more, okay, to speak unto you regard. So what is, oh, that's everywhere. Here's the point. So here's another thing, human body language. I don't know if you're ready for this. This is the deep stuff. I'm gonna hit you with a deep body language thing that's near mystical, okay? So there's like this mystical, it's almost like an esoteric mystical vibe to this type of body language teaching. Human beings exhibit a certain movement pattern, like behavior. I've observed it in myself and others. Analyzed it, and I believe I have come to a quality opinion, okay? So sometimes a human being, as they're doing something, they have like an idea of doing something, where it's like, maybe I'll go shop today, so no. And it's almost like there's an idea that's water that they pour out of the ear because they reject it, say. Mike's our body called. Where, I'm not joking, where sometimes a human being has an idea and then they come to like not like the idea that they have in their mind right now, okay? And then there's like a head tilt that looks as if a person is pouring water out of there, okay? Which is like, oh, here's the idea. And it's like, pour that water, a bad idea. It's like, it rejected out of the body, okay? See? It's like, that, do you understand? It's like, expel it. It's like, reject it. We're not keeping that, okay? That's rejected, that idea. And it's like, pouring water out of here. So, remember, we heard it first. So, here's the point. While teaching on body language, I can teach some more body language. Not that, okay? Now this is more standard level, okay? Human beings, a sign of being uncomfortable or unsafe, okay, is, and this is subconsciously done by people who are not actors or people teaching body language, like willfully assuming that. So a person who starts feeling unsafe might, without thinking about it, touch the back of the head like this. Or somebody goes, it's like, do you understand? Somebody goes maybe, did you have the last cookie? Like if a child gets asked by mom, did you eat the last cookie that you want? They might go, no, or something like this, okay? So it could be, so basically, people expose themselves as being incompetent when they go, this always means that, say. Where like body language is not an exact science. Where somebody could, like, if somebody's doing this, scratch the nose, that means they're lying. If somebody's teaching body language like that, all or nothing, always never, they're incompetent. Okay? Because body language, it's like if people teach body language and they don't know what it's outside do. And they go, yeah, if somebody is scratching the nose, that means they're lying or something like this. That's not accurate. Because sometimes people can scratch the nose without lying. Okay? So basically it tells that people teach as indications of, or really indications of a stress state in the human while speaking. Anxiousness, which could be caused by social anxiety or something going on that's not about the environment right now. It could be a conversation where a person exhibits body language or being nervous, but it could be nervous because they're thinking about something while they're talking to you that they're nervous about, like something they're going to do tomorrow, something like this. So, anyway, here's the point. Oh no, here comes a person writing, you need a haircut, okay. Oh, my emotional stage is dramatically altered by seeing that comment, okay. I was calm and in a good mood until I saw that, and now I'm just so n- negative feeling and hurt, and I was calm, but now I'm really stressed and crashing out. Yeah, I did my subconscious, my rewards, a little dopamine hit once more. The micro win. My self-esteem is being built even more. Okay. Micro victories. One more. My enemy tried to land this punch. I succeeded in not being hurt by it. Subconscious micro. That's a victory. Upregulate self-esteem level by zero point 0.3 points. Ding 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 ding. Yahtzee. Ding 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 ding. Thanks for playing. The house always wins. Ding 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 ding. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I win again. I win again. I win again, my friend. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be suffering from your comment. Okay. Not having a good time, feeling confident and winning. Okay. But that's how I feel. Confident while winning is how I feel. And yeah, yeah. So you are not aware of your behavior, but your behavior is intended to provoke cortisol upregulation in my body, and you're not having that effect that you try to have. Okay, meaning that what you're doing is trying to get me to have more cortisol in my bloodstream. Okay. Now you're not a doctor that had me hooked up with a syringe of cortisol and you had the power to just inject it to my body right now. So all you have to work with is writing comments and you're trying to trigger my body to release more cortisol into circulation. And you're failing at it miserably. And I'm not miserable while you're failing. So you need a haircut. Oh no, hold on. I'm gonna act like I just saw this for the first time now, the comment. What's that comment? You need a haircut. Oh, ow. Okay. Damn it, why I gotta do like that? Ouch. Okay. Why you really hurt me there? You need a haircut. Oh no. I'm self-conscious now. What's my hair? Oh, my haircut. Oh, my hair. Am I, oh, man, somebody saying I'm not looking, indicating I'm not looking good right now on camera. Oh, my haircut. Yeah, I need a haircut. So what is, and that's like acting bad on purpose, which is like a high level acting. Okay. I'm nervous right now. So for this, that's the overact. It's like that could be level actor. So if somebody paid me to be like a bad actor, I could do that job too. We needed to act like a Bollywood, like a low level actor, like a C list, something like that, like a bad actor. I can act badly for the right price. So the natural acting level is good, but for a good price, I can act bad too. Okay. Yeah. Winning. Okay. Yeah. So, what else are we doing? Next, okay. You gotta read another comment. Get some sleep. No. Was that a split? No. There's a pattern where a lot of questions, if truthfully answered, end up being answered no. Okay. Good morning. After a long 6 month spring has finally come to Sweden. We have a poet in the chat. Watch out, everybody. We got a poet in the chat, okay? We have a poet in the chat. Okay? Yeah. This is the viewer. Okay, now to viewer submissions, okay? In the chat, okay? Somebody submitted a comment into my chat. Who is the submitter? Somebody. Good morning. After a long 6 month spring. Thanks for reminding me how long spring is, okay? How long is the winter? Okay. Parallel schizophrenic delusion require medical intervention sound. Well, that's an interesting topic. I've dealt with that before. I don't have parallel schizophrenia. Nobody has proven me to be a parallel schizophrenic, which means they would have to lie to say that I'm proven to be a parallel schizophrenic. Okay. Which brings me to my next point. I've been live for 3 hours, 35 minutes, 9 seconds, and I think I might finish up and then do another stream. I like to divide my streams. I used to do max level streams, but it's like I live stream right up in the point where I know it's like I'm hitting the limit of how many hours you can stream on YouTube. So I'll end it now and start a new one, which run 11 hours or so. But I got more into the pattern of dividing my streams. So like rather than having one 8-hour stream, I'd rather have 2 4-hour ones. So here's the point. Like notice how people who are harassing me in the chat exhibit pathological personalities, like antisocial. They are showing signs of being toxic people. So it's like people that don't like Mike Sa and attack him in his chat are also correlating with that activity is being a person who's lying, see. Commonly correlating with being a person attacking me in the chat is communicating lies in the chat, okay? You're on drugs, okay? There's an attack. So it's a person in my chat attacking me. And if I analyze it, it's like a lot of times people attack me in the chat will attack me with lies, okay? You're on meth. How much meth do you do? Stop smoking meth. You're a paranoid schizophrenic. And even if they do it in like a subtle form, it's like paranoid schizophrenia is a trip. It's like they're still like insinuating that I'm a paranoid schizophrenic, okay? Which means it's a lie. I support. I'm not a crazy person. I'm just a person who knows the truth and is a truth speaker, like Neo in the Matrix, or the guy in the Daily Limit with the glasses. That's why I get persecuted and targeted, and am a problem to the state. So it's like, oh, Mike, you're this low value thing. Okay, that is not true. Well, actually, the truth is I'm this high value thing that is true. Okay? And that is why people like you are attacking the chat. I had thought about before. Now I kind of abandoned that idea. But I had a point, like maybe 2 summers ago, where I started thinking, maybe I should do like a chicken wire on the balcony type of thing. So I can have my birds in the summer, rather than have them in the cage and bring the cage out of here, which I've done before in the summer. I bring my bird cage and get out here and put it out here. Maybe I should build like a net, like a mosquito net around the balcony, so I can let out the birds and have like a huge cage. Like the balcony be like a huge bird cage where it can be out here open. No, it's not open air, but it's like almost open air. And I might have to run it by my landlord first if I want to play it safe. But I mean, if I look in the neighborhood, I see people having cages on the balconies, and sometimes I see like a cat on the balcony that has a cage on it. So it's like, okay, there's a tenant that has built a cage around the balcony so they can let the cat out on the balcony. So, which leads me to believe that I wouldn't be like, oh, this guy's nuts. He's asking the landlord if he can put a net on his balcony for pets to be there. Okay. That was the point. I'm a free person. I'm an unapologetically masculine man. In a world full of effeminate men, I'm a leader, not a follower. I'm not submissive. I'm not a simp. I'm not an easy person to control. And I enjoy that, and I'm milking that for significance in the present moment. And it does make me feel internally validated and pretty significant. So, well, yeah, this is support. Yeah, it's like this. Yeah. Yeah, so long story short, a big part of my life just ends up being like entertainment and jokes and stuff and references. But it's like the most important things are like the serious teaching moments. So here's the thing. I'm not taught individual, I'm taught with a secret persecution program called gangstalking. And I've been taught for more than a decade. What is gangstalking? It's a secret persecution program taught people. I'm not crazy, I'm not on drugs. Other than like caffeine and nicotine, which I do kind of drugs. I've actually, here's another thing that I've learned. Being an autistic individual and targeted, okay? This system that we live in will punish you speaking the truth and being honest and noble and honorable in your activities. Meaning, if I'm jaded and cynical, and some people try to describe me as paranoid, no. I've learned the hard way that being a truth speaker while dealing with the government leads to negative outcomes. So the system doesn't reward you being an honorable Christian, okay? Which means, for example, it's happened at least once, and it's like, flip the script. It's like, oh, here comes the cops to create a stressful, it's like, stop me in the street, and we're gonna have a public humiliation ritual for 15 minutes, make you feel violated and abused, and then in front of the neighborhood, you're gonna be patted down, and we're gonna take your clothes off in front of people, and people be turning their necks, and they're seeing you in this neighborhood with the cops turning your pockets inside out and patting you down, and you standing against the cop car like this while they're and things like this. So it's like a public humiliation ritual, and it's like intended to make me feel stressed and violated, and okay, quite possibly. And the only reason I say that is because it's not impossible that it would be. Okay, so anyway, here's the point. So it's like it's the point. So here's the thing. There's references. There's so many things. So here's the point. My point is this. Yeah, so it's happened once. I give an example of it's like, don't speak the truth to the police, okay? Where I get pulled over by the cops, and it's happened before they show up, or you're on drugs, stuff like this. And it's like, after a while, it's like the same old thing. It's like, the cops show up, we want your ID, or you're on drugs. And I go, I don't want to give my ID, I'm not on drugs, stuff like this. And it's like, if that's, you tell them the truth, and they go like, oh, that's not the answer we're looking for, stuff like this. So it's like, I tried once, kind of as a joke, where they go, oh, you're on drugs? I go, yes. Okay, the cops asked me if I'm on drugs. At least once it happened this. Are you on drugs? I go, yes. Caffeine, nicotine, and sugar. Which is before I quit sugar. But I already have awareness that. It's like I got to the point where I start looking at it like a drug. I just didn't get to quitting it yet. And they go, the first time when I said yes, they go like, okay. And then I go, here are the drugs I'm on: caffeine, nicotine, and sugar. Okay. Which means I had a cup of coffee with sugar in it 6 hours or less before this encounter. Which means I had the drug caffeine in my system and sugar. And I had a cigarette less than 4 hours before this. Which means I had nicotine in circulation. And since they're asking me, and before when I tell them no, they don't seem like they're happy with that answer, even though it's truthful. So maybe if you tell them the truth more precisely, they'll reward that behavior and won't treat you like a criminal for telling them the truth, that you're not breaking the law in this way they're asking about. Okay. And it's like, no, I tried that once, doesn't work. Okay. It's not that we appreciate your honesty or something like this, or how precise you are when answering legal questions, whether or not you are guilty. Okay. And it's like no. So here's the point. Here's another thing I can tell you. I'm always on drugs. If it's cop haters or average Joe haters, I've never been proven to be on drugs. See? And here's another, like, if I want to argue, it's easier to argue for me not being on drugs than to argue that I am. Because it's happened at least 10 times in my life that I'm outside walking while being autistic and socially anxious and nervous in public and having ADHD and exhibiting maybe stimming behavior, commonly correlated with autism and ADHD, like fidgeting while socializing with people, okay? And the cops will think you're on drugs, so you look like you're on something, okay? And I go, I'm not. And they go, okay, we're going to take you to a stage. You're going to have to expose your genitals to strangers. And you're going to have to, because we're saying on drugs, you deny it. We're going to take you to the police station. Here's the cup. And this is stranger's going to look at your penis while you're urinating. Okay? And it's like, I don't want to really going to do it. And okay, it's just like, all right. So he's like, do you understand? So he's like, okay, I'm pissing in the cup. It's never happened. I got a letter home in the mail from the cops. After that happened, we found drugs in the system. Which means if they don't mail it, that means they didn't find anything. If they find something, we get a letter. It's like, we found drugs in the system and you're charged with this and that. So I've several times it's happened. Like you've seen it happen in my YouTube IRL streams. I'm outside walking and the cops show up. And before I started having a digital witness of the police interactions, live streaming, they'd be worse in their behavior. Okay, which indicates that they knew that they were doing something wrong, because after there's a witness present, now they're doing less. That's the point. It happens several times. I'm outside, cops accuse me of drugs, and I say no, and they force me to piss in a cup, and it's never happened. It was positive. Okay. So. Here's another thing. If I wanted to play devil's advocate, I'd be like, I'm a Christian taught individual, and I'm not a criminal or doing drugs, okay? I got taken away in cuffs by the police against my will and put in a psych ward, and like locked in a room, pretty much. And what had I done preceding that? Had I done violence to anybody? Because I had done no violence, okay? So this coming, putting cuffs on and taking me somewhere against my will. Had I been bullied and it's like, enough is enough, I'm punching the bully, I'm pulling a weapon on them, and it's like, okay, then the cop show up, he responded to the bullying, not in his normal way, kind of ignore it and move on. Okay, long suffering, and meekness, having meekness. It's like, no, okay, so what happened before the cops came to me away? Had I punched anybody, pulled a weapon on anybody? Had I had somebody say I'm gonna attack you or something like this? No. Okay. I go outside, I get treated like I'd imagine criminals, like gangbangers, since we get treated. Was like somebody's like known to be a career criminal in this city, and the cops know they're like a bad guy, criminal type of person. It's like they get the treatment every time the cops see them in public. They get pulled over and they check every pocket and the trunk and everything, and Understand? I already get that treatment for being an autistic hermit tornado that only goes outside to buy some coffee or something like this on a rare occasion. And the cops show up and treat me as if I'm like a serial killer or a gang member, even though I'm not a gang member. I don't hang out with gang members. I'm not a criminal. But if I look at, it's like the Swedish cop show, and they was on when I visited my mom once for coffee. And it's like in the TV they play the both like the Swedish equivalent to cops, where they have like a camera crew go around with the police and they have interactions. And it's like there's some guy there who's like, this guy's known by us. And it's like they show you that there's a guy who's out in public and the car show up and be like pat him down, and it's like, and then they go, yeah, this guy is like a criminal, and they whatever. It's like I get that treatment without being guilty of living like that. Okay, so I get treated like a guy who's a serious criminal, who's constantly breaking the law, doing drugs and stuff, even without doing it. Okay, and I get taken by the cops, which normally if a SWAT team comes because somebody took a hostage or pulled a weapon on somebody or did violence to someone. And then the cops get called, and because the guy was so really violent, they called the SWAT team and not his regular cops. It's like I get treated, if you look at like what, this treatment, what would it be normal to? What type of person, what type of behavior in a person would this behavior be kind of appropriate for? I guess it'd be a guy who's always on drugs, breaking the law all the time. Okay. So anyways, the point. It's like, what do I have to lose to understand? What do I have to lose? Understand? It's like the cops are treating me like public enemy number one, even though I'm living like a law-abiding citizen. So what would I have to lose to start being like an asshole or something like this? Now, here's the point. Yeah, so we'll see how this pans out. The way that I see things, I would not be surprised if I end up institutionalized again within 12 months or 18. Okay, I would not be surprised. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised. And here's what I want to say. If I end up perishing inside of an institution, I got murdered, okay, by the deep state, by the government, or proxies of the government. Okay. I would never unalive myself. I would never. I did. That becomes weird. Now that would be. I would need disclaimer for that joke. So that's the point. So here's the thing. Okay. Here's the thing. I'm serious now. I am not a suicidal person. I have never tried to take my life in my whole life. I don't have self-harm behavior. Okay. I don't have suicidal ideation or self-harm ideation. I mean, I don't go around thinking about hurting myself or taking myself out. Understand? Now, if I analyze my behavior, I exhibit low risk aversion, which means the way that I operate might make it more likely to end up getting hurt, but my goal is not to get hurt. Understand? Okay. So, for example, there's people who are extreme sports people. It's like free solo climbers, for example. They love life, understand? They like to stay alive keeping a rock climber. But if you look at their behavior, it's like their behavior makes statistics more likely to end up dying or getting seriously injured. But if you ask the person, it's like, are you suicidal? Are you trying to die? They'd be like, no. I'm trying to climb mountains and keep climbing mountains, and I love living life as a climber, okay? But if you look at their behavior, it makes them more likely to end up dying and getting hurt. Does that mean they're suicidal? No, it's just that the activity is meaningful enough for them to be willing to risk, okay? It's like the meaningfulness level of the activity contrasted to the risk level. It's like it's meaningful enough for them to accept this much risk, okay? But if it was this meaningful, they would only want to risk this much possible. So here's the point. So yeah, there are things that I do that are risky, and if you look at it, it might look like, wow, this guy, okay. So here's the point. There's a Bible verse about he that seeks to save his life shall lose it, okay? And then you can apply it all kinds of ways. That's the point. I'm a person, I'm looking to stay alive. And if I end up dying in an institution, that means they murdered me. Okay. I don't care if they tell you I took myself out. That means they murdered me. It looked like I took myself out. If they tell I died of a heart attack or stroke or had an accident, that means they took me out. Most likely. If I will go to a psych ward, and the next time I'll be in there for 2 weeks and not like 2 days, or almost. Ulak. So if I've been there for 2 weeks, okay. If I've been there for 2 weeks, and Mel Gibson shows up in there, in the Swedish psych ward, I know that the jig is up at that point, understand? It's like if Mel Gibson walks through the door, with like bad studio makeup, like practical special effects, and somebody put like a rubber mask on it to try to make it look like an average Swede or something like this, and I can tell that's Mel Gibson's eyes in that. Okay, and he did put the chip in my brain. I know that as soon as he walks in the room, like that's the guy that put the chip in there. Understand? I'll be like, that's the guy who put the chip in my brain. I've been telling you about him. Understand? That's him. Okay, and it's I'm trying to prove my sanity at this point, where it's like, see, here's the software I can use to prove to the psycho I'm not mentally ill. I've been telling you about the chip in my brain and the voices coming from it. This is the guy that put it in there, guys. Okay, you found him, understand? He just walked through the door. That's the orchid. That's the guy. That's the guy who put the chip in there. Okay? Anyway, that's the point. So anyway, that's the point. If I go to the psych ward, it's like after 2 weeks of being in there, and I'm like every day I'm like waiting for how to shoot it off. So when they're gonna take me out, it's like 2 weeks in. It's like, wow, I'm still alive. Okay, and I'm like surprised every second I'm still alive. So it's like a perpetual state of surprise, understand? Where it's like, I'm still alive. It's like bewilderment. It's like, I'm still alive. Okay. So you've been here for 2 weeks. It's like, yeah, I'm still alive too, understand? So the way it's born, Mel Gibson walks through the door. And it's like, I go, Mel, is that you, Mel? And he goes, and I go, it's you, Mel. I know it's you. And I go, hey, come on, Mel. And the people are talking back. You're not allowed to talk to each other, please. And I go, we're not looking. Okay. And I said, and they say, Mel, where is this girl somewhere? He goes there. So he's like, you're in cycle, huh? I go, yeah. And he goes, how do you end up in here? I said, you know perfectly well I end up in here. It's an acting gig, you understand? It's like I did a good job of acting, and I actually have an Oscar. It's like the end stage acting. It's like you do such a good job acting crazy that it's like they put in a psych ward, understand? That's pretty much like the unofficial Oscar. It's like a guy you're acting nuts on purpose, and you end up being believed by everybody, and they go like, this guy's clearly nuts, put him in a psych ward. that's like that's like as meaningful to me as like winning the Oscar, understand? Where it's like, do you understand? It's like it's not like a board of like critics. It's like how convincing is this acting? No, it's like people have a job to tell organic like if this is genuine mental illness or not, understand? And they go like, this guy's clearly genuinely mentally ill. He needs to be in the psych ward. And you'd be like, yeah, I'm not. It's like you never break character, understand? You're in the whole time. But, okay. It's like this. It's like, you understand? It's like, and then somebody goes. It's like, here's part of it too. It's like you're the type of guy you stand and smoke and have a cigarette.
And then there's a nurse that goes in, like, you've been there for a while, and it's like, stop your voices! Or something like this, understand? Okay? And he's like, calm down, okay? And he's like, and they go, he's like, we've been through this before, okay? We're trying to make this voices stop, okay? He said, we're working on it, understand? But he said, we're not there yet, but we're working on getting the voices to stop. And it's like, no, you're not. It's like, you're the people who make the voices happen. So where's the point? So anyway, here's the thing. Yeah, here's another thing you could try if you get a psych ward. You call the psych ward hotline, the local psych hospital. You go, it's like a receptionist. Hello, okay, and you go, yeah, I'm sorry, here's this. And I go, turn it off, and you go, turn off what? The voices, okay, and you go, what voices? In my head, something like this, okay, and you go, I'm sorry, sir, I gotta die somewhere. And it's like some psych nurse, this is receptionist. Like, yeah, so somebody that said you this something wrong. Yeah, okay. It's like, turn off the voices. Okay. And you go, what voices? The voices you're beaming in my head, into my head. Okay. It's like, sorry, they said, what? We're not being voices in your head. Who are you? It's like, you know who I am. It's a point. Yeah, there is a point. Yeah, I'm a real TI, okay? You have crazy eyes. Yeah, look who's talking. A guy who put an emoji with the border coming out of the eyes in my comment section. So I rate that retort 4 out of 5 based off of swiftness. Just like how fast the retort was. When I look at the quality of response, but just the swiftness of the response. So it's like a level 1 out of 5 quality response, level 4 out of 5 speed. And it still ends up equating to like a good 3 out of 5 response. Yeah, so anyway. How did I, it's like, Mike, how did you end up in the cycle? I'm glad you asked. About being an actor. What type of actor? Well, I was acting out, in, besides myself. Doing some good old standard like SAG work, understand? As I walk around the supermarket with my pants hanging down to my knees and acting out at the same time. And I end up in a SAG work. So it's like standard like SAG work, just SAG work. Acting out, in, besides. So it's like, I'm being facetious, that's not how I ended up in a SAG work. So, yeah, so we're getting serious now. Let's get serious a little bit. How did I really end up in the cycle? By speaking the truth about what's happening to me. And people that were part of the happening respond, well, this guy's crazy, okay. There's, I mean, I didn't invent this concept, but like, there is a thing in this world where sometimes people get abused covertly. And when they start speaking about the covert abuse, people go, this guy's paranoid and crazy. And look at how angry they are and how they're acting out. They are the problem. People work to provoke you long term and destabilize and harass you and work to push you over the edge. And when you go over the edge even a little bit, you go, look at this crazy unhinged person that's evil and aggressive. Okay. Basically that is what happened. I'm a man of many talents. If I had a talent for every acting I did, I'd be a rich man at this point. Okay, yeah. I was thinking about possibly I'm gonna start hoarding major celebrities. with my videos, understand? It's like, is this scalable, the Mike's Live operation? I think it is. I need to keep pushing, understand? Meaning, I've already got, like, reacting to random YouTubers and go like, the Gregory said it's a shield. I think it is. And it's like this boxer that triggered me. It's like I'm faster than them or something like this. So possibly, and I'm starting to feel like really now this is serious, okay? Possibly, which means that what I feel right now is like a guy standing next to Mount Everest, like maybe I should start climbing that and get to try and get up there. And it's like, wow, it's a big thing, and it's like whatever. So it's a momentous effort. Here's the point. I'm considering making like a at Josh Brolin and just challenge him to an acting off. I've been on panels before. I've been around. I've been a guest on Pune's panel. I've done hot before, where it starts by people saying, "Mike, you're ugly" or something on the panel, and I go, "Oh yeah," and I take my shirt off and the flags on. And I go, "He's ugly now," something like this. Rip James, bitch, and the other guys are like, "Now you take your shirt off, see who's the hottest." They're saying I'm ugly. They're saying try to say I'm unattractive. Take off your shirt and we'll see how. All right, live, me next to you, see who's unattractive. Okay. And they might call it. I'm not going to do that for this. So, possibly if I can get it like an acting off with Josh Brolin, force me into early retirement, understand? Out of shame. And then be like, oh, he'd be like, yeah. I was thinking I was all that until this guy showed up and really showed me how it's done. And he's like, yeah, whatever. So yeah, Josh Brolin. I don't know if you ever won an award. Did Josh Brolin win an award, anybody? Did Josh Brolin win an award? Did Josh Brolin win any type of award, like some kind of Oscar? No, I don't think so. I think it would reach me if he had. Yeah, whatever. So here's the point. It's now I'm doing like little things. Okay. Mike size little things do. That's one of many things that I do. Yeah. So whatever. So here's the point. We're having writer's block right now. As I started, like I'm gonna do this. Now I'm having acting block right now. Writer's block. You heard about writer's block before I bring acting block. I was starting to get into the mood here. Like what the acting? What is the scene gonna be? How am I gonna do it? What am I gonna say? And it becomes it's too. I need somebody to give me a script or something like this. Hey bro, are you from Russia? Niet. Okay. Niet. And that's how you say no in Russian too. And I felt my vibe was pretty Russian. There's a guy, a Swedish actor, Peter Stormare, who's a lot of times he gets casted to play a fake Russian in movies, being Swedish. And then he's a Swedish guy that tries, possibly succeeds at like, look like a Russian guy on camera. And he's got like a Russian accent. Okay. So anyways, the point. Whatever, here's the point. Whatever. So here's the thing. Oh no, okay. Here comes another failed attempt at downregulating my self-esteem and inducing state self-consciousness. Okay. Haircut is so bad. I hope you didn't pay. No, I look great, understand? I look great. I like this, okay? Haircut so bad. It's a good haircut. It's a good haircut. Okay? It's a good haircut. Hold on. Yeah, I look good. Yeah, but it's like the lower my chin goes, the less good I look. I'll give you that. But it's like normal head posture like this. Uh, I look good. I look better than you with the best haircut. So, um, you know what my haircut signals? Uh, the lack of insecurity, that I have courage, and a lack of narcissistic hyper care of people's perception of me. Okay. Where it's like the same type of thing where I might show up with a toothpaste on my shirt. And as I'm setting up the live stream go live, I'm seeing myself in like Rumble Studio before clicking go live. And I see I got like a shirt here, a stain. And I don't go, oh, I'm insecure about that. I can't be seen not looking my best by people because I'm really caring about how people perceive me and how they feel about me as they see me on camera. So do you understand? So it's like you're trying to say that my haircut is signaling something bad. It's something bad, and I don't accept that. Okay, I if anything, it says something good. Okay. Yo, what the fuck, man? Chill. Just asking, did you pay? I want to close the barbershop. Yeah. Now another abusive person pattern. I'm just making jokes. I'm bullying, doing narcissistic abuse, and insult. You look ugly or something like this. You look like shit, which is intended to hurt me. Okay. And then I confront and go like, I'm signaling with my behavior, my reaction. It's like, oh, this guy, that it's not okay with being treated like this. It's like, oh, I wasn't treating you bad. I was just making jokes or something like this. Okay. Man, chill. Didn't insult you, bro. Yes, you did. You were just being passive aggressive. Haircut is so bad. But okay, notice now you're gaslighting too. So it's an insult, and then insult to injury is gaslighting. It's like, haircut so bad. You show up as a stranger, you see me on camera. What you want to tell me is, haircut so bad. Okay. And then I go, that's they're being weird. It's like, no, I wasn't being. You're overreacting by exhibiting self-esteem and boundaries and a willingness to enforce them, and you are signaling that you are not okay with being treated like a low worth object by me. Okay, which means I'm not the problem. You're the problem for reacting to my toxic behavior. My behavior wasn't toxic. It's you reacting to my behavior as if it was toxic. That's the problem, which is now gaslighting. We're denying that you were being toxic, and you're trying to say that my reaction to toxic behavior is the toxic behavior. That's pathological. That's morbid. You're weird in how you're reacting to this, when in reality, your behavior resulting in the reaction is the problem. Okay. Sometimes I get a bad haircut, and I say, yes, that's a bad haircut. That doesn't mean I look bad. Bro, you're intoxicated or something comes out of the person. No, I'm not. Or something, depends on what the something would be. So, what leads you to believe that I'm intoxicated? Get specific. Oh, I think you're too sensitive, like a feminist vegetarian. No. Okay. I'm a manly man, an alpha male. I'm strong. I'm high testosterone. I don't like people exhibiting dominant behavior to me and trying to get dominance, okay? I don't like people initiating aggression to me. And if I perceive that somebody's exercising aggression to me, that makes me feel like hurting you, understand? And I'm limited to using my words to hurt your feelings in this chat, which means all you're seeing is a guy being verbally reactively aggressive to you right now. And that's all you're risking playing this game in my chat, which is why you're doing it. Okay? So notice this, like people show up being bullies, okay? Not even very passive aggressive. And then I reacted. Now notice how it's like this person, a bad haircut is the first comment. And then that is an insult. Okay, that's an attack. And then I react as if I was just attacked. And I go, oh, you're crazy because you act like I was attacked. I wasn't attacked. I was just asking about your haircut or something like this. And then, oh, okay, now you're sensitive, okay. No, give an example. If I was the type of person that let this be normalized and signal to people, Mike lets people disrespect him without putting down boundaries and communicating it's not okay with being disrespected. People be like, Mike's a pussy and a doormat. See? Notice that if I use the model of human behavior, like the data pool of previous interaction with humans, I already know like likely responses if then, okay? Which means if I was not a person, then my natural reaction is like this a lot of time. I perceive somebody's fucking with me and I don't like being fucked with. And that becomes clear by how I'm acting. It's like you're a piece of shit. But it's somewhere people are, oh, he's not okay being fucked with. Okay. Now people, oh, you're hypersensitive, too aggressive or something like this. But if I had the other extreme, where it's like people came in and be like, that's an ugly haircut. What type of drugs I do right now? Which is dismissive and an insult to insinuate somebody's on drugs, which is low status behavior commonly, and a common insult if you work with the devalue person, they're a drug addict, okay? See? Um, if I was a person and my response, the natural response, like default to, which is typically reacting to aggressive comments with an reactive aggressive response, okay? If I was the opposite side of the spectrum, was that people come and act like this and I go, like, kind of, oh, okay, you think my haircut thanks or something like this. People are like, Mike's a fucking pussy bitch. He's a doormat. He doesn't stand up for himself. Mike is a little pussy simp bitch that lets people trash talk him in his chat and he doesn't stand up for himself. See? So it's like you can't win with people that are out to be like, this guy sucks, okay? Because if you're shutting down people and like calling people on the shit and people are bullies and you go, you're a bully, I don't like that, okay? But you're sensitive and bad for reacting to the bullying, standing up for yourself. If you weren't standing up for yourself, the same type of people like this guy's a pussy, you let people trash talk you in the chat, you won't even stand up for yourself, you're a doormat, okay? See? So the point is this. Once again, how I end up operating in reality is what I feel is the right response, okay? And not what will people say, you understand? Because that's a path to genuine insanity. If you live your life, be like, what will people say? And it's like, if I get angry and go like, screw you in the chat, some people say, oh, Mike's not a good Christian because he should be more graceful and let people push his buttons. And he goes like, screw you, you're blocked. Oh, he's not a good Christian, is what I'm saying. And other people go, some people have different opinions. And people are haters will always act as if you're doing wrong, even if you're not. And most people are haters in the making or presently so, currently. And possibly I would recommend that they get like a job as like a trainee at a power plant station as a power pole licker. If they need somebody to test the current, to like verify if this is a hot wire before somebody's gonna touch the cord and disconnect it. If they have a job where it's like they need a guy to like lick it and be like, they look at, you got the job, be like, go and lick it. And then the other guys before, they look at like, if you're like, or not, okay. And then if it's like, oh, there's no electricity from to the wire, good job, guy. And then they disconnect and understand. If they have a job like that, you will be just the guy, understand? I can just sense it. I'm good at like spotting talent. You got a knack for that type of stuff. I can just sense it. I'm like the NFL scout. Go to like little leagues, I see this guy making so far. NFL guy. Okay. We try to get this guy to NBA or something like this. He's like, I can tell that you're a special type of person. Okay. And you have like a real talent as a pole licker, understand? Like a power plant third wire or something. What was the railway reference? We have the third rail or something like this. A third rail licker. Okay. You Google it. You search third rail licker job opportunities, and you see if something shows up. You tell him Mike's sent you pretty good word. Okay, you tell him this guy Mike's told me he put in a good word. Tell him Mike's sent you to lick the poles on the sand. Okay, if they show up, just if not, a lot of people don't know this, but there's quite a lot of power plants and like power stations in this world that are like looking for a guy as a day worker. It's like Mexicans that show up. Hello, senor. Can I work for an hour? Dinero, stuff like that's Italian. But here's the point. So it's like the guy shows up, like, and the hombre or something like this. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, wait. Something like this. But it's the point. Okay, yeah, whatever. She's like, yeah, he's like, yeah, whatever. He's like, here's the thing. End-stage leukemia. I'm sorry to break it to you live right now, but I'm dying over here. Send your money. I said, I'm down with the cash. I need make money for the treatments. I was at the doctor's yesterday. They told me I got 6 months to live, unless I get $976.4 on a weekly basis to pay for the cancer medication. That's a very specific number, which is, people that lie, a lot of times they can't get specific with the numbers. So the doctor told me you need $964.7 per month for the cancer treatment. And I go, I don't have that money, sir. He goes, why don't you go on YouTube and let him know that you need money for cancer treatments? And some people might send it to you. I go, you know what, thanks for that. I'll try it next time I log on YouTube, doc. And here we go. So here's the point. I mean facetious. So anyway, here's the point. And I have my haters are dishonest. There'd be at least one hater that if the watch would be like contemplating an expose video, like cut that up, like Mike Size is a scammer, like serious, and accuse him of that, and to get people to think that I'm running scams based off of live comedy in my live stream, stuff like this. Okay. Well, here's the point. So. Just got a crow here. It's crow for dinner, honey. That's what it is. I suppose, yeah. Yeah. It's got to be weak out or a bad shot if you hit it and it's still like crowing after you hit it. Understand? It doesn't go. There was an instant kill. See, it must have hit it bad, like in the leg or something like this, or the wing. It's like he's still alive. He just lost his ability to maintain flight and fell down. So, something like this. So now, it's like now it's dinner's ready. So that maybe you've been here the oven being on. So that was the point. Something like this. That's another one. That's the point. So yeah, whatever. Here's the thing. Yeah. I know something better. I know what it's going to be. It's going to be brought to me and placed at my feet. What is it? So that's now getting into Bible, no transforming acting. So be aware. I'm warming up for you, Josh Brolin. Next time I might be playing you in the movie. Okay, and then you know then that it's like you're like it's all of a sudden you try to get roles and auditions and stuff like this, and it's like we don't need you anymore. We got a guy that doing a better job being you as an actor in Hollywood than you. Okay, it's the guy called Mike Sarr showed up one day, acted his heart out. We had to give him an Oscar the first day. It's like he showed up for the audition, and it's like we ended up booking a limo, take him to the Oscars, like the basement. They'd be like, "Where's the Oscar statues?" And they go, somebody gets it. They'd be like, "This one's for you, Mike." And it's like some guy said, "Just scratch my name or this. Here you go." It's like they can't help themselves. Understand? It'd be like they could be exposed if I ended up acting on camera and I didn't end up getting an Oscar in 24 hours. They'd be like discredit the whole system as a competence hierarchy. Do you understand? They'd be like, yeah, we've been exposed. It's like that's like the Oscars are not really given to the best actors, so they lose credibility as like a ceremony. Understand? So it's like what is the point? Mike Sargent's up acting on camera. I can't get sent home without that trophy. Understand? So what is the point? Josh Brolin, I come for your ass, understand? Okay, and you better hope I mean poetically. So here's the thing, okay? He's like, yeah. So okay, I've seen he's been doing like the dips, skinny dips in liquid, getting like not all that, but he's getting wet on his hand. So he might be looking forward to this. I saw a video on his Instagram was jumping into coke plants that says liquid death on it, and it's like I almost I was like after seeing the Instagram, I'm not happy checking his license for why I have enough things to tear up my hero. Okay, it's like I'm all about here to pull out, understand? So I've been looking too much at people's social media profiles, and you see what they're listed. Okay, so it's like I've been put my hair out so much. I show up in a cancer clinic. It's like I end up in the oncology ward. So where's the point? It is 90 good. But here's the point. So Josh Brolin, okay, he was one of these people where for a while I was looking at his Instagram. Okay, I was taking a look now and then. There's some interesting stuff. They're kind of stimulating content that he was uploading, and I felt kind of interested for a while. Doesn't take long until he starts acting out. Okay, let's see. He's like outside, getting naked and jumping into stuff. It's something so easy to get into than to get out of. Understand? So here's the point. Yeah, this guy Josh Bone couldn't act his way out of a wet paper bag. Somebody should have put like a paper bag on his head, what is it, like cold plunge, and be like, yeah, go ahead, hack your way out of this. And he'd be like, I can't do it. Okay, see? This like they go like push him down, they put a paper bag on his head and like baptize him, and he comes up with a wet paper over his head. It's like act your way out of this, and he goes, I can't do it. I was like, okay, let you go find a guy who can act. That's what I get to call Mike. Who is the guy who can act on camera? And I go, so you mean that a person is not just a voice actor, but like an on-camera talent as well? They go, yeah. Okay, you got the right, you got the right number. Whoever told you to call me, they should get a raise or something like this. There's special occasions, the best thing or chance that I need to get on the service to do some acting or something. And okay. So, but here's the point. Yeah, so anyway, Josh Brolin, I gotta tell you the thing. Josh Brolin shows up on Instagram. I'd like to see him butt naked, but not really. But not too far from it. He was in his sweatpants or shorts, some kind of bathing trunk or something like this. Some kind of swimsuit. He jumps into a barrel of water that has a skull on it, says liquid death. Okay? That's a preview, foreshadowing of your future. Which you shouldn't be unfamiliar with the concept. This type of stuff has been happening around it for a long time. Unbeknownst to you or not. Okay? And I'm shaking off the ring rust here tonight, the active ring rust, and I'm getting him back into it. Understand? So beware of that. So unbeknownst to you or not, foreshadowing of your future has been happening around you your whole life. You just didn't know. So, see, I'm telling you the truth. That's the point. Josh Brolin, what's going to happen to him in the future? He's going to be cast into the lake of fire. But escalated quickly, yes. Josh Brolin is going to be cast into, it sounds like I'm making the decision who's going to go there. It's not, as anyone has said this. That's the point. Josh Brolin is going to get cast into the lake of fire. Okay? Josh Brolin shall be cast into the lake of fire for all eternity. Okay? No paroles over it. So yeah, Josh Brolin is going to get cast into lake of fire. That's not the type of typecasting you want to get. It's like this guy is going to be frying in the lake of fire for all eternity. And you're the guy who we need. Okay? That's not the type of typecasting. I don't know how it works in Hollywood. They show that either you're gonna have to go to Epstein Island. It's like this might be how it works. Before you see a star actor up in a movie. Okay. Here we are. This limo here is either gonna take you to like a Hollywood like parking lot where you're gonna be acting out on camera. Or it's gonna take you to an airport or airstrip It's gonna fly you to Epstein Island. And you're gonna have to do strange things with children that nobody wants you to be doing. Okay. And it's like most people go, I'd be in the movie. Okay. Doing the kind of normal stuff contrasted to the other option. I don't know how it works. But I wouldn't be surprised. Okay. It's like there's a lot of things, like list things that wouldn't surprise Mike. So it is a big part of the type of content I do in my YouTube channel. Merch coming soon, somebody wrote. Yeah, this guy's gotta get blocked. So, alright, brother, make sure you do some job applications. I'm not doing job applications. In what Sweden job applications do you understand? Okay. I have people call me on the phone. Mike, we're applying you for a job. And I go, what type of job? And they go, the one they don't get paid money for. I go, no, thank you. Okay. They call me again if you have a job that gets me paid handsomely. Okay, that'd be fair. So here's this point. Hey Mike, we get this at the getting place. Okay, I got it at the getting place. Okay, oh, you're jacking me. No, sir. Okay. Yeah, okay. Quit jacking. Are you jacking me? So right here's the point. Yeah, so he's not no stranger to jacking it. That's the miserable. Don't buy into the glamorous lifestyle. You think that George Ford is living the high life. He's in acting movies. This type of guy, they caught in webs in the forest and like caught up in like little webs and stuck in like this stuff. Do you understand? He's the type of guy that's caught in webs. He's like, oh, I'm caught again. He's trapped in the woods, understand? And it's not that glamorous. This type of guy, we need a guy to. It's like I've just reminded. There's certain jokes where it's like there's a certain part where Mike, you're a Christian. You don't put a trigger on that one. And I go, okay. So what is the point? So yeah, George Sports not straight into jacking it is what I'm saying. Sam. Okay, he's known to be yeah, you know what I mean. Okay, the Brits they call people wankers if they want to help them. No, I mean it's jacking. I'm a regular. Okay, hello. So yeah, Josh Brolin. In a world where you could hire any person to be an actor in a movie, why would you hire Josh Brolin when you could try to get Mike? Understand? Where you could try and be denied. Why would you try to get Josh Brolin to act for you in a video, where you could try to get Mike Sad and be rejected? In a world where you could have Josh Brolin to be acting for you, and you could try to get Mike Sad to act for you and get rejected. Why would you try to get Josh Brolin to act for you? This is end-stage lung cancer. Okay. And if it's not, then I'm trying to get it. I'm working towards it. Understand? See, if this is not actually it, then it's that we beat it soon. So whatever. Oh, let's see. Oh, Josh Brolin is my uncle. Okay. So look, you listen all that all comes together. Yeah, actually, it's not too bad. This is a really accurate comment from a person that comes across as a guy who's just being goofy on the internet, watched his stream, and he says, I'm going to write some funny words in the chat, and this kind of stuff. So if you mind your manners, you might just survive another 6 minutes and be able to comment in the chat. Understand? I've been thinking about if I should have a prize. Where it's like, this guy has showed up 3 consecutive days running constantly streaming, didn't get blocked, and it's like, or something, and it's like, there's something that pull up and be like, sign it, and be able to try to, okay, whatever. But here's the point. Are you friends? No. Mind your manners. Put your manners back in. Understand? Put your manners back in. So here's the point. You've been told not to do that. You've been told not to ask questions like this. You've been told not to ask questions like that. How do you know? Come on. I don't have my phone with the hotline to my agent. That I was going to call him. No. Did you brief the interviewer? What type of questions? There is a standard thing like a vibe or stuff like this. What needs to be in the green, like a bowl of only brown M&M's, stuff like this. Okay. And it's like this, people have been briefed. It's like people that get vetted through, they end up being able to ask me questions in my chat. They need to have been briefed. There's like they can't act like this on the side. They can't act like this. Some people slip through the cracks somehow, which means I need to look for a new PR person, the person who handles my interviews and books like interviewers for this. So Nigeria. Okay, so as I notice how he's asking me questions if I'm from this place, and it's like the locations are getting me offended. So it's are you French? Okay, no, they look like a French to you. They look like a French. If I wear like a hat, like a ball with red and white and blue on top like this. Do you see me riding a horse and pointing my head somewhere or something like this? Am I innocent? No. Algeria, Moroccan. I believe he's been briefed, okay? So you know better than to ask questions like this. I believe he's Jewish, right? Somebody. Well, I'm a man of many talents. I can act badly. Okay. So whatever, that's the point. We don't have time for this. So yeah, so I might tell you a little bit. I wouldn't think that I was being really imprecise if I told you that I'm somewhat of a acting connoisseur, okay? A merchant of the arts, okay? A taster of the craft, let's call this. Mike Saha, thinker of thoughts, speaker of words. Maker of videos. Yeah, so this is smoking segment on the stream, so. Coming up on a station link. In other words, from our sponsors and some publicity. There's a guy still here from yesterday's lynching. He sometimes. Was that too soon? But there might be certain things. It's like it's never time. It's always too soon. It's never the right time. Certain things is never the time for. Polish. I guess Poland. No, because I'm from Poland. Yeah, so the guy who's from Poland is writing in the chat. And the guy who's making a video with the chat to writing is not from So you got the wrong guy. In case of mistaken identity. He's a Polak. I'm not a Polak. If anybody strikes me as a Polak, and it would be you. Some kind of genetic squatting Slav. Okay. The type of guy who like squats with Adidas track, like a set, where it's like a top and bottom set, like a tracksuit. And how you spend your time is like in like a rundown neighborhood, and the backdrop is like a brick house with like old cars, and it's you and other people who look kind of, I don't know what, like half homeless, but somehow you have a fresh Adidas jacket on, like a full set, with like the tracksuit, and it's like a bottle of vodka, and then possibly you get to like in the middle of the day when you got like the and you do like something like this. Okay. And there's like the type of culture where guys hang out together. It's only men there partying. There's never any attractive female showing up, and it's just dudes dancing together while we looking like homeless people. And that's like right there with good time. And that's like that's the peak experience that you have, like your fond memories. It's like hang out with other dudes dancing, without getting drunk, and it's like no women. Once you get introduced to the concept of like parties that where there's women involved or attractive, and you dancing with them, you'd be like, your mind would be blown, and you'd be like, I didn't know. Understand? It's like I did. It's like it'd be like a whole new world open up to you, and you just sell everything you have and move to the place where this type of stuff happens. Why didn't they finish your haircut? Notice how like if Mike says on camera, there would be conspiratorial language, like linguistics. They, okay. See, they. Why did see? It's like, why didn't they finish your haircut? See, that sounds like a conspiracy to me. It's like they don't want you to notice, understand? They didn't want him to have a good haircut. Okay, they didn't do. You understand? Why didn't they? Okay, they. Okay, who are they? Okay, dude, oh, hold on. I know. Okay, now I'm reminded. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I know who they're talking about. Who's they? Picture, if you will. There's a helicopter view. So this before they had UV on cameras on. It's a helicopter filming the ocean from above, roughly 100 yards above the ocean. And it's a rectangular view, like 16 meters. And then it's about 11 seconds with music, okay, that is fading in so it gets a little bit louder. And it's a bird, like a seagull, that passes through the view. So first it's an opening shot, it's whatever step, it's just water. So it's like, oh, it's an ocean we're looking at. It starts moving, it's an ocean, there's a scene, there's water, there's some waves, but it's kind of static environment. It's not that much as water. And down, it's a seagull, it's like this. Now, in the bottom right corner, as you look at this, and it's almost at a point where it's like the crowd is losing the interest and starting to get bored. But just the right moment, it's like now, there's a woman, a female swimmer, coming through like this. And she's swimming like this, actually. Doing like this type of stroke. And then after getting across half, pretty much, she switches to swimming like this. Now, do. And this is short to concept view now, like a fin, like a big fin, like this. Okay, and it's on a collision course with the woman. So you know the drill now. There's a shark that's gonna eat this woman. That's how you feel that. That's the risk that it might happen. That's how you feel at this moment. The shark's gonna get the woman. Gets the woman, puts on her water, and it's just like a red stain. And the music gets even more dramatical. And like, yeah. and now it cuts the new scene, or some guys having coffee in a room together, and it is some kind of scientist, and it's like, will they come back here or something like this? Where are they? And then they check some radar or something like this. And it's like they disappeared. We saw them on the radar. They were going swimming, and they didn't come back. Do you think that this is something a problem? And then now they go like, people start screaming, and some guy goes, it's like they start making calls and stuff, and understand, because they're shark researchers in the ocean, and they realize they're gone missing in shark waters. Understand? And it's like, this is the sort of movie, and then the rest of it, I leave that up to you. I understand what happens next, but that's the day. Understand? Okay, they, meaning the fear. Okay, who are they? It's the that okay, that part, that is the thing. That's the day. Understand? The day. Okay, yeah. It is a shark. Okay. It's like a symbol of like what the day symbolized, like what type of energy is like the day. Okay, it's dangerous. Okay, it's a conspiracy of some sort. There's people that go missing. Okay, blood and guts. Understand? And people left to water try to crack misuse. What happened to this and that person? They, okay, did they get them? Yeah. Yeah, so some people haven't been briefed, but it's like, you got it, like a good idea who they are. Okay, so it's like, I'm lucky I got away with a better haircut this time. There's some people, when they get to, they lose more than hair. Okay, their sanity, people lose their sanity. Calmly, if they get them, people are prone to lose their sanity. Limbs, okay. And yeah, it's not all fun and games, honestly. So anyway, we got to do more drugs. Understand? It's like this live stream, this and that, more cowboy. We need more coffee. Understand? This on camera performance is too uncaffeinated. We had to get more caffeine. Don't touch it now. It's just now we got it on. Okay. So okay. So this type of problems that I have. Other people like George Soros and Bill Gates might have problems like, what do I make with these billions of dollars? I just checked my bank account and I just like $1 billion extra this month, something like this. What do I spend this on? Okay. The type of problems I have is, it's like I need coffee, and it's like the coffee machine doesn't work, and it's like I have to like bang it and then try to push it, doesn't start, and it's like shake a little bit and reposition it and do this and touch. Oh, it went on. I don't touch it now because if nothing goes on, if you just touch it, it tends to go off again. So here we go. Boom. Here we go. So yeah, it's like, keep the likes coming if you want this live stream to stay for future viewing. Okay, I've already let people know, if you're a person that comes across my videos if you're a person that comes across my videos and you're just on YouTube and it's like this slashing shows up and you click it and it's like you feel like this is the type of stuff you'd like to see more of, I'm gonna brief you on the stream situation. I'm not one of these YouTubers where if you go to Reuters news channel, which I don't recommend, understand, if you value sanity. Okay. But here's the point, if you, a lot of YouTubers, it's like if you see them upload something, it's like you watch a little video, and it's like you got the other stuff that I watch the rest of it tomorrow. Not on this channel, understand? I have you know. Not on this channel. This is not the type of channel where you can feel safe that, oh, it's a video I started watching. Mike Size right now. Start watching. It's like, oh, Grandma calling, I gotta take her for a walk. I'll finish the stream, watch the rest of it later tonight. Okay? Don't count on me, okay? This is not that type of stream. This is the type of stream that you might disappear after watching it. And if not you, the video that you were watching, right? Somebody's gonna disappear, understand? If that's the video of me, where did the guy go? He was live. He's not live anymore. Where did he go? This is a mystery. And you're not gonna be able to solve it. The appearing on Mike's Live on YouTube is as a thief in the night, understand? Just when you thought you were safe, you subscribe, you watch this channel, you go, oh, I'm gonna subscribe to watch more videos. And you go, oh, I guess Mike's sleeping right now. He was live for 12 hours, which means he couldn't have been sleeping, because he was live on camera the whole time, almost not sleeping. And he ended the live stream, said bye, and it's been 4 hours since he ended the live stream. I guess Mike's sleeping now for 8 hours. Okay. Next thing you know, Mike's live again. Streaming like you wouldn't believe, like even more intensely than before I ended it, that you were watching. Now notice how it's so many things you can do. Now here's the point. We're gonna make coffee now. More drugs, okay? There's more drugs. I'm known to do drugs on my live streams. Like that's what people, you ask people in the chat, understand? They said, what they would tell you what I do in my life is being on drugs on camera. It's a common opinion. This guy Mike is on camera on drugs, okay? Okay? Now I will go, that's partially correct. Here are the drugs that I'm on. Only these. Caffeine, nicotine. Yeah. So, now to a quick disclaimer. The Mike's Live Broadcasting Network does not encourage, condone, nor promote the use of narcotic substances, illicit nor legal. Drug use of any type or kind is strongly advised against by the Mike's live stream, unless the drugs are prescribed by a licensed professional medical doctor. Okay? Which means, generally, if you're watching this, I make jokes, I talk about doing drugs on camera, I do drugs on camera, okay? But that doesn't mean that I'm recommending it to others. So I'm fixing to make some coffee here, which I count as a drug, okay? And I like doing drugs, specifically this one, caffeine, okay? So here we are, oh Mike, I thought I was starting to get you sensitive to using drugs in the live stream. Not so fast, criminal scum. Understand? Not so fast. Lizard, stop right there, criminal scum. You violated the law. Okay? So where is this point? I don't know if you played Oblivion or not, but the Elder Scrolls Oblivion, but it's a video game where there's a, notice how this references. So you know that you gotta write down, hey honey, I found a channel yesterday on YouTube. I started watching it. And you're in the bathroom jerking or something, your wife goes, why are you doing it there? I'm not jerking or anything. And you go, okay. She takes the bathroom, she finds that you're watching this stream. You got a lot of explaining to do, okay? It's like, you're not gonna need therapy. Okay, your wife, okay, possibly me if you let me know that what's going on. But here's the point. Never get alone in a room with a guy called a therapist, by the way. It's a compound word. Okay, I let you know there's a cue. Okay, because therapists will try to mindfuck you sometimes if they're a fake one, like a quack. Then somebody shows up and be like, "Hey, I'm a therapist." Oh, really? And I go, "Yeah, let me do some therapy on it. Fix it right up." Okay, and they don't have like a diploma or something for this. They can't prove that they're a real therapist. They don't have like a recorded competence, understand? It's like you need to know what you know. So, unlicensed therapists, I don't recommend going to them unless you're sure that they're legit without them showing you that they're whatever. So it's important. Gotta do some tablets. Okay, so it's like now we're gonna do some tablets. Okay, this is a royal we. So when I say we, I mean me. Okay. So Mike is the type of guy to refer to himself in the plural. Okay. More specifically, royal we. Okay, on the regular. And I won't. So we're gonna take some tablets now. Talk about doing drugs. Okay, gotta do drugs. Okay, this gotta be 2 tablets. Oh, what's in the box? Tell you, caffeine tablets, 100 milligrams per tablet, totaling 200 milligrams of caffeine. That's what I'm gonna put with. So yeah, now notice how the more retarded people, the more likely I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Because it's like they fail to see like that it's like, oh, Mike said he's doing drugs. Then he clarifies what he means by that. I'm making coffee. And if you watch earlier the stream, he goes, I count coffee as a drug because it contains caffeine. And I count coffee as a drug. Later on the stream, Mike makes half a coffee, goes, I'm doing drugs again, okay? See? And then people go, Mike is doing drugs on camera, he's immediately somebody. Yeah, well, not so fast. Criminal scum. It's like just so different of it's just like it's already we already established that you are bad, not feel comfortable for it to be established. So it's like, yeah, that's so fast, criminal scum. So it's like the delivery was like almost like it's like you're my friend. It's like it's been normalized that the shirt is there's no like tension. It's just natural. So it's a point, which says a lot about you and me. So it's a point. Oh, what's that? Don't ask questions and won't answer to. There was some yellow substance on the spoon, possibly mayonnaise, from yesterday. And this has been like in the kitchen sink, with like dried crusty mayonnaise on it. Because I didn't wash the dishes yesterday, and I need something to stir my coffee with, and that's how it goes in there. Okay, so this type of stuff. So anyway, it's a point. I was working towards a combination. So here's the thing. Gotta tell the reference. There's references that are explained and there's non-explained references. And that's where you come in. So if you look, oh, it felt like, well, you figure it out. Okay? Now, this, not so fast, criminal scum. You violated the laws of like this. That's a reference from a video game. The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. And part of the gameplay experience, it's one of my favorite games of all time. I'll let you finish. Bethesda had one of the greatest video games of all time, called Elder Scrolls Oblivion. The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Okay. And basically, it's like a fantasy video game. How do I explain this? Like if your grandpa is like, what's a video game? Okay. He's like, well, it's like, first of all, it's like you guys play video games. I'm gonna take a bold leap and think that you know, assume that you know what a video game is. And then we're going to talk about what type this is. Okay. So people need to be briefed on what a video game is. There might be another video. Okay. That's the point. So this is people, the advanced course, people who know what a video game is. We're gonna talk about what type of video game this specific one is. We're gonna deal with genre type stuff. So, okay. So, there's a video game called The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. And it's a fantasy, quasi-historical. So it's almost like, it's the Middle Ages with magic, okay? If magic was real, okay? Basically, it's like a video game where it's like the Middle Ages. People ride horses, people wear armor, people fight with swords and bows and arrows. Only with magic, okay? So there's like a fantasy component. And there's magic of creatures, there's magic of spells, there's magic, okay? So, part of it is like if you're living in this, you're in the game, it can happen that you're picking a lock, and after a lot of hard work, like picking a lock and you broke into somebody's house in the video game, then it's like you're rummaging through stuff to steal from them. It's exactly this. And it's like, suddenly it's like teleports, I understand? And it's like, it's not that it's like you can hear the guards come. It's like suddenly it's like in the room. It's like teleport in. Suddenly there's like two knights in armor there. They are like police knights, okay? And like you have violated the law. And then there's like a dialogue option with like surrender or something like this. And it's like you never catch me, something like this. And then that triggers a fight. The NPC goes into hostile mode. So if you click like okay, I had myself and they take it there. If you go like you never catch me live, something it's like as soon as you click that, it switches to like the cutscene dialogue part disappears and the NPC has been triggered hostile mode and they be trying to kill you. Okay, so that's the reference, and part of like the meme level of that reference is the people that played it. It's like comically unrealistic, where it feels like conspiratorial. It's like how did it know I was here? It's like you could be like on a boat in the middle of the ocean, abandoned, and there's nobody inside and you're stealing something, and suddenly the cops just appear in the room. Like, you violated the law. And it says that where did it come from? How did it know? There's no telephones. How did it know that I was in here stealing shit? Understand? Okay? They just appear in the room, and they know they caught you red-handed somehow. Okay? So, anyways, the point. Later, dude. Well, I beg to differ. So, okay. So, here's the point. If you're expecting me to be agreeable, just like the lollipop goes in the mouth, and then you squeeze the end of it hard so you don't drop the lollipop in the mouth as you suck it on. Okay, so you know what? Okay, meaning you get the lollipop. Once I had the Mike's merch, I'm looking to launch a lollipop, a lollipop, Mike's lollipop. And so it'll be okay. The merch, get ready for that. If I get monetized on YouTube and I can have merch, I like a lollipop, my own band of lollipops with my logo on it. Okay, and I'll be looking to, especially haters. They'll be like, you're getting blocked for that comment unless you order the lollipop. And then if I can check that they ordered it, I'll be okay. Next time I'm gonna want them to suck it as the watch the video, understand? And I'm gonna need to see proof of that. Take a picture up into YouTube of you sucking on the lollipop. Understand? And I'll be like, yeah, it's another sucker board, but now you're blocked. But take some pain from a lollipop or something like this. Sucker, something like this. It'll be like a long-term game where it'll be more satisfying once the surprise reveal of the plot, where it looked like I was kind of warm me up. It's like, okay, I'll let you. You were rubbing and rolling before, but I won't block you. Just order lollipop. It's like so long, sucker. Okay, yeah, that makes the point. It's like a Mike's lollipop is a sweet best served stale. So here's the point. I'm being facetious while eating fishes in my shell. So here's the point. Yeah. I saw a few people have been voted with the likes. That's good. Now don't get comfortable. Don't think now because I exhibit like I noticed that some people have liked, but I'm gonna be heartbroken if you go and unlike it. Okay. You can try me, pal. Go ahead. Make my day, son. Go ahead and remove the like right there. See if you see me like breaking down. I might get me mad though. And I might have a knack for knowing who it was that did it, and they end up getting blocked. Hold on. Yeah, it was top tracking the comments or IP. And get ready to track it from the produce like next 90 seconds. Okay. Yeah, so I had to take a call there. Okay, to call my grandpa. There's this. Yeah, so anyway, okay, see, if I was a secret agent, I'd be like fighting first day, because they end up like exposing my camera, so like, oh my god, in first day, I'd be like, I'm an agent, something like this, and then where's the point? So it's like, it's the point, okay, it's like there's a reason why they didn't even try to recruit me to be an agent. Some TS did risk, like the government, get it to be like, kind of tell this agent, to like switch sides and be
go from being a TI to being like an ex-TI, fake anti-TI or something like this. You understand? But it's like they know better than to try to understand. It's like they know that it's like this is not gonna work. Yeah, he's not gonna be able to maintain his calories. He's gonna end up. It's like it'd be like a joke that he feels like making that involves exposing himself as an agent, and it's like he's not gonna be willing to trade like the OPSEC for a laugh. Understand? He'll be kind of like a good laugh more important than an OPSEC, like operational security. Understand? He'd always all cover just for a laugh or something if they want, and end up in a ditch somewhere or something like that. But that's the point. So it's like he gets the first laugh, gets the first laugh, and the guy who last laugh laughs the least or something like this. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, the shame on you. Because if you fool me once, there's like a certain amount of shame, like it's like 5 points of shame. You fool me again, there's another additional 5 points of shame points to you for fooling. 2 times now. Twice the shame. On who? You, the fool. Okay. So, yeah. So what is it? Yeah, so I'm starting to have enough of this shit. I'm starting to have enough. Okay, it's like I've had it with the people. Understand? It's like I'm here in the middle. Why are you offended? I'm more offended by if you would be like, why, wondering why I'm offended. That should be clear to you at this point. Just the fact that it'd be like you forget your wife's birthday or something like this, you get offended. Because you feel like you should know this already, understand? So it's like, oh Mike, why are you offended? Why am I offended? Okay. Yeah, whatever. So here's the point. But there was some kind of point I was going to finish here. So, yeah, people, yeah, okay. The location angle, the trail. People are starting to figure out and asking me where I'm from, if I'm a Polak or a Jew, okay? I don't think I've ever been accused of being a Jew in my chat before, so that's a new one, okay? It makes me feel special. So here's the point. People were guessing. People were guessing. I'm in Sweden. Okay. So I'm not your monkey. I don't dance to your tune, which means not that people show up. Where are you from? It's like, oh, it's like I'm under contractual obligation to answer your questions within 90 seconds. You can count yourself lucky if you get an answer to your question. People can statistics. This is not an attitude. This is statistics. What we're getting to now. People can consider themselves lucky if they're able to leave more than one comment when I get involved. Just statistically, if you check the last month, number of accounts leaving a comment in my chat, how many of these accounts got blocked right after the first comment? It'd be around 50% or more. Which means you're more or less lucky if you're able to leave several comments and not getting blocked within the same 90 seconds, not okay, or minutes. So, anyway, here's the point. We're gonna have some mystery liquid, understand? Okay, speaking of doing drugs, this is not drugs, okay? We were doing drugs before, okay, in the stream. This is the doing things that are not drugs in life. There's been a lot of drugs, okay? Okay? Now let us see. I feel like the YouTube admin team is breathing down my neck right now. They're ready to be like, is he promoting drug use in this video? Can we shut him down? Hold your horses. It's a joke. I'm not doing drugs in this live stream. Coffee is a drug. Google. If you're in YouTube admin team, whatever you're called, the Freedom of Speech Department, the Ministry of Freedom, okay, see, the Freedom of Speech team that they decided going to turn off this guy's live stream for hate speech because he made a joke about the Jews or something like this.
It's called the Freedom of Speech Department. Okay. Ministry of Freedom of Speech or something like this. And they have like a thing called the memory holder, like some tube that they put stuff in and never to see. But here's the point. Some YouTubers are more equal. Okay. It's like, yeah, YouTubers are equally under the terms and they apply across the board to everybody. But some YouTubers are more equal than others. Okay. Which means there's things during COVID, the height of COVID, that if I would say to my live stream, I'm Mike Shaw, I'm a renter, here's what I think about topic, boom, medical misinformation. But if I could go at the same time period and find a guy saying the same thing on Rogan's podcast as a guest, and the guy didn't get shut down. Say, interesting. Looks like some YouTubers can do things that others can't. I'm being facetious. That might not be a real world scenario. It wouldn't surprise me if it was. Here's the point. So notice it's like I kind of learned a little bit. There's never a point where you're safe, okay? Which means you can dot all your I's, cross all your Q's, okay? See? But there's never a point where it's like you learn the rule book of the YouTube terms of service. Then you go like play by the book. It's like, whew, I know they're not gonna take my video. They might, no. Even if you try your hardest not break the rules and you don't, they still might take you down. There's somebody calls, it's Satan. Okay, they have a room. They have a hotline, like a newsroom in the YouTube studio. And it's like a certain hotline. And it goes, and somebody, hello, there's like smoke coming out of it. Somebody goes, this is Satan. Turn off Mike Shaw's YouTube channel immediately. Yes, master. And sacrifice another chicken up on the altar. While you're at it. Oh, yes. There's somebody who's like, go to the market and get a chicken. Right away, okay. There's somebody like an intern, and they go from like you go to the market like Chinatown and get a chicken, a live one, okay, with the blood in it, okay. We need it's like mainly it's like the chicken is a container of blood that needs to be spilled on some kind of auto with horns on it. It says mole or something like this there, okay. Now you should be like, whew, it's just chickens at this point, okay, and that's like first stage Illuminati operation. And it's like eventually it's like a slippery slope where they have like a frog in there that they throw in water, and then they start boiling, and they kill a frog now. Next is a chicken that goes from like this, and it's like it's a slippery slope, and a hot pot of water, and you're going into it eventually. Eventually it's you that's going in. I remember I used to see as a kid I'd be reading comic books, and a common plot would be there's some expedition like Donald Duck or whoever it is. They go to the rainforest, something like this, and there's people there with like long cloths and spears, and they always want to put them in a pot and boil them. Understand? Okay, see, it's like always it's like it's a comic book plot where it's like the southern races in this place where it's like foreign countries are dangerous, and like people living there that want to eat you or something like this. So, but it's the point. Yeah, so I'm not doing any drugs. They took too long. We gotta do disclaimer. So I'm not doing any drugs in this video. They're illegal. But I will it's okay. I do drink coffee, smoke cigarettes. I don't recommend that to people watching the streams. Okay. But I do smoke and drink coffee. What do I smoke? Tobacco. Only that. And what do I drink? Coffee. Okay. So, I don't do illegal drugs, but I do call caffeine a drug, and I do count nicotine as a drug. So, if I was vaping, I'd be saying I'm doing drugs if I vape. Because it's nicotine that your body can stick to, and it changes how you feel somehow. It's a drug. So, anyway, I don't do drugs that are like, ooh, okay, he's doing that drug. No, it's just stuff. It's that standard fear, run-of-the-mill stuff. Okay, nothing is like glamorous. Okay, it's like I could possibly like sell it to you that you'd be like, wow, this sounds really glamorous, but it's you understand, but it's not really the glamorous. It's like coffee and smoking cigarettes. So no drugs are used in this diet. No animals were harmed in this video. Okay, so if Peter is watching this. They set up on my location right now with pitchforks and torches ready to burn my house down because I told them I'm harming animals and stuff like this. I'm not. Okay. So in Mother Sweden, animal harms you. And it possibly should have some kind of union for that to protect me from animals. Won't hurt me because this came close. So it's the point. Yeah, it's just run of the mill stuff. So here's the point. Whoa, hello there. That's beautiful. That's a little special moment. This is the type of stuff that makes my day, understand? They're like the little things. So as I stood here, if you look here, okay, so here's the railing and I had the phone there. I got here and kind of relaxed a bit. There's a magpie that appears like here, close range, like right at the corner distance there. And it was carrying a twig in its mouth. And that was the size of the phone. So if I would self-analyze a little bit, I probably feel like if this guy is like a car guy, like a guy is a car nut, and there's guys are like really into cars, and like do you understand? And if they would see like a Ferrari or something, to be like, I would be surprised if that's how I feel if I like see a bird. Sometimes it's like there's a bird there, and do you understand? I enjoy the bird watching. This is a decent bird watching location. You have birds at close range, mid range, and long range here, and you have different type of birds. Mostly magpies, crows. Certain times a year, sparrows. Right now, not a lot of sparrows. And the sun has been on, so was it yesterday? Last time I was here in the daytime, it was ice and not puddles of water. So it's gotten even better in terms of like bird watching potential, because having lived there for a while, there's a pattern. If I go out in the morning to have a cigarette or around lunchtime, a lot of times there'll be birds coming into the area, descending, going for landing, for a sip and a dip, I call it, which is accurate. I mean, birds you see coming in, landing on the rocks, and then they go up to the water, drink a little bit, get in, they take a little bath, maybe drink a bit more, and then sometimes they take flight right after. Sometimes they kind of load around the area and pick at the ground, as if they're looking for worms or seeds or whatever they're picking for. So I can see the picking behavior, but I've never really gotten a close look at what they're getting by the picking. Here's another thing. They recently removed a shipping container that had been there for more than 2 weeks, I'd say. And you can see the ground there. And what you could do, if you're like a lazy farmer, they done like 90% of like a micro nano scale, like micro farmer's field, where it's like there's the grooves there, it's neat lines, and if you go like this spread seed in there and then wait for it to rain, you might actually have like growth there. And it's an area that has a lot of sun, so anyway, people have been making a big deal of my haircut. I guess I should feel special because I'm the type of person. Do you understand? That's a beautiful angle. It's almost like a burn. Here's my retort. Novice alembic retort. It's like word alchemy. It's like a novice alembic modern pestle retort. So we got everything we need here. So there's been a lot of people talk about my haircut because I don't hide away. I'm a content producer. I'm live on TikTok. I'm live on YouTube. I upload selfies sometimes. Okay, whatever. And there's been a lot of talk about my haircut. It's like I'm in a gym group, and sometimes after I'm done doing a training stream on YouTube, I get some screenshots from the stream thrown up in a gym group, gym selfies. It's just popped out of workout, still fit or something like this. Okay, and then it's like this. It's like you see the response. There's a lot of haters, and a lot of people talking about my haircut. So standard hater comments: you're in prison, on drugs, and recently it will be the haircut. Okay, because the haircut is recent. So they're not that original. They're not like wizard of words sometimes. I've noticed that with haters, it's like they're unoriginal and it's like form letter. It's like they saw somebody do like a low level burn once, somebody getting trolled somewhere, and somebody went, "You're in prison," and maybe it was funny that time, and then they go it's like, now when they want to troll somebody, "How's prison?" or something like this. Okay, and it's like irrational, and it's not even like, oh well, it's kind of weird because it looks a little bit like I'm in prison or something like this, or anything that's like no. And sometimes I host them on the card, where it's like they're trying to. So it's like here, okay. So this type of stuff. What guys coming? This is the Mike Saha review. Get ready for the full photo mail. Roast comment review. So it's the point. So it's like this, only shirtless. I'm not gonna put in the effort right now, but it's like this. I take gym stuff sometimes, and like this is where I like to do flexing. Okay, only with not with this lighting. Okay, so that's the point. There's certain time, so it's like location scouting. I found a certain spot where in the afternoon we can get good video from this spot. Okay, but it's not in the mornings. It's not the time right now. So it's the point. Okay, it's I'm a one-man band. I'm the actor. I'm the script writer. I'm the post-edit guy, the camera guy, gaffer, boom mic operator. Anything that needs to be done, it's all me. Understand? So I'm a one-man band here. I don't have like a guy in India editing my videos for me. I'm the guy in India, in Sweden, being me. Understand? That's the level we're at here. It's a bootleg pirate video production. It's like I do feel kind of good, but it's like I feel like I'm just make it sound like I'm doing something professional. It feels more professional as I'm doing it. So it's the point. So the point is this. It sounds like it's a more high level, just talking about like the way that I do. So here's the point. I'm still winning. Okay, if you keeping updates, it's Mike says still winning. Oh, okay, 11:36 in the morning. And you're wondering, you're waiting with the bingo card about this. This is still winning, and you've been taking notes on other bases. Winning, we're still winning. Still winning. Okay, I started winning. I've been winning since I went live, and I didn't stop. Okay, it's been perpetual winning from the onset of the start, very starter, until now. There's never been a moment where I was not winning. So, why is that? It's this point. So, yeah. So, basically, here's what I'm going to explain to you. So, I do live streams, okay? If you subscribe to me, that's one of the standard content. We end up exercising and have a live stream always I do. Pumping iron, pumping your girlfriend, okay, live, No, that's on another side. Okay, so it's like here's the point. Okay, I will talk about the haters now. Okay, so if you're like a decent person, not a hater, don't wear the shoe that's not fitting you. That's the point. But it's like the type of haters that have to say, Mike, you're in prison, stop doing crack, and things that you're okay. It's like, yeah, I'm in here pumping iron and your girlfriend on the regular, and it's okay on camera. These people go, wow, Mike is really pumping. Yeah, yeah. So okay. See, notice it's that's a better burn. It's just I came up with a burn, and I think that's a better quality burn than the type of burn I'm responding to here and explaining. So that's the point. Standard burn is like formulated. It's so unoriginal. But it's like these patterns of behavior that people that show up attacking me with hater comments. There's like 4 different moves or something like this that they will use. It's like either it's this, that, or the other thing, that comment. And it'd be like the rare unicorn attack sometimes, where it's like, I didn't see that before, but it's still be low quality. But it's a rare low quality attack most of the time. That's the point. It's like I do a live stream, and a lot of times individual live streams makes for good selfies. So all of the pictures you see selfies uploaded anywhere, they're not AI, they're not picked, they're screenshots from live streams. Okay? And most of my profile, my thumbnails, my videos, okay, they're also screenshots from the video. So I like to make preview thumbnails, which means if there's a moment you see a live stream in the thumbnail, it's like doing this or holding knives. That means there's a moment, if you watch the live stream, where you see me holding knives. And this is still, which is a frame of the live stream. So somewhere in that live stream, there'll be a moment where I was holding knives. Okay. So here's the point. Yeah, basically I take pictures of the shirtless sometimes as I do a live workout, and I go back, play the video to get a thumbnail to screenshot a part of the live stream, use as a thumbnail for the live stream on YouTube. And then I got screenshots, and I go throw them up in the gym booth. I just got done working out. And there's a lot of times there's haters from that talking trash. And a common attack is people come asking or stating that I'm in prison, okay? Which is not really funny, okay? And it doesn't even have the potential to be funny, really. And it's like how San Quentin or bro smuggled a phone into his cell or something like this. Or it's like hurry up, post out the pics before the guards come back or something like this. So it's like, now that I came up with that was actually pretty good. Better than other ones. But basically it's like lazy, like you're in prison. Okay. And sometimes as I'm sitting here too, live streaming, I get hated comments. Going to prison or like house prison or how long have been in or something like this. And it's like there's nothing that like warrants a person to assume or suspect that I might be in prison as they look at the live stream. And sometimes I go, yeah, I'm in prison, okay? Yeah, definitely. It's like I'm in the type of prison where they let me have like a water bowler, like on the 9/11 planes where they fought the hijacks by boiling water and splashing it before they give me like burn damage. Yeah, they let me have my own water kettle that I can boil water and throw at the prison guards and if I feel like it. Of course, I'm also the type of prison where I don't wear like a standard fatigue orange jumpsuit or this. They let me have my own outfit, and it's like the type of prison where they let me have like a dagger in my pocket, okay? And like huge butcher knives just randomly laying around. And it's like here's a big ceramic pot that you could definitely like whack someone over the head with, and it wouldn't be nice, understand? So yeah, I'm the type of person would let me have knives in my cell and like a kettle where I can boil water, and there's no bars on the windows, which means it's like I could just like break that window and climb out. That's the type of prison I'm in. Okay, the type of prison, yeah, I'm in the type of prison that nobody's ever seen exist, where it's like there's no bars on the window, so you can break the window and leave at any time. They let you have lethal weapons in your cell, okay? So it's like, who's got the job to be prison guards here? They had to be paid like really well, honestly. It's been expensive prison. It's like, hey, it's like somebody's applying to different like prisons. Understand? They have like the education regard, and they go like this prison over here kind of throw an application like the CV, and they kind of don't even look, and they show up for job interview, and it's like so you apply for the job in the prison guard, and it's like the prison here. And yeah, so yeah. So I don't know if you briefed it up, but it's like just so you know, you have to sign like a waiver and stuff that you can't sue us. Okay, and you'll be working with prisoners. Then and it's like your job will be to sometimes like open the cell door and be like, hey, come with me. We're going over here to the yard for break time for this. And the prisoners have butcher knives in the cell. Okay, this type of prison. That is like they do have their own kitchen with like knives, butcher knives, and they have their own clothes, and they are allowed to carry knives on them. Okay, the prisoners. Okay, it's like, I feel like they'd be like a sentence to get that job. I understand. Do you understand? Meaning, normally prisons are like, not only don't they let you have weapons, okay, any knives, anything that could be a weapon, and they act like they're paranoid. See? It's like if you look at it, it looks like paranoia. If you look at like the rules, it's like you can't have any objects not chained down that are like made of a hard material that is either pointy or can be easily made to be, or kind of stuff. Okay, so what is the point? So it's like, yeah, my point is this, it's like, it's ridiculous, and there's nothing, if people leave in comments, look at this live stream, that will make a reasonable person assume that I might be in prison as I'm live streaming. Okay. So how you know if I'm in prison is that I'm not live streaming. That's a reliable indicator I'm in prison. That you not see me on camera. Okay. If you don't see me live stream on YouTube, there's a statistical, there's like a chance, a risk that I'm in prison, because I'm a person, as long as I have the ability to, I like to live stream, okay? It's like there's not a day that I don't upload something somewhere, either to my TikTok or Instagram or Rumble or YouTube. So I go live 9 or 10 days, okay? So if it be like 2 weeks of me not going live, there'll be an indication something happened. If there was, I lost that my internet machine broke, or I went to prison or psych ward, or I'm in the hospital. Do you understand? Meaning, if there'll be like 2 weeks of me not going live, there'll be an indication something happened that made it impossible for me to. Because if I had the option to go live, I end up going live. So, yeah, anyway, that's the point. So, prisoners in prison don't get, I have never heard of a prison to let you have a knife in your pocket, or like a knife stand in your cell with butcher knives in it. Why? Because it could be used to hurt yourself or other people. And in prison, despite the prisons typically working like a real diligent effort to make sure prisoners don't have weapons, they still end up having weapons because they have a lot of time and a strong will to have a weapon. And necessity is the mother of all inventions, they say. Which means people feel like in this environment I need a weapon. Understand? Okay? And they get crafty. Okay? So I'm not joking. It's like a lot of times, like, you're not, if you're gonna scout for Mensa prospects to try to get it, it's like if the Mensa would have an outreach, like Mensa apologetics, something like that, evangelism. We're looking to recruit people to join Mensa. You're not going to scout in prisons generally. It's not your best bet. You're better off like a university campus or something like this, okay, or something like that, or like the local chess club or something like this. If they have a chess club, you're looking for people with a high IQ. Statistically, 100 chess club members, you're more likely to have people with a high IQ there than I don't know, a football club or something like this, and people play football. So anyway, that's the point. Now, my point is this. that it's not that like, oh, everybody knows that prisoners, like people in prison are geniuses. Okay, like common equivalent of being a prisoner is being a genius. That's not reality. Okay, as a matter of fact, you might have like average or below average. I would think that if you look at like IQ levels of prisoners contrasted to the baseline population out of prison in a certain country, like Swedish people, they do IQ tests to people in prison and people outside of prison, like in the same city the prison is in. You might notice there's a little bit lower on IQ of prisoners, or roughly the same, and you might have some people that are smaller than average. But I wouldn't like statistically guess there's more geniuses in prison than outside. Do you understand? So I think it's like prisoners are gonna have average IQ, or more likely have more people with sub-average and below average. Why? Well, I can give you a quality reason off the top of my head why I would say that. It would be commonly correlated with antisocial behavior, low inhibition, impulse control is brain damage. Okay, so people can have brain damage from doing drugs as a teenager, and that interferes with the development of the brain, and end up having low IQ. And it's not just low IQ, but they also have a brain that doesn't have good inhibition and impulse control, and like what's it called? Like executive function, like long-term thinking and things like this, and whatever. So people, and here's another. This just came to me now. People who grow up in unhealthy families are also more likely to end up in prison. And if you grow up in an unhealthy family, also more likely to have a lower IQ than the baseline public, I believe. Okay? So, do you understand? So, statistics. Well, that actually has been like a framework that's helped me to understand a lot of things. Just a statistical model, like looking at things through the lens of statistics, as one of many tools as you think about something for investigation, something for trying to understand something. So, I do believe that you're more likely to end up in prison if you come from like a toxic family, like a bad family, like abuse. It's just a bad, describe accurately simply as a bad upbringing. Okay, you're more likely to end up in prison, and the same environment is also more likely to reduce in a low IQ, lower than average baseline. Like I believe. Why? High stress depletes the body of nutrients, vitamins. So it's a toxic home. There's more stress. More stress depletes the body of vitamins, B complex vitamins, vitamin C, niacin, things like this. And if you're low on these as your brain is forming, you might have a non-optimally formed brain. And a non-optimally formed brain can have lower IQ than average. And also, like generally, like issues with impulse control. Do you understand? So the same thing that makes a brain have low impulse control and inhibition, and be more likely to be like antisocial, just by the biological component of human personalities. It's like a person who has low inhibition, bad impulse control, and is more likely to get angry and act from the anger and not be locked up. A person that has that biological against them of being able to control the behavior. It's a little bit harder for them than the baseline person to control the behavior if angry or something like this. And this is kind of radical. So to balance that statement, I'm not saying that people don't have a choice or free will. I'm saying there's some people that have to work harder to not end up doing things. Okay. That if they sat down and thought about things, yeah, I wouldn't like to do that because that is the dish of levels. But they still end up having a hard time not doing it. Here's the point. So the same environment that can result in a person that has like, oh, they have bad impulse control. Okay. The same environment is also more likely to cause low IQ for different reasons. Okay. So anyway, here's the point. That's a long-winded way, like being around the bush to a point I started making. Okay. But it's like, what I was going for is like, I was talking about how in prison they like to have weapons, despite this like forbidden, and they control the environment to make you not have the raw materials to make weapons. And the environment is designed to make you not easily be able to just craft a weapon in there, understand? And then like form ammo for it or something like this, understand? Okay? So it's like, they try to keep you from getting like the enchanted item, especially. They look to keep you with like a low level gear. Meaning if you're gonna be able to have something to use as a weapon, they're looking to have it be like not the ones with like the blue lettering, like in Diablo or something like this. With like the special weapons or like the powerful ones, the elite ones, they have like green or blue letters. It's like bastard sword and it's like green, and the green pole indicates it's like a special weapon. Anyways, high tier. There's the point. Yeah, so my point is this. Geniuses, it's not this like, oh, everybody knows that prisons are filled with the geniuses of society. They end up in prison, not in Mensa. Okay, no. It's like, it's not that prisons are known to be an environment where you have more geniuses than non-geniuses. It's not that prisons are known that it's like, psychology has probably studies that show that prisoners are more likely to genius like you than non-prisoners in a culture. Now that doesn't mean that prisoners are known to be stupid, but it's not that it's not the truth that they're super smarter than the average person is not in prison. Okay, statistically. Now, so my point is this: despite the fact that prisons are not known to house like the IQ elite, okay, of society, it's like yeah, everybody knows. Psychologists done tests. It's like the statistics that there's more geniuses in prison than outside. And then you could be like, yeah, I can see how prisoners end up coming up with all these inventions and figuring out shanks, how to make an effective weapon, like a toothbrush, a bubble gum, and a piece of plastic from a potato chip bag, something like this. You understand? Then it'd be like, yeah, I can see how a guy who's really smart could do that. No, so what is the result? It's all history inside a prison, like the culture, where somebody figured it out, a weapon you could do in prison, and then it's oral history passed on to people as like the tribal group history, the people that keep us in prison and what the guys in the prison being kept, and it's like there's some kind of tribalistic antagonism between these two groups. It's like they don't want us to have weapons, we want to have weapons, okay? So it's like you understand, and it's like his. You can make weapons, and some guy is like a rookie, and it's like you just don't know how to make a weapon, you think. Okay. So they're gonna prison culture. It's gonna be somebody that figured out a weapon in prison, and then that spreads. And so it's not that every person having a shank is the person who invented this thing, but there is some inventions. So you don't have to be a genius to invent something. You have. I've been like awestruck sometimes when I see like a documentary, like maybe Louis Theroux or one of these, they documented they go to prison in some country, and they part of the documentary is they show some room where it's like the staff show, yeah, here are all the weapons we confiscated this month from prisoners, okay, and it'd be like a crossbow or something like this in there. it'd be like a ICBM launch pad with you understand? It's like, how did they get a nuclear warhead in there or something like this? You got somebody had in his body or something like this, whatever. But do you understand? It's like, they have like a machete there and like a chainsaw. It's like a catapult that like the Romans had when they laid siege, like a trebuchet that had in the Middle Ages when they like laid siege to a city to break the walls from 600 yards away or something like this. You understand? So I need to do this. I need to make this thing. And it's like, people are like, we don't know. It's just still didn't figure it out. But it's like somehow it just ends up. So prison is like a zone on the map of reality where it's like these things just appear there, being effective weapons. And if you look at the environment, it's like hard to believe how they could be an effective weapon, like manifest in this environment, understand? And where's the point? Okay. So it's the thing. So my point is this. There's there's a saying so what I've been saying for like here to take like 30 minutes to talk about could have been just communicated more or less by saying necessity is the mother of all inventions. It's an expression that it's true. Okay, so there's an expression that says necessity is the mother of all inventions, which means somebody has a strong need to have a certain tool that can do a certain job, accomplish a certain task, or be used to, and despite not having a lot of material that they're able to. So, yeah, a lot of discoveries and inventions throughout history have been accidental. That's quite common, like statistics on inventions, like things that somebody figured out. There's quite a lot of accidental inventions discovered throughout history. And then there's also a time and place there was a strong need to have something to do this job, and there wasn't a tool for it. And then the need was so strong that people really had a strong desire to come up with it. Now, will in and of itself is not enough, which means that you can't just sit there and be like, I want a weapon, and boom, it's going to manifest like the Star Trek or something, boom, and it just appears there. It's like, okay, it's like that's like a manifesting reality type of stuff. But the will is the motivating force that can propel an individual into action. Okay. And a lot of times, an invention requires sustained effort. And if you have a strong desire that remains, you have like the fuel to keep working. And okay, so a lot of it boils down to effort. So a lot of people don't have the will to put in an effort. And people that have a strong need have a strong will to get it all happening. This and that. So anyway, here's the point. Yeah, so here's the point. When I was in the psych ward, that's similar to a prison environment, where you're held against your will like a hubcap. Okay, and I was in the psych ward, and I wasn't like I didn't volunteer. It's like I was held against my will in there. Okay, at gunpoint, and they had like a firing squad there, and I was lined up, chained to the wall, and they're like, if you as much as blink twice, they were gonna shoot you here. So it's not that level, but I was held against my will. So there's different levels being held against your will. There's being held against will at gunpoint, knife point. It's like stern look, okay. It's like you stay there. So there's different levels of being held against your will. And it was like lower tier against my will. There weren't people I wasn't in chains. I wasn't locked in like a closet or something like this. And here's the thing too. An environment, it's not by default that if you end up in a psych ward, you will have experience X, okay? It's like, yeah, if you go to a psych ward in Sweden, you will have this experience. You have influence as an individual, more or less, about how an experience from a movie. Okay. See? So, which means a big part of what the experience was like was because of how I was operating the environment. And it depends on how adaptive your response is, understand? So this meaning I'm in this environment, and like how do you end up acting in that environment? Okay. Which means if I'm at home right now and I'm free, so I can go live and vent about things that I'm upset about on my YouTube channel. And go like, fuck these people, something like this. And I could do things like this. I'm mad about something, I go live vent about it. Like, I'm mad about this tyrant or something like this. Fuck them or something like this. Now, I can do that here. But if I would be like, oh, I'm going to be my home self in the psych ward and be like, I'm thinking about something that's been hurt before. I say, fuck these people, something like that, understand? It's like, it might be a different experience to go like, this guy is okay. It's like, that also how the behavior doesn't prove you're insane. But the environment that the behavior manifests in determines whether or not it's insane. Which means if you're like at home with your buddies watching the sports, you're like, fuck these guys or something like this. You're watching sports and the enemy team scores. You're like, fuck these guys. Okay? And you're screaming or something like this, you're shouting. there's nobody's gonna be, there's a parent, there's a crazy person for this. But if you're in a psych ward, and you're just like screaming about stuff generally there, it's like, if you get perceived to be insane, it's like you have a part in that. Because a sane person will recognize that this environment is a psych ward. Where mentally ill people are housed. I know I'm not mentally ill, but it's like if I act a certain way, I might be misperceived as being mentally ill. Okay. Now this is not by plan. It's like, and normal a person will naturally adapt to the environment like automatically, which means if you walk into a church, you're more likely to be like in a library. And no, a person's not insane. Who walks into a library without somebody telling them, be like, oh, this is a quiet environment, and they will like automatically get more quiet. Okay. So it's like there's nobody talking in here, and so you're more likely to be like, everybody's quiet here because I'm going to be quiet too. Okay. Then it's like everybody's just reading books in here. Nobody's like singing in here or running around doing calisthenics and stuff like this. It's like you're best like do it yourself. If you're not crazy. Now, if you're going to a library and it's like, oh, I just gonna start singing in here and do a push up on the floor and be like, 10, okay? Okay? You're like, yeah, people are going to say nut job in here. But the same behavior at home and the person seeing it, they can walk guys crazy, see? So insanity is not adapting. Like it's basically your behavior is not appropriate to the environment is what determines if you're crazy or not. So as an example, if I do this, I go like, and this go like that, might sound like crazy, okay? And I start going, okay? And then it's like, okay, count forward, like 10 minutes later, it's like, 24, 28, okay? See? And it's like, it does Mike Sound live training stream on my YouTube channel, and people come and see this, it's like, nobody's going, what a nut job, okay? This is like Mike Sound like a hashtag exercise, okay? They'd be, oh, okay, he's training live on YouTube. But if I go to the public library, and it's like, oh, everybody's quiet, they're reading books, and it's like the environment is like you're expected to be quiet here, and you go in there and I get a chair, like a couch or somewhere else to sit and video, and go like 28, god damn it, okay, who's 25, okay, see, and people would be like, this is fucking nuts, understand? And people will call somebody and say, this is a crazy guy at the library screaming and doing push-ups and stuff, okay? And it's like they might be, maybe the guy is crazy who's act like that in the library. But the same behavior in a different environment is not crazy. So what is crazy or not boils down to, is this like, it's not just the behavior in of itself. Look at purely extracted from any environment. No, it's not just, what is the behavior? Look at the behavior. It's like a green screen, the human behavior. See, if it's a human and the behavior is visible to you, and it's just a green screen behind it, then you don't know where you are, it's just a green screen. It's like, it's not just the behavior, but what is the environment that the behavior is present in. So is it a public library? Is it the guy's home? Is it at 3 a.m. or 9 in the morning? So the time, not just the place, but the time also matters. So basically, behavior context, behavior environment, and it's like, is the behavior appropriate to the environment is a big part of if you're not someone. Okay? Like for example, if you're sitting and taking a crap in the morning in your toilet and you pick your nose, and it's like you dig up a booger, and you say, I know that human beings do things like this, and you can pretend that you don't, but you've done it at least once. But like you sit and take a shit, and it's like you start digging your nose or something like this. And you say booger, you start digging for it. And you come by the booger, like, that's a big booger. And you almost feel satisfied how big it was about this. And you okay. and okay, so here's the point. Now the same behavior in like a meeting at work, where it's like there's a table, conference table, and there's people there, and you're sitting there doing the same thing. Okay, now you look nuts, I would say. This is so much wrong with this person. But the same behavior in private is normal, more or less. Okay? But it would not be normal for you to be doing this on purpose in front of an audience. without feeling kind of strange about it. So okay, so I mean, if you would look like you feel strange about it, that might make whatever. Here's the point. So here's the thing. So I have come up with an invention. Throughout history, human beings have only known how to make fire by rubbing sticks together. I have crafted an invention worthy of the history books. Behold, I show unto you a device capable of producing fire, both spark and flame. One hand in less than 60 seconds. I call it a lighter. Lighter. Okay, yeah. The same device can produce a ball. I call it the lighter. Okay. Okay. TM. Okay. This took a lot of thinking and elbows to get this imaginable. I call it lighter. And how it works is this a little thing. I get to explain how it works later on. I know this is a lot to deal with right now, like in reality. Okay, but okay, it's like here's what it looks like. First things first. It's an object you can hold in your hand and make fire appear out of that will. Is what it was out there. Now we'll get into how it works. There's a liquid inside of it. That if the liquid is in a place that also has a spark, the liquid will become fire. Understand? Okay. It's magic. Okay. It's like I have to. It's like I had to. You don't know how much work I had to go through to come up with this. It's 6 years of toil and sleepless nights. Okay. Yeah. Where is it from? It's like, yeah, where is it from? So it's like whatever. Yeah, so it's like whatever. Where's the point? Minus 50 seconds. Where is the point? So it's the thing. So my point is this. Okay, so yeah, you just wait until the next stream. I might have something completely different. I don't know if you heard about this before. You know how we've been eating at a half, like a whole of a coconut, and use that as like a thing we hold in a hand to put food in and scoop it up. Understand? I call this a plate. Okay, it's made from a rock, pretty much. It's ceramic and flattened out, and you can put your food. So just like you've been scooping up your food out of a coconut shell, you can do the same thing. Just put the food on this, and you scoop it up. We can get to this another thing too. There's certain things you can hold in your hand and scoop up the food. It's not, you don't have to use your fingers. Understand? These things you can have a thing you hold in your hand, you scoop up the food with that and put it in your mouth. Okay. I call it a fork, one of them. And it's another tool that I've been working on. And I'm not, it's not finished yet, but I'm thinking I might call it spoon. Okay. And it's similar to the fork, only it's more like half a ball shape. It's somewhat oval, but the main thing is that it goes down so it can fit. You can scoop up liquid with it, basically. And okay, okay. Yeah, whatever. So it's like, yeah, the joy of being a genius inventor. Okay, it's a trip, I tell you what. So my work here is done. Okay, so yeah. Oh look, it's all by done. They're catching on. There's a guy who's running, understand? So it's been catching on. People see me out here. I've been seeing like people like 99. I go out here, I see people that are walking. Okay, I call it walking, which means it's like they're using the legs, they move one leg forward and the other one, and it makes their body progress forward in space over time. And then I figured out there's a faster way to kind of the same general movement, only you move your legs longer and faster, which makes you travel through space, more space in less time, basically. And I call it running, and after I started doing it in the neighborhood, it looks like it's been catching on, where sometimes I see people running past other stuff. Okay, there's people out here running sometimes. So I didn't need or not, but it's like I know in my heart, so that it's like I was the guy who figured it out. So, anyways, I was getting towards a serious point. Sometimes I get a little bit off track and I start dealing with stuff. So maybe God doesn't like people smoking outdoors, and God prefers it if people smoke indoors, because it's like the environment is set up to make it hard to light cigarettes outside. So it looks like it's like the obvious thing would be like if you would analyze the environment, where does God want people to smoke? Well, it's harder to do this thing outdoors. So maybe God prefers it if people smoke indoors. So wait, okay, that's the point. We got a dump truck over here, so get ready, haters. Jump in. It's your ride. It's your ride, Max, haters. Your ride has arrived. It's your time to go now. Get ready, line up, get your tickets. Going to the dump pile. All together now. Okay. So it's the point. Yeah, so it's like I'm gonna finish this smoke. As a garbage truck. I think it might be a different type. And I think the garbage truck has a compressor at the back of it. Where it's like they have a machine where there's a thing that scoops up garbage in and dumps it and goes down. And I'm curious if they have another part that the next stage is something that presses the garbage to make it take less space. So it's not like purely robotic of an operation, because there's a human that's involved. So here we go, let's try to get some footage there. It's a garbage truck. And it just missed like the main attraction, like the main move, okay, like the main thing is when he was carrying these plastic containers and then hook it up. There you go, okay, boom, okay. So basically what I was thinking about is I won't be surprised after the machine takes the garbage can and puts it upside down. There's another part of the process where you push the button and it presses down, it compresses the garbage. If so, what would the purpose be? Well, efficiency. So if they have a route where it's like, this garbage truck can service how many households? It's like it starts here, it goes this route, how many garbage cans can it empty before it's full? It could empty and contain more garbage cans if it presses it together, compresses it. So it's not an entirely automatic process. I wouldn't be surprised if I end up surviving the gang stalking, the persecution, if in my lifetime I'd be like, if I live hypothetically, I'm still alive 40 years and I'm still living this apartment. If it'd be like a robotic, it'd be like a self-driving car, and there's no human that is part of the process. There's self-drive. There's a robot that comes out of like the garbage mothership, and picks up the thing and goes back and puts it in there, and it's an entirely automatic process. Yeah, so if you're an investor, if I was investing stuff, I'd be thinking about maybe I look into what type of robotics and like automated systems I could invest in. Because if you look at how society is progressing, there seems to be more and more generally automation. Okay, I don't have to figure out what like the correct inside baseball terms in this and that field, but it's like generally there's more and more AI and robots. Okay, I won't be surprised if they be more like it's like we have vending machines. Okay, there was a point in history where you didn't have vending machines. Where it'd be like, yeah, maybe they had a hole in the wall in like the 1300s in some back alley, but there'd be a human behind the wall. And it's like maybe they had that. It's like, almost like a vending machine. You go, it's like it's open 24/7. You can go up, knock on the door. They have like a penny, and it's like they open it, and it's like bars, and you go. It's like that drink there. Okay, then it's like meat or something like this in like a leather bag, something like this. And you have like a candied apple, where it's like that's the Snickers world era. Like an apple with honey on it. Okay, and cinnamon spice on like a stick. It's like a lollipop. It's like a lollipop with Snickers bar. So it's like I'm dying of the cancer in real time on my YouTube channel. So people that want to donate to a cancer patient can help me to buy some more cancer meds to extend my lifespan. I Health likes that beat the cancer, go find me. Find me, I do. Find you, obviously. So it's like, what is the point? It's all fun again. It's the tumor, it's a cough up a tumor. And you think it's all fun, yeah, it's just like a cough, and what is what's a good cough? And just like, so what's that? You pick it up. You understand? You call it, hey, I coughed something up the size of a baseball. It got like arms and like an eye on it. Just one eye, understand? And it's like, to bring it in. You bring it in, do like a biopsy, like, yeah, it's a cancer too. We've never seen stuff like this before. Okay. It's like a human or something. It's like, it's like a science experiment. Be somebody like inhaled a golf ball coated in radioactive dust and was a smoker. And it's like, it's only in this specific perfect storm scenario could you have this type of tumor or something. What is the point? I'm being facetious. I'm not dying, okay? If you're holding your breath waiting for me to die, keep holding your breath, okay? If you're holding your breath waiting for me to die of the cancer or the or the videos or do anything, do hold your breath waiting, okay? Just wait, just soak in a little bit, think about it, okay? Come to you in a moment. Now, not the specific part of the audience, like people are looking, waiting to see me die. And that's the people I'm saying, yeah, hold your breath waiting for that. Because typically, like, I'm hoping Mike will die of the cancer while live on YouTube. They say, yeah, maybe you should hold your breath while you're waiting. Okay. So, well, I'm being facetious. That's called a joke, okay? So, anyway, so, yeah, so I don't have too much time to deal with tertiary issues. So we're gonna go to the primary stuff here. So here's the point. Yeah, so the psych ward, okay. I was in it. Okay. I was in it. Oh. Okay. And here's the point. Yeah, so I'm dealing with some defensive stuff. Okay, some housekeeping here. I'm not crazy. Okay, preemptive defenses. So okay, somebody came in after I went to the psych ward, and people have been saying in my chat leading up to that I'm on drugs. Every day go like it, there's one or more people coming you're on drugs, start smoking meth, crack, whatever it is. Okay, and it's almost like a pharmacy shopping list sometimes in my chat. You understand? But it's like sometimes the chat is like if there's somebody's an intern in a pharmacy and there's somebody has the job to be like go to the chem lab and it's like I understand so I suppose so yeah it's like leading up to me being taken to the psych ward which I didn't really want to happen. Okay, I wasn't trying hard to make it happen. I was putting an effort living up until that point. But it's like the objective was not of the living was not to end up leaving myself into psych ward, understand? But it's like shit happens. Okay, people hang out. This is your organs. So it's important. Okay, so it's important. Your organs was like it's a house fire. The cops show up and it's dead guy on the floor. And people go like what happened? People hang out. And they go, okay. You just needed to check. Why is it for? Yeah, there's people hanging out. Okay, it's like it doesn't see it. No, there's wrong number calls. It's like this. Get ready to arrest people. Yeah, people just like, what's going on here? The dead ball on the floor. Caught up blood. People hung out. Okay, see, and then it's like they go, okay. Yes, people hung out. We thought it was like a murder situation. No, it's just people hanging out. Okay. Yeah, possibly. It's like sometimes it can be good. They don't remember it well, and you have to kind of cover the blanks. That's the point. So yeah, that's not the type of thing that happened. There were things happening, different types, like other types of things, like the alien autopsy video. Picture that, understand? Mike Sarr goes to the psych ward. You picture the alien autopsy video. It's not too far from what's going on. Okay. There was some kind of extraterrestrial intelligence in the psych ward being investigated. They said, what? Understand? They said, we need to figure out if this is a hostile creature. And it's like how volatile it is. There's some kind of creature that up in here. And we gotta figure out, we gotta investigate, look into it. We gotta do like mental autopsy. We gotta like dissect. We gotta look into this. Like literally, we gotta peek at this guy's mind and see if this craziness in there. Okay. And if so, how much and what type. And I'm in there, understand? Okay, living it. I'm living in there. I'm alive, honestly. The whole point, at no point was I dead in the psych ward. Okay, so okay. Possibly, it's like hindsight being 2020. Possibly, it would be a better story if I had died in the psych ward and I came back again. I could be a better story to tell. Understand? So in terms like for the story, might have preferred. If you look only on like the story to tell, survive in the psych ward, it might have been better, like for a story, if I would have died in there and been resuscitated. Okay, but that didn't happen. I was like, unfortunately, that's a joke. Then I was like, I'm creating time for myself. We're gonna have to do disclaimer work, and this is a rare type of situation because a real disclaimer. We're gonna have to fix something up. So it's just understand. Think about it before it's too late. Once this is need for disclaimer, you have like a 90-second time span to do it. Okay, it shouldn't be too long. So I'm being facetious. Okay, I'm not a person that's looking to harm myself. I'm serious now. But I'm serious. Yeah, there you go. So that's the point. Yeah. So here's the thing. I'm one of the most serious creatures that's ever appeared on camera before. So here's the thing. So my point is this. Yeah, it's cracking jokes. It would be a good story if I died in the cycle and resuscitated. It could be here, yeah, they tell the story on a podcast of how they died in the cycle, they came back here. Okay? It's like a chip off the old block, understand? I'm a Christian, so they'll be like, wow, because it makes me be able to let go of Jesus. Being a guy who died and then came back again. And people are like, wow, this guy's died here. That's amazing. Yeah. Okay. It's like, this guy was dead, everybody was dead. Look at him now. Understand? Look at me now, mom, no hands. Walk around living, understand? Understand? So it's like, yeah, that's the point. Are you willing to risk your life for a good story? No. But if you're in the business of being a creature, then part of being who you are is risking your life. Sometimes as a side effect is some good stories. True stories. So good rating in terms of veracity, like how true this story is. So as far as I'm concerned, story rating, quality, guy tells the story on camera. What makes a good story? It's like the truthfulness of the story is a significant metric. It matters, meaning it's like, yeah, you can tell a good story that's not real. So it's like it's entertaining, possibly interesting, but it's not true. So a story that's true 100%, then that is the making of a good story. The more true the story is. So anyway, that's the point. I was in the cycle. At points in time, I felt like the cycle was getting into me on the side. And I've been working to get it out since. But okay. Doing some real call exorcism type of stuff. Talking the cycle out of my brain. I've been working to process. I've been trying to get it out. But it's a part of the cycle that's in my brain. It's just still there. So anyway, it's important. But I digress. Oh, okay. Yeah. So that, but I digress. So let's return to the main point here. So yeah, I was in the cycle for real. Okay, it's not just a funny story. This is a story that's not even that funny, but it is real. So I got apprehended, involuntary committed, put in a psych ward. Okay, see, okay. So there's different place where it's like as the story begins with where you were taken and put somewhere, and if it's like the reveals, it's a psych ward. It's like, oh, okay, that's that type of story. It's not like, let me tell the story of my bachelor party. I was taken by my guy friends, scooped me up in a van, and next thing I know, I'm blindfolded and wake up in Vegas, and there's women with big boobs dancing around me. It's like this, okay? Be like, okay, this sounds like a good time. But it's like, it's not that type of story. It's like, these people show up with guns and put cuffs on me and hold me off to a psych ward in the middle of the night. Okay? Okay, so it's not the other type. So if you're looking for the other type, this other life you can go look. Okay, but this is the type of story where there's like real bad stuff happening, understand? And there's a big part of my streams is this bad stuff happening. And me reacting to bad stuff that either is happening in the moment, okay, or has happened in times past, or is expected to happen in the time future. And that's a big part of the content, okay? Talk about potential bad things happening in the future. Things that certainly will, that are negative. Bad things that have happened or is happening. So that's a big part of it. Okay. So you know what it's. But this is not a good vibes only channel. Okay. This is not a good vibes only channel. This type of place where the good vibes go to die on the channel. Okay. Like the elephant graveyard. This is like the good vibes graveyard. That's my channel. Where it's like people have it's like this good vibe, this is where they go to die. There's people that show up, they're good vibes people. Okay? And say, hey, my good vibes. I'm an agreeable, low conflict person. There's somewhat innocent contrasted with that. We see about that. I said, yeah. Oh, just keep on. This is a point. This is where the good vibes go to die. So anyway, it's the point. Yeah, so we're kind of building up to the point here. we gotta talk about the psych ward experience. We have to get a new podcast. Like plagiarize Joe Rogan's format. The Joe Rogan experience. It's a podcast. The psych Mike's out the psych ward experience of like this. And it'd be like a one trick pony with like it's not like new people show up to a new story. It's like the same guy tell the same story in every podcast. Okay? And like really milking the one event for like its money's worth. Which is I've been doing that, okay. Meaning it's like here's the thing now, we're getting like a little bit like analyzing and a little more. It's like here's the thing I realized, you can have a thing happen to you. It could be like, remember the framework is like podcast and like the people end up in podcasts talk about their life experiences. And it's like a story. A lot of times a guest shows up, they got a story to tell. Or they will be asked to tell one. Or something like this. So it's not that you have to tell a new story every time. And it's not that you have to lie and like change the story to keep telling. There's a way where you tell this, like, there is a day in your life, okay? And it's like 24 hours. And you're not going to be able to give like, do you understand? Like, right, okay, so here's the day. Start telling the story to psych ward. So it's June 16th or something like this. I wake up at 9:44 a.m. I have 1 apple, 1 egg, and 2 magnesium capsules for breakfast. 26 minutes later, I thought to myself, let's go out and have a smoke on the balcony. And it's like, now we got like 1 minute into the day, and I took like maybe 2 minutes to tell a minute of like the 24-hour day story. If you're gonna you understand, if you're gonna like really tell the whole story of that day, okay? See, so you can end up, and it's not contrary force, but it's like there's certain things that I return to. Meaning, being a streamer, there's like things I talked about, like growing up in a foster home as I was a kid, and that happens sometimes, and I've talked about that. It could be. Sometimes I'm focusing on the experience of being in school while living in a foster home. Okay. Other times I might be talking about what led up to being put in a foster home. Another time I might be talking about the same general season in my life. I might be focused on talking about how I got out of it. Okay. Another time it's like looking back on, it's like how that changed me as a person, something like this. Do you understand? So there's going to be the same event or day or something like this, where you can talk about a certain thing if you have to talk about how upset you are about what happened to you. And that's like the main thrust of what we talk about this time. Maybe another time it might be more technical, be like a review, where it's like, let's talk about, as if I'm doing a Yelp review or something like this of a hotel. It's like rating the cycle from a technical, non-emotional experience. It's like spacious, okay, it's like the food, okay, because obviously they don't destroy you. They'll be like, yeah, okay, you figure out how to survive in here, and like they don't give you food or water. It's like they give you enough to survive. So here's the point. So here's the point. I wouldn't count on giving you nutrition. I feed you with things that are well, this is that we can't get into that. So here's the point. Yeah, so it's like they might have to feed enough protein to be able to be a bodybuilder and like build muscle, like a lot in there. It's like, okay, this is like work. It's like I really need my 200 grams of protein every day because I'm doing bodybuilding. It's like this not, they're not rolling out the red carpet for you. But if you're allergic to something, they will have a meaning. For example, as I got in there, they asked me if I have any allergies, and I go, yeah, to perfume and chemical citrus. They're generally sensitive to chemicals, and like anything perfume scented. And also food, I'm lactose intolerant and gluten intolerant. And I think I told them more specifically, precisely. It's like gluten can't eat at all. Lactose low, like I can eat a little sometimes, like or something like this. Which is the truth. Which means gluten is like never any gluten, okay? Because okay. But lactose, sometimes I have liberal lactose. with lactose enzymes. So I take lactose enzymes and I can eat some lactose. And I guess if I would be without lactose enzymes, maybe I could, on an infrequent level, consume a low amount of lactose. But the point is, I think if I would eat a high lactose diet daily, wreck my stomach, and eventually I'd have a problem. Okay. So anyway, here's the point. Yeah, so here's the point, the psych ward experience. I was in the psych ward less than 48 hours. And holding it down. Okay. Champion of sanity, holding it down for Team Sanity. Like I was in the carrying the flag of like up the Iwo Jima. It's like the psych ward we're taking it back. And I said this territory is occupied by Team Insanity, and they say I'm a champion of sanity being sent in here to plant the flag and seize the territory for Team Sanity. I said I'm holding it down. This is now a sane zone. This is a sanity zone now. Okay. This is where the sane people go. Okay. Now. And it's like just started by leading by example. It's the same guy goes into the cycle, takes off for the team, and to start like a trend. And then eventually we can have great success by switch from insane people in the cycle to the same people, and they'd be like, there's no crazy people in the cycle anymore. Success, Swedish system model of mental health is amazing. And then exported. It's like a franchise. And we could call it the Mike Sam model or something like this. And it'd be basically, it boils down to, I'd be paid to spend the weekend in a psych ward somewhere. And do what I do. Okay. And it's like, yeah, you get the idea. Yeah, so basically it's the point. So, I was expecting the worst, more or less. Or at least like the category of really bad things, okay? If not the worst, I was expecting the very bad, okay? So, I was in there with a sense of impending doom hovering on my shoulder, understand? I was having a sense of impending doom in the throes of paranoid ideation. That's amplification, okay? It's like, no. But here's the point. I was like expecting the demons to take me out any minute. I could see them hovering in the ceiling laughing at me, like the demon faces, the gargoyles. And I was just waiting for them to jump on me and take me out on the side. But it's like I was holding together doing like spells and like the power class compels the type of stuff, and looking for water. I was blessing the water. So they didn't have holy water there. But they had a faucet that you could wash your hands in. So I would wash my hands and I bless the water and say a prayer over it. And I'm like, okay, this is holy water now in my hands. And I'd be ready to like splash the demons with them if they were close to distance. And I'd be ready to hit them with the whole holy water on the sand. So it's like it was intense in there, but I made it. So it's like at one point in the middle of the night, the volume of the voices were intensifying, and I'm like, God damn it, they moved the voice machine closer to my room to keep me from falling asleep tonight. Which is part like run-of-the-mill government chip in your brain, being voices into your head type of stuff. It's like you get used to it. I mean, it's like, once you got it used to it, it's like, you're not that bothered by the voices in this room. It's like the voices are kind of indoor voice, not outdoor voice. You're having the voices beamed into your brain by the government satellites. And it's kind of low volume, you got used to it. Like living in New York or something like this. It's like a baseline of noise in the environment. You kind of get used to it. Now, once he's not super stressed by the voices inside the moment being in there. Okay, they will start working to error correct, and like they basically turn up the volume to get you bored again. Okay, so it's like once I'm in the psych ward, and I'm like, yeah, it's like there is some voices in there. Massa, okay. It's like, we're not gonna let you sleep tonight, boy. Okay. And I'm like, I'm used to this, just kind of ignore the voices. And I'm starting to fall asleep, and it's like they turn up the volume, and you're like, wow. And I'm like, no. So this, I've noticed from outside, that sometimes when the voices start bothering me, they move the van that has like the voice machine in it closer, reposition it to get like a better angle. Then now it's like the volume goes up. And yeah, I'm in there. I'm just starting to be able to raise the volume. And I had to do my rites like the exorcisms and like the holy water. And they didn't provide holy water. I'd asked if they got holy water on like a faucet there. They said no. Then I go, and I was a little bit disappointed. And I go to they have you're allowed to go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom, wash my hands. Then I had some drops of water on my hands. I go bless and understand, say some prayers over it, which made it holy water. And now I go, if these demons like get any closer, I'm ready to go like this and hit them with the holy water. Okay. And that kept them, like the turns. They were like, yeah, this guy is like, well, they'd like to sneak up on them when they're not expecting that. That's what it goes business. So as long as you're like in the corner, super scared, understand, then like they're petrified, they're content with keeping a distance. If you stop being scared, that's when they start getting like closer distance on it, and their voices intensify. Like, what's up? Okay, so it's like, whatever support. I'm being facetious. So this is a joke. It's this type of stuff I had to do disclaimers on. Being a guy that actually, for me, like, not as a joke, went to psycho once. So here's the point. Okay, so maybe somebody did it as a joke. There might have been a joke part of me and having a psycho. Somebody somewhere is having fun with that. Okay, let's get the sanest guy in this city to psycho. Okay, it's true the form of inverting in some society. Let's get the guy who's the sanest guy in town into at the place where you store crazy people, allegedly. I wouldn't be surprised if some people in the cycle are less crazy than the people outside of it. Boom. I said I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so it's a point. Yeah, so that, okay, it's like we goofing off. Let's get serious and tell it serious. Some part of the story, and I saved the best for my memoirs and like that. It's okay. So anyway, that's the point. Like I was in the psych ward. I got put in there, and I was in there for a while. But I was in the psych. I was being me in the psych ward. So I was my side of the psych ward. It's the same person, different environment. Okay. And I was. This how to be precise. I was expecting the worst. Okay. I was expecting dying in there more than not expecting to. Okay. Which, yeah, I was almost a little bit surprised that I was able to get out alive. Get out, one, alive, two. Because if you die in a cycle, I guess you get out by like on a stretcher to the morgue or something like this. Because they don't have like an in-house graveyard in cycle, thank God. Because it'd be too easy to take people out and like the outside when they're not. I don't understand if they have like their own cycle records and this. But I suppose. So it's the thing. I was in there being not more crazy than usual, meaning people, whatever the crazy level, which could be zero. It would be like the normal level of crazy is zero, and I wasn't more crazy than that, being zero. 0 points of crazy. If that was the baseline. So here's the point. After one of the pauses that came out of cycle is people have been, so let's say as an example, I'm live like this, ranting and raving, only less goofy and making fun and entertainment. It's like I'm in the mode of being mad and venting about stuff. It's like I'm mad as hell, I'm not gonna take it anymore. I'm being told by the government and in this way and that way, and this has been going on, and I'm being told, and it's like, oh, Mike is crazy, and the SWAT shows up, and there's people that have been told me that go, oh, Mike, this guy's crazy. He's saying that we've been telling him, the guy's crazy, he needs to go to the psycho about it, get the SWAT to come pick him up. Okay, and you go, you will get right on. So where's it kind of, so that's the point. And
they show up and get me there. I'm in the psych ward. And here's the point. One of the benefits is if I would look at the lead up to that, it's going to be every day I'm live. If I'm live, and typically I'm live many hours, there's going to be at least one person if they come in accusing me being on drugs in my chat. Sometimes it gets specific. It can be like you're a meth head, stop doing meth, sometimes crack. So common false accusations is like accusing me of doing meth or crack or cocaine is number 3, I'd say. So it's like not statistics of false accusations. Subcategory, drug use false accusation. Meth number 1, crack number 2, cocaine number 3. And it's like this. There's none of them is true to any level, which means it's false accusations and everything like frequency. So statistics is like what is the most common false accusation for drug issue on this specific drug? All of the accusations are false. And what is the most common false one? It's you're on this. And a rare like red-crested woodpecker like bird watching find is like accusing me of me being on heroin or something like this. That's very rare, okay? But it's happened like at least once, okay? Sometimes people accuse me of being on drugs I never heard of in the chat. And sometimes there's this, like doctors showing up in the chat act like they want a prescription for me. You need Lexapro, okay? See, so it's like sometimes it's people that act like they're a doctor in my chat because like I recommend Lexapro, something like this, understand? And I'm like, I'm not in the doctor's office, and someone's got a legal pad that okay, after being diagnosed with something, it's like yeah, here's what the doctor's ordered. But it's like sometimes the style is people show up, and it's like putting on the air of being a doctor. It's like, oh, you do good on lithium or something like this type of stuff. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, support. I got to the, I almost cast, but I held it back. It almost came out. So good catch. I support. I was in the expective psych ward, okay. So I was in the bleep psych ward, okay. For a few days, but like one afternoon, night, and a day, okay, I'd say. And one of the positives is surviving it, and then I can go, okay, all of you guys have been saying I'm on drugs every day as I'm live streaming. One day after live streaming, the cops show up and scoop me up and put me in the psych ward. And first order of business at being admitted is I had to leave a urine sample, supervised, okay? And test came back clear, no signs of drugs in my system. They tested for every drug known to man, pretty much, okay? You understand? So, take that. I like that. Mike's not on drugs. But if you're a little hater, smoking the culprit, I want to believe Mike's on drugs. Okay, well, you're going to clutch his straws and be like, well, Mike is, yeah. Mike is, yeah, and you know. Okay? I'm positively charged and you're like a negative. So, yeah. I was in the psych ward. Okay. And I came out, thank God I came out one piece. And didn't have to one punch in there. Didn't have to even try to escape. I didn't have to like really fight to prove my sanity. It just ended up kind of being myself in the psych ward. I know I'm not crazy, and talk to people. And if they weren't crazy enough to say that the guy who's not crazy there was crazy. Because that would be a short sign of mental illness. Because there would be an antisocial person who's like psychopathic or narcissistic. Be like, I know the guy's not crazy, but I'm going to say he's anyway. Now, you're the crazy person if that like that. Okay. Somebody told me to say the guy's crazy. Okay. No matter what. Okay. And you're like, I'm going to just go say a guy's crazy even though he's not. Now, it's kind of crazy behavior. It is non-adaptive circumstance. Your job is to make a truthful assessment if guy in front of you is crazy or not. And if you know guy in front of you is not crazy and you go, I'm going to say he's crazy, you know what,
That checks a lot of boxes for psychosocial for mental health problems. So anyway, that's the point. So I was surprised how non-crazy some of the psych workers were appearing. So others said, I was almost surprised at like the lack of like intense and obvious mental illness in this staff. Okay. I was expecting like more like obvious mental illness and having to cope with it. Okay. But it's like so anyway. Having the life that I've had, a lot of times I expect the worst, and quite often that I'm right in having that attitude. Okay. On a rare occasion, I expect the worst, and it's not that bad. And I suppose I'm out here living life, being sane, end up in a psych ward. So that's something that can happen to you. You can be a sane person that get put in a psych ward for people say you're crazy. So you learn something new every day. Part of like the map, the reality, the territory of this world, being a human, this world is I need to okay. There is a risk being a human being in this world, present age, or being like an entirely sane person, quite possibly even like sane above baseline, and still end up in a psych ward due to suspicion of being crazy or claims. Okay. So here's the point. Yeah, so anyway. I was expecting more than not expecting to die in there. It's like as I got in there, I was like, this might be it, okay? This is it. This might be it. It's like, this is it, isn't it? This could be it. This could be the end of me here. Okay? And I would say it's not too far from like a 50-50 where I'm like, I don't know. This could be it. I might die in here. And kind of at times feel like, yeah, they're gonna take me out of here. But I'm not living a life, so that's good. Thank God for that. And that's the thing too. As I was in there, I wasn't working to be like, oh, to try to manipulate my way or cheat my way out of the cycle. It's like I was looking to God. It was like God. I was praying to God and looking for God to help me to get out of the cycle. And trusting God's providence that He's got the power to get me out of here, and I'm asking Him to, and then leaving it in His hands. And also like resigning to my fate, where it's like had some kind of closure or kind of some kind of made peace with the fact that I might die in here. Okay. And yeah. Like it's a toxic environment, but it could be worse. So here's number 10. So I'm just keyboard concentrate. Yeah, so the psych ward experience, okay. I was put in a psych ward on false grounds, okay, meaning people like this guy's paranoid. And what are they basing the claim that I'm paranoid? Speaking the truth, accurately reporting reality. Meaning this has been happening, okay. Speaking the truth, a true speaker in an abusive, coercive system of control, like a tyranny, which is what I look at the world system as, including Sweden, but not limited to. So, being a same person in a crazy world, same above baseline, there's risks involved.
So, I was speaking the truth about being targeted with gang stalking. And that led to people falsely accusing being crazy for saying that I'm being told. And there's a doctor that in my opinion, she made a bad decision. To a point where I feel like she should be criminally held accountable for signing the papers to get me the psych ward. Because I know that no behavior, nothing that I said to her in that brief interview before she goes and signs the paper to get me involved. Nothing that I said warranted the decision. I know that because I'm not crazy, I understand. I have judgment. I have good judgment. Which means I know, being self-aware, that I was not crazy before her. So she witnessed a person not exhibiting mental illness. And she goes, guy in front of me, I've talked to him for a few minutes, needs to go to psych ward. Which I know that she was in the wrong. See? And I was expecting to get taken out there more than I was expecting not to. And I've talked about that before in my streams where it's like I'm a torn with I believe they murdered Chuck Langberg. And one of the risks if you're told to go to psych ward in an institution controlled by the system, the same system been targeting, which means it's easy for them to target physically and psychologically. And I've had attempts at my life by the program before, and the program has exhibited an opportunistic predatory nature, meaning they are known to seek opportunity to harm me and capitalize on circumstances where I'm more vulnerable. And be like, oh, the guy's more vulnerable, target him, okay? More. And also working to create circumstances where I am more vulnerable to target him more. Okay? So it'd be a rational assumption to be like based off my experience to assume that if I get into an environment where it's easy to target me, they will use the environment where it's easy to target me. Now, here's the point. I didn't make the decision to have the cops show up here and everything else. Maybe it was 1 million Swedish crowns spent that day, resources. I thought about this recently, a different angle of like thinking about the things that were wrong about that. Maybe it was 1 million Swedish crowns spent that day to get me in the psych ward. And I didn't call it, you can't get me in the psych ward, but no. There's people, and it's a SWAT team. I thought about the financial level recently, it's a new like lens to look at like the wrong of the situation. It's like, yeah, okay, there may be 1 million Swedish crowns. There's a doctor that gets called to show up in the afternoon to talk to somebody. So maybe like a doctor on call, overtime, would they get paid like 3 times as much to be on call, ready to show up somewhere to talk to somebody. So most likely the hourly pay is going to be more than a normal doctor in a hospital. Okay. A SWAT team. Okay. Okay. Cops and a K9 unit they had here too. And just that dog. Well, it's, okay. it's so it's the thing. I've been looking for one. Okay. I've been scouting for him. I've been looking out the window, seeing if that I can feel him. I understand. It's like he's out. He's still looking to get me. Understand? I know that guy is part of me. The dog. Understand? It's the mastermind operation. I think it might have been him that is like the brain behind the operation. That it might have been a plot hatched by the dog, like the K9, the police dog. He might be the mastermind behind this, like the guy who hatched the plot. Oh. And somebody's like, okay, the dog whisperer cop is like the guy that says we should go get Mike signed the psych ward. Okay. And then he goes like this, oh yeah, he says definitely, okay. And that might be how it works. I would be surprised though if I look at how the government is run, it would be like, I would be surprised if it was like a monkey, there was
It's like this. You know how they have like the predictions in the World Cup or something like this, where they have like an octopus in the tank, and it's like the hair goes over, and it's like a number. Okay, it's like if that's how the gamble was run, then if they have like an octopus in a tank somewhere, or like a dog, they just it barks 2 times. It's like oh, in the chart it's like cipher. It's like 2 barks equals letter C. Okay, they chalk it down, and then they count the next bark. Oh, 4, and then it goes like if you rearrange the letters, it becomes go, okay, or something like this in Japanese, or something like this, which is 5. 5 o'clock, we go get my side to cycle, or something like this. So, but it's the point. Some kind of, I Ching sorcery or something like this. By the way, it's the point. Divination. So, it's the point. Yeah, so I would be surprised if the guy, the mastermind behind the operation was like the dog that they had at a safe distance, like in a vehicle, like a command post. Understand? But they had a dog in like a special car, like in the thick of things. And I could hear him barking orders. So I was like, I could hear him barking at least once. Okay. And it's like after I heard the dog bark, that's when the SWAT team shows up at the door. So that could have been like, oh, and they go, he's saying, go get him. And understand? And they go, yes, sir. And the detective dog goes, and they walk off. Okay, see, okay, and they say they show up out here, and it's like just following orders, and I go, by who? It's the dog that gave the orders, isn't it? And they go, no, not the dog. And so they knew I was on to them. They knew I was not cracking the case. I knew what the jig was. The jig was up, and they were in a hurry to get the cuffs on me in the cycle. After that, that's the point. So it's like it's important. Okay, I'm being facetious. So now, if I was like really talk like this and it wasn't a joke, I could see how a guy like that might end up in the cycle. But anyway, it's the point. They had some dog here, and it's like okay. I'm not gonna talk about the dog because last time I did, it got the too borderline. Honestly, it was right up to the point where I felt like I had to get baptized again or something. But it's the point. Never go full villain mode. Okay, never go full villain mode. Okay, like serial killer level villain mode. They never go full villain mode. So if you feel like it's a villain mode is rising up and you don't so you gotta resist it because if you go full villain mode, it's a big problem. Understand? Yeah, so whatever is support. I went to the psych ward. I think I might die in there, and I didn't die in there. Now that doesn't mean if I go to psych ward and die in there that I wasn't murdered. Okay, it could be like a dress rehearsal, like a blind run. Okay, okay, they could be like that. Let's get him in the psych ward. It could be it's not optimal. Maybe another time or something. It's important. I was in the psych ward for less than 48 hours. I got out of the psych ward. Which is good. Thanks to God. And it's important. I got tested for drugs, and I can come out and tell people, you've been saying I'm on drugs. I got tested in the psych ward. No signs of drugs in my system. And also people that say that I'm crazy. Well, and people, oh, but this guy's been in a psych ward. Did I say I'm crazy? That's already been used to try to smear me and paint me as crazy. To go, oh, this is perception management. You might went to the psych ward before. And they use it as if like the guy's crazy. Well, going to the psych ward doesn't prove you're crazy. So, I went to a psych ward. I got to talk to a psychologist, and there's nobody, like, if I look at the records, that are like saying I was acting crazy in the psych ward. Really. So, there's not things, like a lot of things that I clearly lie, but there's some details in the records that I strongly disagree with, right? Where I feel like they didn't do a good job being true to my words. Okay, now here's the point. Yeah, so here's the thing. I didn't have to play like, oh, I'm a crazy guy in here now. They're gonna see if I'm crazy. I had to act like I'm not crazy. Okay.
because I'm a guy who's really not crazy. I know I'm not crazy. And I know some psychology, which means I would know if I was insane. Okay. That personally, I'm able to self-diagnose myself and know I'm really going through a psychotic episode right now. So I say I know that I wasn't crazy in there. And it just makes it easy. I mean, I don't. It's not like I'm a guy that's like hearing voices and seeing stuff, and like I'm gonna have to cover up and be like, if they ask me if I hear voices, go no, I hear voices and anything. But the other side, I can say I'm a guy who's not crazy, which is just being myself. I don't have to be like, okay, I'm crazy. I gotta try to control the crazy. I act less crazy than I am. But I'm not crazy. So it's just be myself. There's a point. No, somebody might go, oh, but Mike, you would just like act like you're not crazy. No, I do believe, here's my take too. I do believe that people that are truly crazy, mentally ill, to a level where they need to be held against the will in the psych ward, they're not going to be able to fake sanity, understand? Meaning the same type of person who's really crazy, to a point where they had to be kept in a psych ward. The same type of person, I don't believe they're able to fake sanity, understand? So what is type of person that is easy to argue? And I'm more radical, but it's like I don't think people should be held against the will generally. So okay, now what type of person might end up with like the doctors don't have to lie to say they have serious mental health problems, or the type that makes a risk of hurting themselves somewhere else. Maybe a parent schizophrenic who's hearing voices and seeing things. It's like if they walk down a hallway, they see a human, the face of the human looks like a demon face because there's like CGI in the schizophrenic's brain. They understand, it's like video editing. So there's people who have a mental illness that if they see a human and the human is there in the room, like they're walking down the street, they're schizophrenic, paranoid schizophrenic, and they see like a face, and there's a real human walking past and walking the dog. They see the face of the human look like a gargoyle or something like this, like it's got horns and demon eyes and something like this. You see, and it's like there is a human there, but what the schizophrenic is seeing the person's face is completely different. Okay. Now a person like that, and they also hear voices. A person having that reality, where it's like they're walking around and they constantly have like a face swap in the room. A lot of times it's like a threatening presence that is making them extremely stressed. Okay, so correlating with this mental health state is stress, being stressed, hyper-adrenalized, in fight-flight mode a lot of times. So if people have paraschizophrenia and end up in a cycle, a lot of times they be a schizophrenic who's like really stressed, okay? And part of what stresses them out is what they're seeing and hearing around them, okay? So a person that's in that mode, who's like seeing a demon face and like there's a demon there, it's like or something like this, they don't have the ability to fake sanity. Do you understand? So people go, oh, Mike, you went to psych ward and talk to doctors and they said this guy is not like super crazy needed to be in here. You're just faking being insane. What I believe is people that are mentally ill to a point where they need to be kept in a psych against their will. That type of person is also incredibly unlikely to fake sanity for any amount of time. Do you understand? If that person is a paranoid schizophrenic, they're not gonna be, oh yeah, I'm having auditory visual hallucinations, and I'm seeing things that other people are not seeing in the room, like demon faces. And if I tell them what I'm seeing in the room right now and hearing, they're gonna think that I'm crazy. So it's like just act like the things are or something. It's that I think that person is truly crazy like that, doesn't have the ability to be like self-aware and aware of other people and like how they're perceived and be like, I'm seeing things that are not there, and if I tell other humans about it, they'd be like perceive me as crazy because I'm seeing things in the room that they're not seeing or something like this. That person who's truly mentally ill is the same person is unable to pretend to be sane, understand, for a significant amount of time. Same with a person that has some kind of psychosis, okay, where they're they really worked up, and then it's like they're not gonna be able to fake not being in that state. Understand? Do you understand? If I would have sleep deprivation and I've had panic attacks, I wouldn't be able to fake being calm in front of you. If I'm really like going nuts from sleep deprivation and having a lot of anxiety, it's like, I wouldn't be able to hide it from you. Like if people are seeing me and I'm feeling like that, it would be impossible to hide it. Understand? The only way you can hide is to cure yourself and make yourself stop being crazy like that. So people don't see a person being crazy like that. Okay. So anyway, here's the point. Go check the comments. I'd have paranoia, piece of shit. Why are your eyes open? Hello, coward, anonymous coward in my chat. Okay. Why are your eyes open so wide? I'm a passive aggressive piece of shit, coward bully. I'm being passive aggressive, see. I'm not gonna be like, you're on drugs. I'd be like, insinuate, use innuendo. I'd be passive aggressive. Why are your eyes so big? I don't know, maybe because I haven't slept for a long time, had a lot of caffeine. And, okay. Fuck you, bitch, and your false accusations, and I'm on drugs. Okay, fuck you, bitch. I had an idea before. Maybe I should, I could if I wanted to, but it's not wise. I thought about this before. While people in my chat give me on drugs, like maybe as a social experiment, I should like go live, go down to the police station, knock on doors, like, hey, I'm on drugs, okay? And they go, okay, they have a piece in a cup, and be like, oh, you lied, you didn't have the drugs in the system. We go, haha, yeah. I just want to get a free urine sample so I can prove to the haters on the internet that I don't do drugs from others. No, that's like a crazy level of commitment to proving that you're not on drugs. So anybody left negative comments in the chat are going to get blocked. It's like I've been focused on live streaming and not moderating the chat. So anybody, when I go and check the left and negative comments, is going to get blocked. And if I see that you retract your comment, it's still too late because you will say this person retracted comment. I can still click and block you. The person removed the comment. So people don't get to survive being long-term listeners and commenters if they are harassing and attacking the chat. I also love it that I had 18 likes on the stream before, and it's gone down to 13. So people are, as a way of covert abuse, passive aggressively retracting their likes to trigger me. See, like, oh, he's not getting triggered enough by the comments you're writing. Let's try to trigger him by leaving likes and removing them, as a weird psychological mindfuck thing. So you can take your likes and do this with them. And what I said before, I mean it. If I spend a certain amount of time live streaming and I go end the stream, I say I don't feel happy with the amount of likes. I pull the stream, you don't get to watch it again. And I might download the stream, make a Patreon, tell my girlfriend, make a Patreon, upload this video,
and then people can subscribe and pay a monthly fee to have access to live streams like this that are privatized after the fact, because I don't like how few likes I got. Okay, and people that be paying a subscription fee, we appreciate it. So, why are your eyes so big? Because I'm on crack and drugs, okay? I'm a drug addict, according to people in my chat. But anytime I've been surprise tested by the cops or anybody else for drugs like the psych ward, there's never been any drugs in my system. But I'm still on drugs. See, I'm a delusional person, a Mike's hater. Even if he provides proof that indicates he's not on drugs, he say I'm not going to accept the proof. See, I could go pull up my medical records from that night when I got put in the psych ward and surprise drug test, and there wasn't any drugs in my system. If I go look at the streaming, like the day before that, I'm sure I could find a person saying Mike's on drugs, this guy's a meth head, stop smoking crack, understand? And if I come home and go, oh, okay, I got tested, no drugs in my system, take that, people accuse me of being drugs all these years. Say, oh, well, there's no real test. So they won't accept reality. They show them the evidence, won't accept the evidence. Because the issue is they want to believe bad things about me. So anyway, his support. Yeah, so I'm free and I'm enjoying my freedom. So I'm in my home, which means I can walk around wielding knives in my apartment. I can have a knife in my pocket. I can walk around shadow boxing and there's nobody gonna raise an eyebrow in here. I can do what I want here. I enjoy my freedom. And part of my freedom, how I use that is to get rid of people that are attacking me in my chat. So if I'm in the supermarket and there's government agents there harassing us for gangstalker program, I can't block them, that push a button on my phone that makes them disappear from the environment. But if I'm live here, there's people showing up being passive aggressive, toward me with covert abuse, narcissistic abuse. I can get rid of it. I can push a button and block them. I don't have to see their harassment comments anymore. So not only do I have a right, but I have somewhat of a duty to protect my mental health. Meaning, it's like I shouldn't be enabling people just to have free access to my mind to show up messing with me all the time. Which is why I don't pay attention to the chat on stream. Passive-aggressive coward freaks. I say, don't you feel like the pathetic freaks that you are? I'm out here having the courage to produce content, do art, like to perform on camera. It takes some courage, but it's like you want to harass and hate on me like a pathetic beta hater, and you're so insecure and coward. It's like to attack, to be a coward. It's like pathetic behavior to like harassing people on the internet, be an internet troll, bully, coward, hater. But it's like, on top of that, you have to hide on the black sock on the account. It's very pathetic. Yeah, so anyway, I got wrongfully placed in the psych ward. And why was I placed in the psych ward? Because I'm a whistleblower that speaks out about being abused in this country. Taught about the secret persecution program, reminiscent of the Sersetson program. And this attack called DARPA that was used on me, denied attack and reverse victim offender. Abusive system was control while seek to discredit whistleblowers. So I'm a whistleblower, talk about the Swedish state being tyrannical and having knowledge and involvement in a program called gangstalker videos. And I'm a video. And some of the flying monkeys that were part of the targeting, as I start talking about how being targeted by this type of people, the same people who discuss paranoid and crazy, he thinks they would do things to mess with him because I was speaking the truth that they would do things to mess with me. Then I ended up being involuntarily apprehended and placed in a psych ward. And I won't be surprised if the police force and or other people were hoping that I would end up being shot that night. Okay. I would not be surprised. Not be the least bit surprised. Part of the target types I get in the neighborhood is called directed speech and street theater. Which means people that gangstalkers send out to appear in the vicinity and then have like loud conversations and do like skits where they get told to walk there and act like this and we're there. I've been told for more than a decade. And one of the risks of being a ton video is they want to get you homeless. If I do my research and I have, is that what the program worked was unaliving you, taking you out, getting you homeless, getting you in an institution. And then these are things that they're trying to make happen. So, I'm doing people a fucking favor by making live streams. Understand? This live stream is higher quality than at most streamers on YouTube. Understand? This is a higher quality stream, more informative, more entertaining at parts than the baseline, like the average streamer. This is a higher quality stream. Me doing this stream is a higher quality than the average live streamer. And one of the unique qualities of it is just the length, the duration of the stream. I've been live streaming and talking for around 7 hours. That's pretty rare, okay? There's like a podcast, one-man podcast, with one guy on camera talk for 7 hours. That's rare. And you didn't even have to watch fucking ads on the video. So a lot of YouTubers, they're not going to be talking to you on camera unless they're being paid. See? It's like they're going to have ads, they're going to have to watch ads. They're going to be ad breaks. It's like watch videos, oh, they start playing an ad, you have to click. So I know the value and worth of what I'm doing here. And if people are not exhibiting an appropriate level of appreciation or common courtesy based on decency and respect, then don't be surprised if you lose the ability to watch my videos and I privatize them. It's 18 likes now it says 13, which is very strange. There's like you have 18 likes and it walks down to 13. That looks like some kind of a psychological warfare game, which is one of the ways I've been taught when people show up. And if I have the chat closed, especially use that tactic, because the cyberstalks are working to trigger me on camera. It's like, oh, he closed the chat, so we lost the ability to trigger him in the comment section. So it's like our only tool now is to leave a like. Hope you notice and be like, oh, the guy like is good, but then remove it right after. Hope he'll be like, oh, that really bothers me. Somebody, the like goes up, and it's a form of gaslighting, like changing the lights. Understand? It's like almost like a form of gaslighting. And it's like the weird type of games people play. Grow up, you silly, pathetic boy freak. Excuse me, miss, I'm not a miss, I'm a man. And I know that I'm a rarely masculine man, okay? So it's narcissist evaluation, inversions once again. Same old tired stuff. It's like, Mike has a value being really masculine, and you're both for feminized, low testosterone betas. Okay, pencil neck twerps. So it's like, let's go out and say you're a woman, you're weak, or something like this. It's like inversions. Narcissistic inversions and projections. Excuse me, miss, you have a brown clag knot on your jaw lip. You need to wipe. No, I have a mouth sore, a cold sore that has been healing. It's no clag knot, you sick, disgusting, immature freak. What are you smoking today? Is that a joint? That's the second one already. I'm not smoking joints, you fucking idiot. I smoke tobacco. For that, I don't have fucking paranoia, you piece of shit. That's for your face, but your face is not in the room. Okay. Is that a joint? That's the second one already. For sure good stuff for that paranoia. I'm not fucking paranoid, bitch. Drink some water, fuck yourself, I do what I want. I don't take orders from people in my chat. At least he's not lonely with his voice. I don't have voice in my head, you fucking retard. If you can't tell when I'm making jokes, you're dumb. Let's do this right. No, I'm not tried. I'm switched on. I'm sharper than you. Dude's on crack. No, I'm not. What kind of shit show? It's not a shit show. This is higher quality than 90% of YouTube streamers. Okay. And just me being a high status individual based on my looks makes me being live in the stream high quality by default. A high status male, high attractiveness, ripped with a six pack, good facial symmetry, Fibonacci sequence, aka handsome, on camera is high status, high quality. It's a rare degree of quality genetics being displayed in this guy's facial features. That makes me a high level stream in of itself. Being rarely non-mediocre looking. Just that, just aesthetics. Just looking the way that I do on camera makes it really quality, the live stream. Being better looking than the average YouTube man. Okay. Or you can go look at Penguin Sea or Ass Mongols, some twerk betas that look like fucking crackheads, and they tell them that they look like crackheads. Meanwhile, the guy that looks like a man and healthier than they do, and more energetic and lively and vigorous and virile. It's like, you go talk to these beta bitches that the deep state made to be big to normalize mediocrity in society. In a world, but we don't live in a meritocratic system, okay? That's not a thing people need to be briefed on. We don't live in a pure meritocratic system. It's like, oh, it's organic, we're the best, get ahead, the best streamers end up being the biggest YouTube streamers. No, the deep state that ran Epstein Island control this guy Mike is a problem. Make sure we sabotage his growth, okay, in right ways. This guy, let's make him be a puppet of us and make him go up. And then he can be used to control the masses by being a puppet streamer like Asmongold or Penguin Sea. And it's not just what they're telling you. It's like they can be trusted to not reveal things that Mike will reveal if he has an audience. Like the agenda to have low testosterone and how they have accomplished it. The guy eating a high sugar diet, using softener and all this other toxic chemical hydrogen products. They've hidden the truth about supplementation from you. Okay? And that's making you be weaker and sicker, having low testosterone. I'm more valuable than Greg Doucette. Greg Doucette just yapping over there in his YouTube channel. And every video is a scam ad, like a con man that is. It's like, I'm just a guy that is not an alpha, a leader who's like working to do good, like a true man, like a warrior type. Who's out here fighting evil and working to be a force for good in my community. No, I'm just here to be a narcissistic dirtbag to serve myself, see. I'm just looking to scam people out of money and be like, testosterone, aka scam testosterone. It's like, yeah, well, it's pretty much like boys, you'll make it so much better, say, like overhyping it. Now here's the point. Greg Doucette, and this is a clip for YouTube video if I want it to be. So Greg Doucette, the scam artist with his scam testosterone, he's out here as a salesman for testosterone therapy, which means like trying to sell the public on like you need to get testosterone, okay? But he's not as valuable as I am in teaching why men have low T now, and a lot of guys might need to address the low T issue. He hasn't been teaching you that the high sugar diet is the cause, with all these toxic chemical cleaning product exposures, while being vitamin deficient. It's like, and that's why a lot of guys have low T now. And then like, oh, so now you know, if you're young man watching this, how to prevent yourself from having testosterone levels declining dramatically of your lifestyle, and that's like to end up being 40 plus, needing TRT or HRT. See? So yeah, I'm more valuable than Greg Doucette and Mike Israel, okay? And unlike these beta bitches like Greg Doucette and these other people who take little passive-aggressive jabs at me in the videos, like a beta, like a feminine aggression style, like a passive-aggressive punk bitch, understand? I'm a real man. If I'm waging war and being aggressive, I'm overtly aggressive like a man. Speak directly as men do, Greg Doucette. I'm not a guy who hides behind like a woman. I'm being passive aggressive, taking jabs at people, and I'm being covert, passive aggressive like a woman. The feminine aggression style, passive aggressive. So all the testosterone in the world and all the king's horses and men didn't take the woman out of you in being like a passive aggressive little weak, indirect, coward bully type, understand? It's very pathetic, Greg. And I'll fucking break your face, understand? I bet on myself in a street fight against you, Greg, myself. Even though you're that much bigger and more muscular, I will bet on myself breaking you, understand, destroying your body in self-defense if you would attack me, Greg. I'm not joking. I believe that I could destroy you, understand? I believe I could beat you so bad. Imagine the shame in that too. Like if Gregory said would end up like running up on me and I want to start a street fight, I had to defend myself. Imagine like the face where I was like, wow, look at that guy. He's big and strong on testosterone. He still got his ass beat by some autistic guy who's like 76 kilos, something like this. Okay. Imagine that. It's like the ego hit he'll take from that. This guy's ass whooped by a autistic guy who's like a chain smoker. Well, here's the point. Yeah, so if you can't tell, I'm really upset right now with Greg Descent, okay? And I do believe that all the muscles on his arms, it's not going to protect his face from outside elbow strikes if the land on his overboard, doing what they intended to do. Okay, see, it's like you're gonna have to do like the clavicular stuff and maybe do like reps and do this, and you can have some try to build muscle with eyebrows, and maybe that could be like the inverted form, the inverse of the straw box, the camel's back, where if you get lucky and you're moving back as I hit when elbow sign overboard, if you like time, so you're moving back when it impacts, and you have like a little bit of muscle over the overboard, maybe that could keep you from breaking, but you wouldn't be having the same impact with your YouTube videos. You'll be a lot less handsome after you're gonna need a clavicular franctiforno taban treatment, understand? That's what I would think. You're gonna have to get tabernized. You're gonna have to call franctiforno and ask if he can give you a number, refer you to a facial surgeon or something like that. Or go to a zoo and ask for rhinoplasty. Go to a zoo and ask like, hey, rhino keepers, look for the rhino part of the zoo, and ask, hey, this is rhino, okay, so what's the rhino keepers? Do you have some kind of plastic tape that you put on the rhino horns? Because I'm gonna need something to fix me up on this. Okay, I fucked up. How do you fuck up? I attacked my side and he had to defend himself. And he used legal self-defense to break my face with elbow strikes, and he broke so many bones in my face that I never looked the same unless I get some rhino surgeon. They had to scrub in the rhino, like the local. You hope that it's like the rhino is available on call, that they'd be like, okay, guy, the zookeepers go, hey, rhino. And then they go like scrub him in, they get the coat on him, and then the mouth guard and the surgeon hat, and put a scalpel, like tape it to the rhino's hand. And then they put you there, and then you hope that it's one of the states with the rhino scratching the ground. And they slide your body, and the rhino likes to like scratch the ground. It's like a bull, and they do like this, okay? Or the aggro more. It's like this how it works. They get the scalpel taped to the rhino's hoof, and then they slide you under there, time to when he's scratching the ground. And it's like, it ends up, it's like, wow, it's one of these things where sometimes the rhino surgeon does, like, he fixes, we put a human there with a broken nose, and it ends up being fixed. You understand? Okay. And pretty much it's like statistically picking that surgery method or Dr. Taban, the franctiforno saw, being tabernized or the surgery treatment, it's kind of like, it's like you take a pick, understand? And okay, so where's the point? Maybe I should pursue a career in boxing. And possibly be like in the cartoons where a guy gets hit with a frying pan, he starts and he gets nutty. And then he gets hit again and it resets him and now he's normal again. So be like, you do boxing, I can come out and be like, I got cured. I found out the cure for my autism. It's like I just started doing boxing. And it's like after some time, I figure out I'm not autistic anymore. So, okay, I don't be facetious. That's a joke. So it's the point. I'm one of the best streamers on YouTube. I'm more valuable than Greg said, understand. I'm bigger and stronger than Mike Israel. Okay. It's like, oh, what's it? Mike Israel? I'm bigger than him. It's just stronger than him. Okay. Anything Mike Israel knows, I can master in 6 minutes, understand. Yeah. Greg Doucette is a fucking drama queen. Okay. And he's a little gossip hag, understand. If I mean, why are you gay? Okay. And hiding it if you are, is what I want to ask. If you're gay, Greg, and you're the type of guy who like to get all up and twerk in a strip club in front of like middle-aged, unattractive white dudes that throw money at you something. Oh, look at my little tush. Oh, and it's like women where you like to show your butt to men, and they like to look at your butt, and they give you money. If that's how you feel, then don't hide it. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Now, I'm not gay shaming. If you're gay, I wouldn't be surprised. Now, if you are, why hide it? Understand? Okay. Why hide it? Why? Why are you gay and hiding it if you are? Greg? Greg? Greg is gay, question mark, is he? Is he gay? Okay. Okay. Is Greg that said gay or nay? Gay or nay? Oh, let's get the hat. Who's gay? The segment. Mike Shire. Gay or not? Greg Doucette. Do. Gay. Question mark. Something easy. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I won't be surprised. Like people get walk. Greg Doucette gay. Openly gay man. Understand? A butt pirate. He likes to have like a train ran on him in the wrong way. Understand? You know what I mean? Understand? He's just lighting up at the local homeless shelter, just begging homeless crack addicts. Just like he pulls down his pants, just give it to him or something like that. Understand? Is that what Gregor said that's when he's not on camera? I would not be surprised. I'm not saying okay that for sure he's gay. Like really, okay. But it's like if he would say that he was, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, no, it's a quote. Mike Israel definitely fake, possibly gay. And that's what I would say. Meaning the gay investigations. Okay, it's like the Sherlock of gay. That's what I'm doing right now. Mike Israel, what about him? Is he gay? Is he like in the closet? I'm not attacking people that are gay in the closet. But I'm saying if you're gay, why be ashamed? You come out there, I'm Mike Israel, gay. Okay? Greg Doucette, come out there. Gay, understand? I'm gay, everybody. And you I'll be like, I knew it, understand? And then I'd be vindicated and be like, I told you guys. Okay? If you can throw my ball and be like, I told you. See, I knew. I told you. I thought that I wouldn't be surprised if you would say that he was. Okay? It's like Greg said, with all the testosterone injecting into himself, he's still not like half as weirded as I am. Okay? He's like a half weird, understand? He's risk averse. He's scared to take shots at me overtly in his videos. Okay? He's scared to be active, but yeah, I'm coming out here. Mike Size taught me video. I got told by my Freemason handler to say, fuck you, Mike, understand? Okay? And see? I mean, I'd appreciate it if you did it like that. I'd be like, that's some passive aggressive movement. Okay? He knows what it is. So, what is the point? Greg Doucette, if he's gay, I wouldn't be surprised. If he came out as like rabidly gay, like he's gay to the high max level, like it's like if there's a level of gay, and he'd be like the final boss of closet homosexual, it's like, how could a guy that this gay be hiding it so successful so long? I understand. That he'll be the final boss of like closet gay life for a long time without being exposed, or like without exposing himself. Which he does in the other ways. off camera, I've heard. Okay. Anyways, the point. So anyway, Greg the set. Okay, we got that fake gay. I'm not willing to say 100%, but it's like if he was gay, I wouldn't be surprised. He is a scammer. Okay. Scam testimony. Remember heard it first. I've even seen people in his chat after I left the comment once. It's like, yeah, it's like testosterone is overhyping, but he does have some supplements that are like legit, which is the truth. He's got, last time I checked, he had NAC on there and ashwagandha, which are like legit supplements. But the scam testosterone, like the testosterone, he's overhyping it. Whereas if you want it, so someone was like, yeah, everybody knows Burger says testosterone, it's just, he's overhyping it. It's like a scam. Okay. So what is the point? I do believe that I could beat Greg Doucette in a fight. I do believe that I could end up winning. I do believe so. I do believe I could knock him out, and if not knock him out, like even if I end up losing and like the end result score is I lost the fight, I believe that I could inflict an injury to him that will take a long time to recover from before that. Okay. Do you understand? Meaning it's like if I wouldn't win, I would be able to pull off, I would have a chance to pull off an injury infliction move that would result in him being different, like really different for a really significant amount of time. Okay. Like it's something that's bad. Okay. I do believe I could hurt him. I do believe I could hurt Greg Doucette. Like bad. I could. I could win. I could beat Greg Doucette. That's not the same as saying 100%. There's no chance I wouldn't win or something like this, but I could. It's just statistically, just fact based. Okay, I know how hard I can hit. I know how hard I can move my limbs. I know how hard I can hit with my knuckles and my elbow. And I know what a human cranium is like. And it's not like, oh, it's an unknown cranium made from titanium that's completely different from any other human cranium. So I know the amount of PSI force I can generate concentrated to this here or here. If I can land that technique, I've been training that hard here to Gregory said that will break bone and he will be hurt by that. Understand? If I landed it here, it will break something. If I landed here, it can break his jaw. If I landed here, he's in more trouble. Like the tip of the elbow, like right here or here, can be trouble. So I know physics. It's just plain physics, understand? Like I know how hard I can hit. I understand like the human body enough to know that if the force that I can hit with is applied not to a rubber doll but to a human cranium, I understand what it can accomplish. Understand? So I'm not irrational for believing that I could hurt Greg Doucette and possibly win against him. Now, what would his strength be? It's like being heavier. So he might be looking to like pin me to the ground and get on top of me and like pin me down, understand? And that basically, if I was him, that might be what I would, as a game plan, be like, it's like try to get a hold of him and pin him and stay on top of him. Now, as his movie would enrage to get me, I can connect to his face with my legs or elbow strikes or things like this. He's got like all kinds of body parts that can be targeted, understand, all the way in. So, also I'm faster, which means I can evade his attempts to reach me and grab me and catch him in the process of trying to grab me with counters. It's like he just come at me, just back up and then throw something and then keep moving away, being elusive. He's coming close, wait for him to get away, boom, hit him with something, understand? And rinse and repeat, and that could be a threat, like a game plan. Stay on the outside, wait for him to come at you, and catch him coming in. If you, okay, and then just, that's a general game plan. General game plan. So yeah, also with all those muscles, how long could he be like moving around at a high level before he's gassed out and like tired? That's also just physics. Where big guys have less stamina. Okay, so it's like the bigger your muscles are, the quicker you're tired. Okay. So yeah, uh, it's like I'm not living in a law on that, which means I can't go like try to make it happen, which I might like in moments like this. Like the instinct might be like try to get a fight happen, be like, hey, Greg the set, take the challenge, battle the YouTubers. We'll have an amateur like an MMA match, something like this. Where it's like I'm a total individual, which means I can't even go to the supermarket without being shot in the leg with a dart gun. So I was trying to make something happen that would lead to a lot of publicity. They'd be extra interested in sabotaging it, which means you have to do what reality is, not what you want it to be. Okay. So it's like reality. I'm a total individual. So it's one of these things. Let's see what people are writing in the chat here. Somebody's writing quotes in the chat. It's anonymous coward. It's like, okay, as opposed to 99% of people leaving constant with chat. No. Yes, anyway, it's the point. Greg Doucette is a deep state puppet, a flying monkey proxy of the deep state power. So is Penguin C, another YouTuber, major YouTuber. It's like, assume puppet shield unless proven otherwise is more accurate than to go. It's like, I think nobody's a shield unless it's like they're exposed. You understand? It's like the deep state control this world like a daily movie. They control the media, politics. They control fake non-mainstream media. People like Hassan Abi, Penguin C, Asmongold. You should expect them to be deep state puppet shells. That's my hint. That's my tip. We'll see if we get into doing some kind of training. I've been in live streaming more, just producing live content here. We'll see if general kind of talking. See if we get into some training, some kind of exercising, drilling. It's sunny today. Still snow on the ground, but not yet. So the program needs to work together to feel comfortable being the room army with bullying tactics, which means they brainwash cult members because it's not safe to bully people. Generally, especially not me. And it shouldn't be. You don't have a right to be comfortable and feel like safe, comfortable while abusing people. You don't. Hopefully this will end up being exposed. So that's
returning to what I started talking about before, how the type of narcissistic abuse that you're going to be experiencing as part of the targeting you receive as a target individual, that you get exposed to, subjected to, it's different than run-of-the-mill narcissistic abuse. Government gangstalk is narcissistic psychopathic abuse at the highest level known to exist in this world. It's institutional. Everything is upscale. I said it before. The smear campaign, run-of-the-mill smear campaign, it's like one narcissist working to convince you, lie most of their charm, influence, charisma level, like whatever they had to like source credibility from, to convince people that you are what they want people to think that you are, versus the government, a government level smear campaign, which includes like the most advanced deepfake technology, people that are having badges saying this person's a bad guy, and they're like, oh, the smear campaign is going to be government level, which means it's going to be high level. The recruitment of flying monkeys, once again, the government can pay people out that have the job to be a flying monkey. So it's like everything is upscale.
Folks, you can get free support in recovery. I'm not a psychologist. It's not my job to be your psychotherapist. Imagine I'm talking to you. Two sets of rules. There's a set of rules for you, and there's a set of
I
rules
looked
for
at this video and it has
I'm
application
expecting
against
is
art.
I'm
There's not
gonna
something
do
that's like,
stuff
wow, I never thought about
that
this
if you
before.
did
It's more like
exactly what I
reminding
was
you of
doing,
things that
I'd
you already
kick
know.
off. There would be a
Possibly like this
there would
explained
be a
differently.
confrontation. So that's what I mean when I'm saying unfairness. You're not a child. You know perfectly well that a relationship in any context that's built on those three things cannot function. You know what I've just done? I've just taken away all moral responsibility from you. It is a statement of objective, rational, philosophical fact between two adults, a relationship that is built on a lack of fairness, manipulation, and untruth is not going to function. That's not your fault, nor is it your responsibility. You can't love that better. You can't support that better or cuddle that better. It's like an engineering.
Yeah, there's no level. I've come to this realization too. Being a target of gang stalking as a Christian, having the ability to have the fruits of the Spirit, joy, peace, long suffering, meekness, there's no amount of being a good Christian that makes these people stop targeting me, okay? It's like, as a matter of fact, like it's like the better you live as a Christian, it's like they're just escalating. So it's not like I have to have like a room in my head that is like giving the perfect storm it could lead to doubting or something. No, it's like I've tried really hard to make it work with flying monkeys and be like, yeah, it's like there's certain situations are gonna have to be around flying monkeys, proxies. And it's like I'd be friendly, polite, kind from the onset, non-aggressive, and like working, trying to make it work. Just be a friendly, healthy adult. And it's not like, wow, there's a certain level, intensity, frequency of that. Just maintaining consistently, being a healthy, like non-antagonistic, hostile person around this family because it gets them to be let up on me and stop talking with narcissistic abuse tactics and mess with you. No. They say they're going to keep fucking with you.
Statement or an architectural statement. These beams won't support that building. Why? Because the foundations weren't built properly. It doesn't work like that. This plane will not achieve flight. Why not? I really wanted to. You've built the wings the wrong way, or it's too heavy.
He's working for the same program that Pastor Dennis Rocks that was recently Andy Woods. And they had like the subtle themes where it's like synchronized. The system shells will have like this certain theme where Richard Grannon will be using like plane analogies. And then Dennis Rocks, another person I've called a shield. The same 3 days he's out public speaking on the YouTube channel. You talk about no matter how much you want a plane to fly, it won't unless, see? Okay. Because the shells are on Team Shield and they're playing games.
Or it's whatever. It doesn't have
The
enough
government they can see, yes.
thrust or whatever. These are statements of
Correlating with being a target of psychopathic power leads, being targeted by the proxy flying monkeys, is being a person that can recognize pattern, being a critical thinker, exhibiting a rare degree of uncontrollability, and willingness to resist psychopathic abusers.
engineering. These are statements at a psychological, architectural level, where you just say, you know, and I don't need to lecture you. I know I have a lecturing tone sometimes.
And it's like, here's the thing too. I made the radical claim that people that have been in the room with me being flying monkeys, I can tell that the flying monkeys do narcissistic abuse tactics. They're not safe, understand? It's not safe to be in the room with me, bullying me. What determines if it's safe or not is if I let it be. Okay? Which means I decide if it's safe for people to be in my home bullying me, target me with psychological violence, which has happened before. And then they can go, we need to do more cult brainwashing because only cult members end up acting like that to begin with. It's like, yeah, some delusion we need to convince these people of. Okay? Because reality is getting through. We need to, like, yeah, it's safe to keep taking orders to get in the room with Mike and bullying him. To get in the same room and start doing covert abuse, and it's safe. You don't have to worry about any consequences. It's entirely safe. You can be like criminally bullying people and don't have to worry about any consequences. And it's like, I can tell how this, like the micro adjustments, this meerkat, where it's like you can kind of tell, reverse engineer it, where it's like, oh, okay, they've been having to work a little bit harder to get these people to feel safe and comfortable, something like this.
It's not a very loving or civilized way to behave, is it? As soon as somebody has a mental health issue, you're just like, that's beyond my standards and boundaries, away and into the wind with you, goodbye. That's not great. But what I'm saying is, take that away, take that out of it, have the moment of absolution, like te absolvo. That's not your problem, and also you're not creating that. It is your problem if you're in the relationship with them, but you're not the cause of the problem, if I can use more specific language.
Yeah, so I've seen behavior that is generally in any environment unacceptable. And given the circumstance which happened is especially obviously inappropriate.
Problem. That person is showing up,
And
manipulating.
it'd be like an incremental upregulation of the strangeness level to the behavior.
Being unfair, not telling the truth. Okay.
Like the previous caregiving staff, some of their behavior looked like textbook flying monkey, proxy, narcissistic dog abuse, covert abuses got put up to be in here, pushing my buttons covertly, playing double games, and like once I go to these people are messing with me, I'm mad about it. So this guy's crazy, he thinks we're doing things to mess with him. He needs to be in a cycle. He's paranoid and crazy. His testimony is a testimony of crazy because this guy's saying they would be doing bad things to him on purpose. Okay. Yeah. That's very surprising.
I can have compassion for why you're doing that. I can distance myself and say, I understand why a human being would.
Yeah. So there's no excuses. Understand? I don't care. There's nothing that makes an excuse to be in my home, taught me with abuse. Okay, I don't care.
You're not an idiot. You're not an idiot. You understand why a person would.
And I got to a point where I've stopped tolerating it. And I'm not talk. I got to a point where I've been telling people I've changed. I'm not going to be as forgiving and overseeing, overlooking. And people shouldn't count on me letting bullies get away with bullying me as much as before and like maintain friendliness despite being messed with, which I have done before. And I'm living it, and I'm intending to keep that going. I don't have to tolerate being abused. Nobody has abused me and worked to make me feel messed with.
So adult relationship can't fly like that. It's not going to fly. The building will not stand like that. So that's one thing you're given here. The second thing you're given here. It's good. It's good. This you're going to like this. I did a psychology degree, and it was behavioral psychology, and it was taught as a science.
So I will give you a list again of some ministries that have taught me for the gang stalking program. Dennis Roxer, Andy Woods, Dula Bible Church, Tom Stegall, Pucci Jones, Philip O'Mann, which are like Dula Bible Church preachers. Brandon Holthouse and Raphael Cornwall. Also Ward Breaker. These are some but not all Christian pastor YouTuber types that I've seen talking for the program.
And they will have to lie to deny it. To cover the sin to try to prosper. Because they've been doing grievous evils. And it's like they deny and lie more to cover it up and as a way to try to have success in this mission. I guess that's not too much point.
I lied and I manipulated because my intention was this, and this is why I did it. And
Yeah, that is the point. The behavior is the behavior. So you don't want to get into a abuse woman mindset as a grown man, if you're taught to be though, of kind of playing devil's advocate. Well, maybe the gangstalkers were told that I'm a bad person that want to eat children, and they feel like what they're doing is not wrong, but like their behavior is harmful and intended to cause psychological harm to you. Okay? And you know how it makes you feel when these people are targeting you. There's no excuse, understand. There's certain things that are inexcusable. If a person have enough agency to get a day job, they have enough agency to not be deceived by ridiculous lies and be overcome by smear campaigns and end up targeting people with psychopathic narcissistic abuse and be like, oh, well, just following orders, somebody told me lies and said that it's not bad to do these things. Do you understand? It's like it's like you're not the defense attorney of the evil abusers targeting you.
You're drawn into this. You're lost in the source.
Don't act like it.
You're lost in the source.
The sauce, not the sauce. There's a movie Conspiracy with Mel Gibson, and it's like he's the target individual, pretty much. It's the plot, and it's like a part of the movie where it's like the CIA shows up to get him, and they go like the sauce. He goes, not the sauce. He goes, the sauce. Understand? And they get hit with the sauce or something like this. So. Yeah, I'm a Christian man. I'm a taught individual. I'm taught with persecution, tyranny in this nation, and I don't like it, and nobody should. I'm gonna end this live stream, and I go live again. Nothing I said in this live stream is to take as medical information. One interesting you heard me talk about by a licensed medical professional. I talked about coffee and supplements and this and that, and some of the things which I said in the science are purely for entertainment purposes. Okay, certain things might not to be taken as fact and so on. So I'm gonna finish up and go finish up. My name is Mike Sal. I'm a persecuted Christian total video talking with a secret state persecution program called gangstalking in Oxford, Sweden. I was born in 1999. I've been targeted since moving to the city and before. And the target has escalated over time. So it hasn't gotten better, it's gotten worse over time. And that's what a target video watching this is not me could expect to. If you've been targeted 3 years into the targeting, I'm not getting false hope, just hang in there, get better. You expect it to get worse over time. And the problem is going for effect, which means the behavior is intended to have a certain desired outcome. You being really affected by the targeting, reeling, weakened, damaged, okay? Which means if the psychological target is not doing enough of a job, it's like they're not fucked up enough. More poisoning. We need to attack them more physically. More chem sprays, more intense targeting. So they will work to upgrade the intensity. It's like the side effect is you being like really fucked up by the targeting. It's like, oh, the current level of target is not having the desired outcome. They raise the target level. And there's certain things you can do. What makes the target harder? It's like one of the things, metrics, like what can make them ramp up the targeting is you not being that fucked up by the targeting level of the current one. Another thing is you being dangerous. So the more dangerous you are as a target individual, potentially actually, the more likely are to target you hard. So, gonna end this. Keep the laptops in go.